Okay,
Okay.
sure. So hope my audio is clear. I'm able to audible.
Yeah. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Good.
We'll wait for a few more minutes, maybe 2, 3 minutes more. We have posted in
Sure.
the groups. People will be joining.
Mhm.
Yes, sir, I was just pinging to Vijaya. Vijaya and Jahnavi were the moderators for first room. I was just pinging her if she's joining. Okay, sir, sure. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for taking your time early in the morning and joining our session. Thank you so much, Santosh sir, for taking your time on a weekend early morning and taking your valuable time and coming up with an insightful session for the conference. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft user group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first two editions and some energetic offline events across the cities, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 days full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, and Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before we begin, here is a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert context. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn points, 5 if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more based on the speaker's rating. Top scorers by end of the event today will get a chance to win Amazon vouchers. Please post your questions along with your registered email in this format, your registered email ID and your question in the chat section. Get ready to learn, engage, and win. It's my pleasure to introduce Santosh Potnak, our today's speaker, a highly respected data architect at Persistent Systems. Santosh is a recognized expert in Microsoft Fabric and Power BI, known for helping organizations turn data into actionable insights. He's also a passionate educator with over 50,000 students on Udemy, where he simplifies complex data topics for learners around the world. With a perfect blend of real world experience and technical depth, he is here to guide us through the session ahead. A practical walkthrough on building using Microsoft Fabric. Let's give a warm welcome to Santosh Potnang as he takes an insightful journey into the modern data architecture. Thank you so much, Santosh, sir, for taking your time and joining the session. Please take over.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. So, very good morning, very good evening, and good night from people across the world. I know here in Hyderabad it's freezing already, very cold out winter. So, we're excited to learn through some of the detailed concepts of Power BI embedded. I'm not sure how many of you are have experienced Power BI embedded. Can I see any raised hands if anybody has already experienced in your projects or implementation of the Power BI embedded, other than hearing out on their different portals? Anyone has experienced in their projects? Can I see any raised hands? Okay, yeah. So this is a very rarely touched up topic. To be frank, if you even see the people who are working with Power BI since past 7, 8 years or 10 years, uh, you know, I have seen they have not got an opportunity to work on. Luckily, I have got an opportunity in my recent project. Like I've been working with one of the healthcare client, and that's where I was able to explore about Power BI embedded, especially for the external users. Okay. So most of we understand what is Power BI embedded. Like, we were able to embed our Power BI report in a SharePoint site, right? Or a website, right? So it's just getting the report and putting it outside. But there are a lot of other, technicalities which involves to do this particular activity. So we'll try to understand what are these, embedding options that we have on how are the Power BI documentation or Power BI Microsoft is suggesting how do we embed in a better way to get the benefits out of it. Okay. So as Kalyan has already given brief about me, I'm little active on events of data analytics, and I've been part of these events in across various forums, especially on the Microsoft side. So let us jump through the topic considering the time in mind. So basically, Power BI embedded is something which allows you to put your, reports outside your, Power BI service. So we all know once we are, done with our Power BI development, we try to host our reports on a Power BI service. We publish our reports in Power BI service. But not only having it on a Power BI service, we wanted to keep it, let's say if you have a large requirement, we have thousands of, employees or thousands of users who are trying to access the report. Let's say we all know, right? So end user definitely needs at least a decent license, in the sense like if they need a Power BI Pro license to get into the workspace and access your report, right? So otherwise you will not be able to share. So the free license is only limited to your my workspace, or to access the objects or the reports that are put in your own workspace. But as soon as you are trying to collaborate or access the development done by the other people, you need to get a pro license. But there is a situation, there are thousands of even some some of the organizations have up to lakhs of customers, right? They all need to portray the developer report to every single person, every single employee in their organization. So in that case, they don't want to purchase each and every license for them, like, because they are hardly the business users. They don't even know how to use Power BI service, right? So we wanted to make sure our whatever report, or maybe it's an HR report or healthcare report, which they wanted to make sure it is very secure and targeted to the right audience. So that's when we wanted to embed this report into an external portal. So organizations want to keep their branding. Let's say I'm working for a so and so company. So the branding should be again there. The company should have their own portal, and they still wanted to showcase their Power BI report. So that's when the Power BI embedded comes into picture. And Microsoft allows you to do this in two different ways. The first one is app owned data. Basically, this is perfect for external users where customer facing applications. So basically, the app will own the complete data. This is for the the first case, and the second case is user owns data. This is again internal organizational analytics. This is mostly on the Power BI service. So basically, there is an option to embed within the Power BI service, and then it's more like an internal. So today we're going to talk about the first option, where is this app owns data. So let's understand what is all required for this. Okay, the very first thing is required is something called as a service principal. Anybody heard about service principal? Anybody wants to add a point here? Service principal, I think you might have heard about it. Okay, what do you mean by service principal? Anyone? Just you can put it in a chat, right? Service principal, basically it's like a key that we are giving access to our entities or the workspace, the objects of the workspace. So basically, you're giving access to the objects or the reports, data sets, right? You're giving an actually key. Basically, it's a key. So instead of giving an individual user, individual ID, individual account, we'll be creating a secure, service principal. Service principal will act like a secure way to access the content and put it out to the end user. Okay, it has got a lot of technicalities. Again, we will be talking about how do we create a service principal, how do we want it to configure it. Like there's something called as Microsoft Entra registration, where you want to register your application, and then you wanted to configure the rights, and then you wanted to define what APIs are being called out. So there is a specific process for this entire approach, and we'll try to showcase today on the Azure portal. So basically, you need to have an Azure portal where you have, as an admin, you will be able to give authorization to your workspace or your Power BI tenant, basically. Okay, so we'll talk about it little later. I'll be showing you the entire process. So these are the settings that you need to mostly follow in this entire approach. First, you will need to configure the Microsoft Entra app, where you register your application and then you generate a secure client secret. Again, this is a very important client secret. You need to keep it very safe, and then you need to create a certificate so that your app will have authorization to talk to your workspace and get the reports from your workspace and put on the external portal. So that is all done on the portal.azure.com, which is again we go to the Microsoft Entra app. And once it is done, we need to create a security group where the security group has to be part of your workspace. You will be giving the complete control to your workspace. You will be adding that security group on the Azure portal, and then again you will be giving access to your workspace. And again, there are certain settings that we need to enable. Basically, the admin settings. So we need to go to Power BI tenant settings and make sure you allow the service principal to enable embed content in apps, allow service principals, etc. Right. So of course, this is also enables the grant workspace access. Right. So once it is done, again, before you even go with this approach, right? So the first thing that is important is you need to understand, you need to have that licensing in place. So you cannot directly jump with a regular workspace where you have created using pro license. The workspace should be a premium enabled or a ASQ, or there are PSQs, P1, P2, P3 licenses, right? So it's above F64. Basically, if you're talking about from the fabric licensing perspective, a minimum of F64 is required to enable this process. So basically, F64 onwards, it is enabled, as in you can embed your reports outside, any other third-party application where you can use it with service principal and get it enabled for other users. So any questions? I see Rajkumar has raised your hand. Do you have any question if you wanted to? Okay, so just added your point. Okay, so we can take up the questions if any at the end. That is better, I think. So let me just continue with the demonstration. So how do you even test? Because there are two things. So you need to have a portal, right? So if you were saying you wanted to embed your developed Power BI report in a third-party portal. So here the combination of Power BI, a BI analyst or a BI developer versus a actual developer who's gonna develop a code using maybe Node.js or any other .NET. The different frameworks are there, right, to develop any application. So this is where the combination of two things are coming in. So there needs to be a communication between the website developer and the Power BI developer here, a BI developer, to access few things like you need to giving the report IDs, dataset IDs, and you need to make sure these service principals are enabled on the azure.portal.com. And there is something called as a playground where you can check certain things are possible or not possible. So I'll be talking about all of these things, and also there's something called as a dynamic binding. So dynamic binding is something, let's say, uh, you have different customers, right? Say, you have different tenants for the customers, different databases for the customers. So you wanted to dynamically repoint your report to different data sets. Even that is possible using uh, code, basically the portal code. So we'll talk about how do we go about and how do we go to the portal side. So I'll give you an overview. So let us jump to the kind of demonstration. So basically I'll show you what I've done and I'll try to demonstrate that. Just let me take there. So this is portal.azure.com. So when you go to the azure.com, you need to go to the search for app registrations, or you can just search for app registrations, right? So you'll be able to jump into this app registrations. So where you can actually register a new application. For example, right now, I've recently done this particular application that you see here. This is a Power BI embedded POC, which I've registered. So if you wanted to register a new application, you have to give it a name, right? A demo application. Okay. And then maybe these are the options depending upon your requirement. So accounts in this organizational directory only. So basically we are talking about single tenant. So we can take this as an example. And then you can define the platform. If it's a web-based platform or a mobile and desktop platform, you can define that. And what is the redirection URL? So basically this is a local, I'm planning to redirect this to my local host. Let's say HTTPS slash like local host. And we can define the port. Basically you can have the port, let's say 3000 or whatever. So I've defined this already in my other application, so I'm just not going with this. If you wanted to click on register, you can also do this. So once you register, you will have to kind of define certificates for it. So you can see the very important part is you will be getting this client ID, right? This is very important things that you need to take a note of it. So client ID, object ID, client credentials, right? So these are the things that you need to take a note of it in the very initial stages. So once you are done with this, you need to make sure you go to certificates and secrets, right? So here you need to add a new secret line. Basically, you end up adding the same thing. Let's say demo. Uh, so once you add it, you just give it a timeline. So do you want to keep it for 6 months? So how do you want it to keep it? So once you add it, you need to just enable that. So here you will be able to generate this certificates and secrets. So the thing is, you need to take a copy of these and keep it secure. So once you keep it secure, you need to go to the next step where you have to configure the API permissions. Okay. So API permissions are important to enable that, the end, whatever service principal that you're creating has access to all of the, IDs. For example, let me just add a new permission here. So basically you need to give the workspace or the dataset ID. So click on the Power BI service. So basically you click on the Power BI service and delegate the permissions. So while delegating the permissions, you make sure you are delegating, let's say, dataset ID. You enable the dataset ID and provide all the read, write, all permissions, right? And you add them. And not only that, you have a couple of more. I'll just go to Power BI service again. And here you wanted to add report. Again, in the report, you need to make sure it has got read, write all, so that the service principal can read and write all of them on your report level and also on the workspace level. Let me search for the workspace, right? And read, write all. So basically, you are giving all of the permissions to that service principal so that it is, having full rights when it is able to access. So once these are done, so right now what you have done is you have given full authorization to the service principal. You have captured the client ID, the tenant ID, the client secret. So we need to keep all of this handy to configure in your portal side code, right? So once you keep this handy, there's one more thing that you need to do is you need to enable a role. So basically you define a app role that you know, create, let's say Power BI app is my role. So you need to create a role and try to add that value and allocate that into your application. So I've already created a couple of roles. I'll just show you that. Let me take you back to the actual application that I built. This is for this embedded POC. So here I've created you know the client secret and I've given the permission, all the permissions that are required, and also I've created the app roles, right? The security group. So let me just take you back to the security group. So the security group again is important. So here the security group has to be created and assigned. So already I've created one group. I'll just show you. So here you come here and give it a security group name. So once you are defining the security group, that will show up in your security groups here. I'll just show you. Okay. So here all groups, and I'll just show you the groups that I've created, and these groups have to be added across your workspace. So what you have to do is the Power BI security group that I've created, I have to go to the workspace. So this is my workspace. Okay, this is my workspace, and I will have to make sure my workspace is a premium enabled. So when I say this should be premium enabled, I'm creating a fabric trial workspace with a diamond symbol because that's a F64 license, and that is having permissions to configure this. So what I have to do is I have to go to the workspace settings, or sorry, manage access, and as you can see I've added this Power BI apps as my member. So you need to add that security group with all of those accesses here. So once you are done with this, you will be able to use the configuration at the end. So I'll just take you to the other parts of it. So in order to test, what I have done is I'll just take you a couple of more options. So in order to test, there is something which is very important called as a Power BI playground. Let me just show you that. So basically, Microsoft is helping you to configure and get that entire setup done using the playground. So playground is something which helps you to understand, okay, how my report is shown to on the external portal. So let's say I wanted to test it out one of the report. Okay. So I can just go and just try embedded demo, right? And once you're logged in, you can select a report. So I wanted to use my own report. I can select, so it will log into my workspace, and I can see my workspace logged in here. Let's say this is my workspace and fabric space. This I wanted to use some of the, maybe I'll just take another report. Okay, I'll just select this report. So now you got this code. So basically you're getting the entire code that you can copy and then paste it in your embedded application. Okay. So if you wanted to test it out directly in our sandbox, you can just click on here. I can directly see here. Now I can paste it. Use my own code. In fact, you can directly use these options here. Okay, I'll just take some adventure works. It is loading below. Let's just wait for it. So this is giving you all of the, so this is my sample report. This is coming from my Power BI service, which is actually sitting over here in my Power BI service. If you go to this, so it is in the sample reports, and this is the report that I'm trying to pull it out. Okay. So this is coming and showing up here in my playground. So what happens with the playground is you will be able to copy the code. So if you are a developer, you can actually run the code, modify it, and you can see, you can add the refresh tokens, so you can see the full screen token. So there are a lot of options that you can embed in your portal. Okay. So you can see on the left side, it is giving you the filters, slicers, or get report, save options. So I've seen a lot of these options related to the save report, save as report, right? These are the important options that users are very much interested in, especially the clients, right? So they wanted to directly save a report, save a copy of this report, or right, build a report on top of it. So all those things are enabled using APIs. So you need to follow these APIs that are provided by the Microsoft Analytics Playground and take it to your code. So I'll just show you what I have done, because I'm not a uh, you know a developer who writes a code in terms of .NET JS, or I'm not a developer. So what I have done to test it out is I've used, because we are in a AI era, so I've used something called as a cursor AI. Let me just walk you through that. So, so this the thing that you see on the screen right now, this is a cursor AI. Basically, cursor is something which is for the people who do not want to write a code. So I've asked this entire cursor AI to build an this is basically an agentic. You're building your entire portal. So I just asked it to write me an application. Anybody has any question? Okay. So I'll just show you what I've done before, you know. So I went to Cursor AI, and I just prompted saying that, I need to build a simple working Power BI portal for a demo, right? You can use Node.js, right? I want a login page, simple login page, so that I can embed my report. So I'll be using service principal for the authentication, right? So I just asked this, and I was able to generate the entire, I also provided these details. So I need some login form, like for front end, use this HTML, CSS. So you need to be a little bit clear on the ask, and I just given that details. So you should be able to see that now. It'll just show me. Okay. So this has generated me all of this underlying code. You can see the package.json, service.js. So there are a lot of other files, and I'll just show you the code base so that what it has generated for me. So you can see this is the entire code that is generated to me offline. So this is the entire code, and this is simple portal code. So I was able to run it, and the local host is currently running. I'll just get my portal. This is the portal basically, right? So let me log out and log in again. So this is the portal that I was able to build in, right? and sign in. So I need to add a couple of reports. So before this demo, I was able to do that. So let us try doing that right away. So basically, these are the details that are provided. So if you wanted to configure your report, it says go to dot environment, set your reports like this. So you need to have a report ID from this and set it up. So let me just go to my environment file here. So, and as you can see, we got this environmental file. I just need to enable this report ID here. One second. I'll just pick up one report ID from our report. Maybe I'll take something from this same portal. So one more thing I forgot to mention is before you enable, right, to even though your workspace has access as an admin, you need to come to this tenant settings. So this is an admin portal on Power BI workspace. So on the admin portal, you need to come to the tenant settings and you need to enable these service principal related stuff on the developer settings basically. So you need to enable these things, especially service people can create, right, embed content and can create workspaces, allow service people to create in use profiles. So all these three options that you see here on the developer settings on the admin portal has to be enabled. So once these are enabled, you will be able to access from the front end. Okay. So let me just take a report, just go back to the workspace, right? Let's say I wanted to pick a report which is a decent one. Okay. Okay, I'll just take usage metrics or whatever. So I can pick the report ID from here. This is the your workspace ID that you see on the top, and this is your report ID. And just copy this, and I'll try to embed it here. So I'll just have to pass it on my report ID space. Just think it's not showing up. Okay. Just before this, I was able to do it, but I've reset this path. I need to pass. So let me just quickly ask it. So I want to add my report ID. I'll just paste it. Can you help? So this is a complete custom portal and it will help you modify the code on the go. So any changes or anything that you wanted to do it, so it will just do with a simple prompt. So I was able to build this the portal that you see here using the simple cursor.ai. It says okay, it's trying to modify something, run command. So I'm just clicking on run. I think it is running for me. Let me run it again. Okay, multiple runs. Okay, it's asking me to just check it out. I did the reports line dot in. Okay, please now confidential power credential certain. Okay, so let me just try reloading the page and see if it is working. Okay, let me just log out, log in. It's not coming up. ID, maybe it is missing the workspace ID. It was configured earlier, but let me just give another try. I'll just pass on the workspace ID here along with the details. So maybe Sometimes it might miss the few details. So I've kept few details handy, like the client secret and all. I'll just paste workspace ID. I'm still not seeing the report. Can you take the below details and see if you can fix? So I just reiterated the client secret and ID. So I think this is gonna rerun. Before the demo, I was able to add like almost four reports. Uh, I've tested it out. It was working, but the code got complex, so I've reset the code just to keep it simple portal. And client secret has been updated. Let's see. Uh, Let me just restart the server if it's running simple. Okay, I'll just copy this code. I'll just go to terminal. I'll just restart it again. Okay, I'll just paste it. Okay, login, admin. Okay, I'll just go to portal. I'll just open this. Yeah, yeah. You can see the code has been changed now, and you can see the ID that I passed on for the report. Let's try opening that report. Things still is not coming up somehow. Request failed status. Let me just try it out. Getting. It also says the same thing. I'm gonna double check about the report that I've trying to add. This was the ID, but let's try. Keep all. I think it is trying to do something. Okay, and just do restart. Yeah, somehow the errors are changing. I'm not sure what we are correct. Uh, the workspace ID is somehow mismatching. I can see that now. It's at 2008, but the workspace ID that you see here, it shows 75. So let me update that. I think we got the problem statement. Looks like workspace ID is different. Fix it. So, so I think this should fix a problem. So because I can see that the workspace ID was different. So let me just retry and basically I need to just close the terminal and open this again. Well, code. Just Okay. Now, hopefully that report should show up. So let me refresh, log in, open. Yeah, finally, I think we are able to load that report. So right now, as you see, we are opening a report from the workspace. Rather, if you look at the URL, it's on the local host. That means we have this set up the server. I mean, no, this is just a portal code that you have developed. So this is almost like you have come up with some external portal where you are able to, embed your report and, open it on an Excel portal. So this can go to additionally add your number of reports and keep it separated with a lot of authorization, row level security, there are a lot of things to it. So all that can be put in place, and people are getting started with the uh, portal code. I would suggest, taking help of this Microsoft Playground, which will help you to kind of, put all the knowledge of developer code and the things that you need to provide to the developer. So I think this is how it goes. So I wanted to open the platform for questions so that we can have some interactive session and I can cover up any asks, because I've not put in a lot of code over there, writing the code and getting the things done. So basically, it's on the enabling some of the admin settings and making sure you know how to come up with the service principal, and then configuration is our key here. And the portal, basically the developer would be developing the entire code. Usually this is taken quite some time, because right now I'm using the AI and I'm able to almost build the entire code base that you can see. We're coming with all the code base in node.js, and there's a lot of code involved here. Basically, how the code is calling your report, how the code is calling your dataset ID, like the workspace ID, right? So a lot of code is involved. If you wanted to go deeper into the code, like that will be a totally different, session from the code perspective. Yeah. So moderator, do we have want to take the questions, or like, do you want me to, is there an option to unmute so that people can ask me, or how is it gonna be?
Hi, Santosh. A couple of questions in the chat box. We can
Okay.
discuss those.
Okay. Okay, let me check that. Mhm. I think Rajkumar has a question there. Okay. This is how is Power BI embedded different from Power BI service? Okay. So Power BI embedded is different in the sense it requires additional licensing costs. How it is different in the sense you are talking about a custom portal. Let's say this is the example that you can see. We are talking about a different portal altogether, right? You have your own portal, you have your own set of reports. The end user doesn't know what is Power BI service. It doesn't know Power BI service at all. So you are able to show the reports that are only, that you feel that needs to be shown to that particular customer. It's not having anything access to your Power BI service. You're not worried about the data sets. You're not worried about any other reports there. So he's not even coming to your port. So the external user can log in from Gmail ID. So for this, they need not have any Power BI service access. So they'll be logging with their Gmail ID. So external user, they are called the external users. So the Gmail ID, using Gmail ID or any other, ID, they will be able to log into this portal. This is completely different portal. That is how it is different. I think the second question is, what are the best common Power BI embedded use cases? Okay. See, the common use cases are like, especially with the client that I'm working are, this is an healthcare client. So they have, see, we are building some Power BI reports to different hospitals. Okay. So my healthcare client has got some 10 to 20 hospitals, and each hospital has different set of end users. So the hospital is tagged to the healthcare, my the client, but the end users are not tagged to my healthcare client, right? So they are tagged to the hospital. So there are 20 of different hospitals. So the end users are basically coming from different, domains, right? They're coming from Medicaid.com, so Medicare.com, so different .com, local hospitals.com. So being different users, they still wanted to access to the analytics of the report that is coming from the embedded, like the main report. So we are trying to give access to them, and we are not trying to bring all of those users into our Power BI service. Otherwise, what happens? You are trying to get each and every different domain people into your, tenant, which is not the ideal way. We wanted to keep it separate. Your healthcare client might not be happy to get all of the end users because they are tied to the hospitals, not to the actual, healthcare, the main client. So this is another use case where people wanted to showcase their reports to the last users, not they don't want to mix it up. So that is where people wanted to use it, right? And the next question, Rajkumar, is how do you handle multi-tenancy? This is very good question. In fact, my project that I'm working on is dealing with this multi-tenancy. So what happens in multi-tenancy? So the two things. So when we call it as a multi-tenant related thing, so we have a situation where there are 10 different databases, right? And the schemas are entirely equal. I mean, the schema structures are similar, while the data is different,
Wrap up.
right? Where the data is different. So what we are doing is we are trying to, build semantic model, and we are trying to duplicate the semantic model using PowerShell during the deployment pipelines phase. So it is going to rebind, and what is happening is in the portal, we are going to call. So when you open a report, it is going to dynamically bind it. So basically, there is a concept called, I've not implemented in the portal yet. I'll just show you. So there's something called as a dynamic binding uh, embedded Power BI. So I'll just show you. This is the concept basically, where Power BI is helping you to dynamically bind a semantic model. So using embedding process, you can actually integrate this in a code. This can happen in your code. So this has been implemented in our project. Rather, I'm not implemented in this particular POC. It requires dealing with certain part of the code where you go and implement that part of the logic there. So how do you deploy embedded reports using CI/CD? Yeah, so this is where we are using this something called as a PowerShell scripts, where we are using tenant, related code, and in the PowerShell script itself, we are trying to handle redeployment. For example, we have 10 reports and we have 16 different customers. So we are multiplying these 10 reports in 10 semantic models into 16 different customers during the deployment itself using the PowerShell script. Okay. So since we have the parameter set for each of the semantic model, we are we are able to remap the specific customer related login details like server name and the database name after the deployment. So this we are doing after that. So I have another question here. What are general common challenges in Power BI Embedded while doing? What are the best practices? To be frank, there are a lot of typical challenges comes into picture where the end user expects lot of things coming up needed. Let's say they want everything. For example, I was showing you the Power BI playground, right? So they will be asking like the end user needs to be able to save the report. The end user needs to be able to bookmark the report. I'll just show you that we were able to see some of the reports, right? Okay, so let me show you what. Okay, so you can see these options, right? So the end user will ask, okay, I wanted to refresh and visual directly from here. Okay, so is it possible or not? You have to come to Power BI Playground and you need to see, okay, this is possible because already there is an API built for it, and you need to take this sample code and implement on your respective code. I think there was another question in between. I think could you show just the parts where code connects to the report? So I think that is on the code level. So I need to go to the code.js. So I need to just, I think it is part of the code. in one of these server.js, I think. Let me show you. So basically, it will be calling the tenant from here, and you can see tenant ID, client secret. This is where it will be authenticating the service principal, and it will be generating the token. Basically, behind this is what happens is every time a service principal is being called out, a secure embed token is generated, and embed token is validated, and then accordingly it will be calling it out because we have given that authorization, right? So it will be able to, generate the token and get that report ID and access to that and get it here. So this is where it happens. Is workspace ID that you see here, get report from the workspace ID, report ID, and the access token. So get access token will get the access, I mean the token that is being generated. This is an embed token. So embed token is something which is coming out of the service principal, basically. So that is how you get it. I think Rajkumar is asking another question. So developers doesn't have any access to Power BI embedded, right? It may do Power BI admin or Fabric admin will do tasks. Yeah. So developers, you are right. So basically, we in our project also, right? So I'm the Power BI side. So there's a portal developer has been bought into this project. So he's the one who was building this entire code. Right now, I've built it using the portal, I mean, Cursor AI. But this is an actual project, separate project where there is a portal people, 2 to 3 developers sitting together and building using different, things. Right now, I'm using a Node.js, right? So for front end and back end, they are using different things and they are building from scratch. So there is a different, so he might not understand everything that we understand from the Power BI perspective. So there is a constant synchronization that needs to be having with the developer, where you need to be helping with him with the respective tenant IDs, client secrets, and Power BI enablement, right? Power BI, service principal enablement, so that you go this execution very seamless. So there is a constant synchronization happens. So developers usually don't have access. So we, to give him some seamless execution, we will give some workspace access and I'll show them. We'll give him the access, but ideally he will not have complete picture because very rare scenario you would have some person who was already have access to the Power BI service and have Power BI development knowledge and he is working on the code. That is very rare scenario, right? So I think that is the sixth question I've answered. So any other question we can take it up. So meanwhile, I'll just can show you the other couple of things. So the initial stage that I was talking was this one, embed Power BI content into an application for your customers. So we were talking all through this. So this is what we were talking about, and this is what we have developed. So this can be developed using .NET Framework, .NET Core, Java, Node.js. Right now, I've used Node.js using Cursor AI, and you can do it with any of these applications, right? So this actually Microsoft provides you the entire documentation so that you can build, test, everything can be done with all the possibilities, even with the multi-tenancy separation. How do we do? Power BI SDKs are used behind the scenes. So what I have done is I've not gone to the intricacies of these entire complexities, while I've feeded everything, through the Cursor AI. And this is not a simple code, rather it has got each and every, if you wanted to go and understand, it has got a lot of technicalities of the each code. Okay. Any questions other than this?
Santosh, there is a one question. Praveen asking the where the code characters are connected to the reports. There is a one question from the Praveen at the
Yeah,
742.
I think I answered that. I was taking, I'll just show you. So I was showing the same thing. So basically, we were passing here. I was just showing that. Let me just, basically, the embed token was passing and we're passing the report ID and report token. So let me just, I'll just show you that code here. Was, report.js. So you can see under report.js, you are able to, kind of, pass the parameters here where you can share the details of the report. So here you can see on the backend, there's a small, database that is generated, which will kind of hold. You can see you are inserting or replacing into shared reports. We are report ID, report name, workspace ID. So there is a small table that is generated, and you are kind of every time you update, that is kind of inserted, and it is checking select star from the custom report. So there is a concept called shared reports and custom reports. Depending upon the shared report versus custom report, this is being updated here. This is the report.js will be there's a schema.js which will be taking care of the database, the small table where it will be updated on a constant basis. This is where it takes. Any question? So the configuration is done. If you're talking about the configuration, it is done on the environment. So we are asking the configuration from this here, where I'm passing the report ID and it is taking the configuration part. Yeah. Any questions other than this? Okay, I think I don't see any question. And unless or until you implement this or you see it in action, you don't see the value of it. And for the implementation, I need a lot of intricacies like getting the service principal, getting the tenant access, right? It's not easy because in my project also, although I was accessing the Power BI, service and workspace access, I was not the admin. The service principal was done by some other admin. The development was done by some other developer. Since I was part of the project and I was curious, I wanted to do it myself. So I was able to replicate this entire thing on my local, basically local portal. This is my current own setting. Like this is my own tenant that I'm able to, get it done. So this is my own tenant. So I have my access. I was able to develop this. Able to register the service principal and get it done. Okay. Think all right. I think I'm done from the demonstration perspective. If any further questions, I think it's good to discuss. Yeah. I'm also checking.
No, miss sir. Almost all the questions are cleared by Santosh. If any questions are there, they will post in this group.
I might also plan to come up with some YouTube videos going forward on this Power BI embedded topic so that we'll kind of continue this learning process over there. So people who want to connect with me over LinkedIn and connect with me on my YouTube channel, like you can connect with me on LinkedIn and you can get my YouTube over there. I'll just share my details here. Just scan the LinkedIn and you can just connect with me over here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining in.
I think I have. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. Can you see my screen? Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir. We are waiting couple of participants so that we can start. We'll see 2 to 3 minutes and we can start now. Yeah, we got the required response. People, we can go to start the session. Thank you all of you joining the early morning section. Welcome to the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are Hyderabad Data AI community along with our India Microsoft user group. We are super excited to host all. After amazing fast two editions, we some energetic offline events across the cities. We are back with the third global virtual conference. Get ready for the next 2 days fully magic off and with global 50 plus speakers with virtual conference. Get ready for sorry two 2 days of techie magic with the 50 global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you learn about data and AI with Microsoft Fabric. Let's get started. Before going to explain about our speaker, I'm honored to introduce the Indra. She's from the Microsoft AI and Data Platform MVP Data Architect and Director of the Kids Tech. Indra also known here to impactful contribution to the data community and her dedication is empowering the next generation through the tech education with a strong foundation of data architecture and orchestration. She brings both the technical in-depth and visionary to leadership. Today's session about the how do we converting all the raw data from the end-to-end data engineering pipeline with Medallion architecture from the raw data to actionable insights. Over to the Indra, we can start the session.
Thank you. Okay, so my session today is going to be on mainly on medallion architecture, how we can convert raw data into meaningful data so that we can use that for visualizations. So let's continue without any ado.
ఒక్క నిమిషం వచ్చి ఒక నిమిషం ఆగు.
Sorry, ma'am. I think some attendees mic. You please continue.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I have a master's degree in statistics, and I've been in this field for over 20 years now. I'm based in Auckland, New Zealand, but at the moment I'm in India, so in Hyderabad. And I have a passion to teach kids all about technology, so I usually run SQL and Power BI classes for kids who are 10 to 15-year-olds. And if you want to contact me, you can contact me on LinkedIn, and here are my contact details. Now let's go to see what the agenda is. So we'll understand what a medallion architecture is, what's the bronze layer, what are the key characteristics of each of those bronze layer, silver layer, and gold layer, and then we'll jump into the demo. So what is a medallion architecture? So it's a architecture, it's a design pattern which is used to organize data into three distinct layers, and those distinct layers can be called anything, but the main terms that are being used in medallion architecture is bronze, silver, and gold, but people sometimes call it as raw raw data and raw layer and enriched layer and curated layer, or some other terms which suit their own organization. So in these distinct layers, the data will be organized in these distinct layers based on data quality and refinement. And also it is the recommended approach for data management in both the Databricks as well as in Microsoft Fabric. So what is the goal of medallion architecture design is? It is to incrementally and progressively improve the structure and quality of data as it flows through the pipeline. So here, if we look at the design, you have all the sources. Every organization has lots of sources, so it can be in the form of files or databases or business applications or even IoT devices or sensors or anything like that. And so what we do is we get data from these raw data sources and then prepare and transform. So in this prepare and transform area is where we have these distinct layers called the bronze, silver, and gold. So usually what happens is you have structured and unstructured data. So that's why we use a lake house to store data into bronze layer. So this can be in the form of the storage of data can be in the form of either unstructured files or structured files, or even shortcuts or mirroring or whatever. So and then the data moves to the silver layer based on some transformations that it needs, and then the data moves to gold layer where it will be ready for consumption um, by the analysis team, and or you can even use SQL endpoint as well to analyze the data. So this is the very basic medallion architecture design. So now let's see a little bit more about how bronze layer is is what the bronze layer purpose is. So purpose is initially it will be the landing zone for all raw source data, and that will be the single source of truth wherever the bronze layer exists for all historical data, and that will be more close to the source, so you don't do any transformations in bronze layer. So main key characteristics are it stores data in original format, so it can be JSON files or CSV files or Parquet files or whatever, or even sensor information. You can store them in their original format, and data is generally usually appended incrementally so that it preserves the raw state, and it won't take long to append incremental data instead of doing a full refresh. And and in this layer the storage is usually in a lake house, in a fabric lake house, where data can land either in as a delta table, depending on the original format, or they can land in the file section. So usually the lakehouse has table section and file section. Usually data can land either in table section or file section. And who are the main consumers of this layer is usually the data engineering personnel who will be building pipelines to cleanse and transform the data to be put into silver layer. So if you look at the silver layer characteristics, the main purpose of silver layer characteristic is to cleanse data or validate and enrich the raw data from the bronze layer. And this layer will provide a comprehensive enterprise view of the business entities. So here you can create some business entities if you want in silver layer, or if you don't have that complex data, you can just do some transformations like removing duplicate records, or fixing errors, handling nulls, and also standardizing the data types or data formats. And here is where you standardize codes, and matching and merging of records can be done across multiple source systems and things like that. And also you can enrich, like you can add computed columns or join with reference data and things like that. You can do that. And here the storage is generally the storage format is again fabric lakehouse with you can have managed delta tables here as well. Here And consumers, usual consumers are data scientists and data analysts and other data engineering personnel who can again create pipelines to create um, um, reliable and high quality non-aggregated data sets. So that's the key characteristics of silver layer. Now let's go to the goal layer. So the main purpose of the goal layer is this will be the final layer organized for easy consumption by business users. So business users, what they can do is they can either, if they are really good in Power BI, they can create their own semantic models using the data in the goal layer, and where their data will be refined and modeled for performance. And the main key characteristics here is the data will be organized in a star format or as a star schema, where you have the different facts and dimensions, and also it will be aggregated, and so contains high value and pre-computed aggregates and metrics that can be used by the different business users. And it will be also optimized for fast query performance for reporting and dashboards. And here the storage format, usually what is preferred is because you will organize the data into structured data into facts and dimensions. Usually the preferred format is the fabric data warehouse, but there are people who use fabric lakehouse as well. And if it is a fabric data warehouse, then you have T-SQL support as well. You can use analysis for by using T-SQL as well. And here the main consumers are business users and BI developers via Power BI Direct Lake or SQL endpoint. So those are the characteristics of the mainly the medallion architecture. Now let's jump into the demo. I'll try to show you a simple demo, and then I'll show you what can be done using notebooks and things like that as well. So I'll just stop sharing for a bit and share again. Okay, let's start with what data I have. So okay, so here I have a GitHub public repository called Medallion Architecture in Fabric. Here I have some structured files. So in the structured files, I think I have orders, orders data, customers data, and products data. So these are in CSV format, and in the unstructured files data, I have some reviews of customer reviews in social media and also some web blogs, and these are in JSON format. So what we will do is we will try and get these orders data, customer data, products data in CSV files that are in CSV files, as well as in JSON files, which are the unstructured data. Um, uh, which are unstructured data into a lakehouse. So here what I have is I have a workspace which is a fabric workspace, and here I want to show you using the medallion architecture using a designed task flow. You can use a pre-designed task flow to build, to gradually build and progress the data from raw data to refined data. So here what I do is, what I will do is, I'll select a pre-designed task flow. And here, if you look at the pre-designed task flow templates, you have a lot of templates, event medallion and all these sensitive data insights, all these are there. What is relevant for us is what is called the medallion architecture. So I'll go with this one and then select data. So when I do that, the actual process comes up here, and then you can start your building of the medallion architecture from this particular task flow itself. So here, if I look at the high volume data, I don't need the low volume and high volume because it's just one data. So I can remove that, remove the low volume. And then here, what I can do is I can rename this to just data ingestion. Yeah, data ingestion. And then I can uh, change the task description as well, but I'm not changing anything. So here, then save it so that it appears here. I can remove that, but I'm not worried to do much worried about that. So here, this is the data ingestion part, and here, what I can do is I can use the bronze layer to create a new item. So here I'm going to just create a new item. When you create a new item, in the bronze data, it just allows you to do a lake house. So I'm just creating a new lake house here, and I will just say maybe um, retail analytics. Bronze, and each organization has their own uh, naming convention. I'm just calling the lake house with a suffix as LH, and then create the lake house. So that will belong to the bronze data component in the lake house. So when you create the lake house, what happens is you will um, have the tables and file structures. So here what I can do is I can, if I have data in the in my local computer, so I can just upload the file. So what I'll do is I'll upload, I have the files here, so I'll just upload them. So I'll browse, and then in my download section, I have all these files, so I can just upload them. So reviews and products, customers, and orders data. So open, and that will upload. So all these will be uploaded into the file section. Okay, so the upload files is finished. So if I refresh my file section, so those files should appear here. So that is the bronze layer. Where are they? I think it will take a little bit of time. So meanwhile, I'll explain the um, medallion architecture. Yeah, let's go through the medallion architecture. This thing. So this is the bronze layer. So you have created the bronze lake house, and you can use this for initializing the process. So this is actually because I have only few files I have just imported manually, but you can create a pipeline to metadata driven pipeline to get data from using the a pipeline from here. So you can create a new item pipeline, and then you can ingest from the source to the bronze layer. I'll show you that how we can do that, and then we can create a in the silver layer. You can again create a lake house. So I'm just going to create another lake house here. So this will be retail analytics underscore silver and LH, and I have just created that. Okay, so while that is creating, let's go and again look at the workspace. Similarly, I'll just create the gold layer. So again, another lake house, and then retail analytics and gold and LH. Okay, so now okay, let's go to the bronze layer and see whether we have files here. Okay, so we have files here. So I should have used a folder to update. Otherwise, they appear here. So here you can either create delta tables here itself, load to tables, or you can use a data flow to do that. So in the silver layer. So what we'll do is we'll go to silver layer, and what I'll do, I can create new shortcuts because I don't want to modify anything in the bronze layer because that is close to the source. So I'll just create new shortcut, and then all these files that I have created in the bronze layer, in the bronze lake house, will be in one lake. So I'll just choose that and choose my bronze layer, and then next. And from here, I'll choose all the so these shortcuts. Or what you can do is you can load them to tables, and then load to new, and then orders data, and then here once that is done, you can use a notebook as well to create the conversion of these files into a load table. So this is taking a bit of time. So that is one of the simplest options, is to create shortcuts to create the delta tables, and then create shortcuts in silver layer, and then
I have a quick question. So
yeah.
till this point, the files which were imported as a raw file, they are still there in original format like CSV and JSON. They are not yet
Yes,
to be converted into the Parquet file yet, right?
delta files. Yes, yeah, delta files. Delta tables, load to tables is what is the process that I'm creating into delta tables here. So they will come into a structured format in the tables area.
In the tables. So once we process into the tables, then only it will convert
Mm.
to the Parquet file. Till then, it will remain in their
Yes,
original format, right? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes, yes. Yeah. So good question. So I am converting these so that I can show you to create the shortcuts. So let's say these two are created, right? So let's go to silver, and then from here, um, new schema shortcut. No, not schema. Here, if you can go into new table shortcut, then into one lake. Then again, if you choose your bronze lake house where you have created, then here it's going to show you so these are the shortcuts. So I can create multiple shortcuts. So I'm just creating those into here, and then create. So those will be just shortcuts, and there won't be the data will not be replicated into the silver layer. So once that is done, then you can um, modify those into modify the um, tables into whatever you want to into whatever format. So for example, you can use a data flow to change the data, like handling nulls, removing duplicates, all those things. And also here, so here we have created the shortcuts, and let me create these shortcuts as well so that we can.
Excuse me. Shortcut
Yeah.
means we are not storing the data. It's just like a connection only type, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
now here, so we can use these shortcuts, and then we can create a view with what do you call, by joining. So for example, if you want just customers data, then what you can do is you can just create a view to join the using this lakehouse
Okay.
SQL endpoint. You can write SQL query and then create a view like customer. If you want to join the customers data with orders data and product data, so you can do that. So here you have this see, you have views, right? So you can first write a query, SQL query. Let's say select star from what are the tables, let's say orders data. So now here, let's say that is O, and then you are join again, you are, let's say, joining on product. Join, let's say P on. You have O dot. I think products ID will be there. Mm, I don't know the exact name. Let's see. Yeah, product ID is there. So you can join like this. and then use that product ID equals p dot. See what is this one? Same product ID. So if you run this one, then it will get the and then you can save as view. Okay, so that will so you can save this as view and then give the name as, let's say, customer orders. Oh, yeah, customer orders or products. Because we didn't do you can actually join with the customers as well. So like that, you can create a view. At the moment, it's it's something. Yeah, I think there is some data cleaning that is needed. So that's how you can use the shortcuts, because you can't create the view without these tables in the Silver Lakehouse. That is the reason you have to create the shortcuts. And once that is done, you can create the views and then use the views to do further transformations in gold layer. Okay, so that's a simple way to do it. What I will show you now is, because of time constraints, what I will show you now is I have created a let's say test workspace, where here I have created a pipeline in the in this particular task flow, in this particular components, which I will show you. So this I called it as retail analytics bronze. So what this does is, here we have a copy data activity which uses metadata files. So here what the source is the source is a HTTP URL, which is just have to resize this one. Just give me 1 minute because of the sharing button there. Okay, so here if we look at this one, I have a JSON file where I am actually um, I am storing the metadata. So here is the source URL, sync folder, and then sync file. So like that, because I have 3 structured data files, I have given it in JSON format only the metadata. So I'm using that metadata as a source here, and then because that is in JSON format, I'm using that as a source, and then the destination will be retail analytics bronze lakehouse, and then those will be stored in the file path as from the files there will be retail analytics source folder, and then from that there will be a structured data folder, and then in that all these files all these files will be stored. So once that is done, then what will happen is you go through a lookup. So here the lookup, what it does is it looks up, and then we need to set the settings. So it should look up the bronze lakehouse and then exactly the same data source that we are um, defining in the destination. So retail analytics source and then structured data. So here if we do that, then if we let's say, for example, if we preview the data here in the lookup, what that will show is that will show you the exact file that we have here. This is actually unstructured data that it is previewing. So that will be done. And then once we have, because we have 3 items to be imported, so we need to add a for each activity here. So inside the for each activity, what I have done is, first we did the copy data. We need to copy the data from the bronze, from the um, what do you call, the source metadata, use that and then copy data from the source URL. So that will be the source URL, and I have added a dynamic item here, dynamic content. So here this is the for each source, and then that will be the source URL, and that source URL will be from here. So this is the source URL. So these are the terms. This needs to match the. So you will be using sync folder and sync file as well. So that will be the source, and in the destination, what I have used is I have used the sync folder and sync file. So that um, the when the mm, when the files are created, they will be created in this folder, and that will be the name of the file. So like that. So so that copy will each time it runs, because it has three. The lookup has three items. So this runs three times. When it runs three times, if for example people have run it multiple times, then what we need to do is, because we are replacing it, we need to add a delete data component as well in this for each activity, and then delete the whatever files. Again, here also we are giving the um, dynamic content, where we are pointing to the same sync folder and sync file. So first, if it exists, it deletes and then copies the data. So that is the initial pipeline that was done, so that if you have more files, if we just have 3 or 4 files, we can just manually upload them and then do the transformations. But if we have hundreds of files, usually organizations have hundreds of files, hundreds of data to import. So that is when we need to do um, this entire flow of the pipeline, where you identify what the metadata is and then look up through that metadata. So we are identifying the metadata here, and then here we are looking up and then seeing what the metadata is, and then passing through each item, so that it loops through each of the items. So if there are 100 files to be imported, you just need to, if we just build this framework, you just need to change the metadata to get those 100 details of those 100 files here, and then it will run for 100 times, and then uploads the files here. So so that is the pipeline here, and that's the pipeline that we have created. Then we'll again go into um, when did I go into goal layer transformations? Okay, no, not that one. Okay, let's go into uh, test
Can you
workspace
show
again.
the file folder, please?
Yes, yeah, sure. I'll open the test workspace, and let's so here in the bronze layer, in the bronze component, you can see the lake house. So I'm just going to open that, and here we can see the files when the pipeline ran. So these are all the files that. So in the source, where I gave the source, the first component, which is let's say this component, that this was created. So this is the in the structured data. The preview is not available, so we can't see that, but it will be there here. So these are the files. So here this is the sync folder, and that's the file. That's the sync folder, and that's the file. So this was run using the for loop activity. So these are the product CVCs, social media JSON, and then weblogs. Okay, so this is my bronze layer. So from the bronze layer, what I've done is, again, I'll just go back here, and silver data. Um, so here in the silver data, I have the silver lakehouse. So I'll just open that. The first step that I have done is I have created shortcuts for all those 6 files. So see here, you can see the um, shortcut link here. Can you see that? So these are all bronze layer shortcuts. So all these 6. Now after that, after creating the shortcuts, what I've done is I have created a notebook. So I'll open the existing notebook, which is silver layer transformations. And here I'll explain what I have done. How much time do I have? I have 20 minutes. Okay. So here what I have done is I have loaded all those all those six files into data frames using PySpark. And then what I have done is, if I come down, so all those are in data frames. Then I have cleaned the orders table. Orders table, whatever nulls are there, I have used drop NA to because these columns we should not allow null. So order ID, custom ID. So these are the columns where it looks for nulls and then drops those rows. And then I also changed the um, date column, which is in a string format, to date format. So I use toDate function and then use that. So those are the two transformations that I have done using in the silver um, layer, a silver lake house, not the bronze lake house. And then I joined. So in the first scenario where which I showed in this medallion test test workspace, what I have done is I have um, created a data frame where I have joined the customer the customers table and the products data frame using customer ID and product ID. In the first one we created a view. Now here I'm just creating this the df underscore orders data frame, and then joining those two tables and then creating a customer orders table. So finally what I'm doing is I'm overwriting the into a Parquet file. So this is a Parquet format, and then into these folders. So retail analytics silver orders, and then the final um, transform data is customers order data. That's what I'm calling it. So if we look at the silver lake house here in the file section, so what you can do is you can see this one, silver orders. In that folder you can see the customer orders data. This will be in the Parquet format because we have saved it in the Parquet format. So that is the lake house. So that is the transformation that I have done using the notebook silver transformations. And I also sorry, I'll just close this one. And I have also saved the overwritten the reviews and the JSON formats into Parquet formats. So those are also there. So now we have in silver we have only 4 files. Those 6 files are converted into 4 Parquet files, which are reviews, social media, web blogs, and customer order data. So that's the silver transformations that I have done. Now, if we look at again, go into the test workspace. So that's the transformation that I have done. So silver silver component has two components here. One is the so silver, that's a silver lake house, and then again gold layer has again gold lake house. Here I have created lake house, but you can create a warehouse as well by converting them into load to tables. So here what I have done is, again I have created a notebook and converted um, these ones into these silver layer tables in silver layer files into uh, gold layer um, files, um, and then loaded those into tables. So I'll open that workbook as well, and then I can show you. So here what I've done is the orders data frame I have again all loaded into data frames, and then here one of the KPIs what I've done is aggregated all the web logs data into from into I group by, and then use the count, use group by user ID, page, and then action, and then use the count. How many how many web logs are, how many times the pages have been accessed by these user ID, by that particular user ID. And then similarly I have done the sentiment as well. So I think I'm hiding the output here. Let's see whether I can show you the output. Yeah. I think I'm just displaying output is hidden. Show output. Maybe I have to run it again. And then here, this is hidden. So here what I'm doing is I'm grouping by the product ID and then what is the rating, average rating. So like that, and then finally I'm writing to Paake the goal layer customers data. So like
So
that,
when you
I have created. Yeah.
so when you in the silver layer, when you convert it into parquet format, so and then load it into the tables into the silver layer. Again, when it comes to gold layer, we need to again convert to parquet layer after creating the shortcut.
No. After creating the shortcut, what you can do is you can yeah, in the
We
gold layer, if you
already
create
we
then you
already
can load
convert
to tables.
we already converted into the parquet format into the silver layer, right? Then
Yes.
again
Yeah,
in
you
gold layer we
you
need
can
to.
load to tables. You can load to tables this one. So here I have already loaded to tables. So here, so because we want those to um, be available as tables rather than files for easy
Yeah, so
analysis, so that you can
yeah,
create.
so
So that's the reason.
yeah, so yeah, so in the silver layer also we loaded into the tables, right? That was also there, right?
Silver layer I haven't loaded in this scenario. I haven't loaded, but
Okay.
if you load them into tables in silver layer, then you don't need you don't need the files in gold layer.
So
You
in
can
gold
just
layer we
straight away use the
directly use as a
delta format.
shortcut, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and it will come with the data also, right? In the if we are
Yes. Yeah.
using as okay,
Yes.
understood. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So now, because we have now created the orders, and then you have the reviews and social media and web blogs, what we can do is we can create a semantic model. I think I have already created the semantic model. I'll just show you that because let me see whether I've created the semantic model. Yeah, so this is a semantic model. What I have done is I have connected to the gold lakehouse, and then created the semantic model. Explore, not explore. Open semantic model. So here, I hope you can see. Yeah, and just close all this. So here I have got all these four tables that are available in the lakehouse, and then I have created the relationships. So here, this will not be related to anything social media um, table, but this is your fact. The gold orders is your fact, and then these two are one to many relationship. The gold reviews, and then web logs, so you can relate to those. And then if you want to do analysis, you can create a date table, and then also relate that date table into using the order date or ship date, and then do your analysis here. So that's what I wanted to show you today, end to end, so that you can understand. Um, at the moment, I have done one workspace and 3 different lake houses. You can also do 3 different workspaces, one for bronze workspace, one for silver workspace, one for gold workspace, and then you can do the transformations in different workspaces as well. So you can do that as well, or you can just use a single lake house, and then you can have a single workspace, and then you can have different lake houses like how we have done. Or if you have for enterprise organizations, what for one of the implementations, a couple of implementations that we have done is they have regional data. So we create regional workspaces, regional bronze workspace, regional silver workspace, regional gold workspace, and then get their regional data into those regions. And then when we want a global view, then we can what we can do is we can create a global view from the regions gold workspace, or regions silver workspace, like that. It depends on each use case.
So if we
So
have,
that's what.
if-
Yeah.
yeah, so if we have three environments, dev, test, and production. Generally, we have in most of the
Yes. Yeah.
projects. So in every for dev, test, and prod, we have a separate. We can create separate workspaces, and in every
Yes.
environment, we can have 3 layers, right?
3 layers, yes. Yeah, that's how we
Um,
recommend. So how
okay.
the way we should do is, dev and test workspaces will have limited fabric capacity because the data will be less, and then production can have more fabric capacity, so that you can do your development, and then production won't be affected with that capacity.
So in that scenario, can we skip gold layer in the dev and test?
No, because your environment should be similar, so that what do you call, you can um, you don't need to recreate in that environment, right? So because you can't test in the production, you have to test in dev and test, right? So you have to develop and you have to test, so your environments should be the same. You can't skip the gold layer in dev and test, because you need to test before you put the data into gold workspace in production, right? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, okay, understood. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? So that's what I
Hello,
wanted
ma'am.
to. Yeah.
Uh, how do we do initial loading in industries generally? I'm having 2 questions. This is the
Yeah.
first one, and second question is, what challenges do we face when dealing with huge data in while doing incremental loading?
Incremental loading, usually challenges are if because sources, in the sources, the CDC should be enabled, and for enterprise uh, um, data, because CDC is still in preview, incremental data is still in preview uh, in um, in Fabric. So sometimes what people resort to is use external data ingestion tools, like what do you call, like
Yeah.
Informatica, or some other tools, so that you can ingest data. You can create those CDC files. Let's say, for example, you have a SQL Server. If your source is SQL Server, then CDC needs to be enabled in SQL Server source, and so that when you use CD, because you can use CDC tables to load incremental data, and sometimes you may miss, if the jobs fail and then you don't you cross the CDC time limit, then you might have to reload the entire data. So those kind of challenges you will be facing.
Okay, one
That's
last.
the
What about the initial loading? How is it done generally?
initial loading. You can use notebooks and then do it, or you can use data flows. Usually
Okay.
preferred way is to use notebooks. Yeah.
And what is the maximum data it can deal with?
It depends on the capacity. So usually we start with lower capacity, and if we run out of capacity, then you can bump up the capacity. And then if you think that for initial load, usually you start with it for lots of data. Also, we started with about F16, F32, and then bumped up. So for millions of records, yeah, about 4.5 billions or something like that. So it depends on your data and how far in your depends on the notebook that you are using, the efficiency of your notebook as well.
Is it decided by the architect level or a lead
Yes,
data
first you need to do
engineers
the architect. First, you need to do the architecture, and then data engineer will be doing the notebook development of the notebook, and that should be performant, so that more capacity will not be used, and then the initial load is done efficiently.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, that's
So,
okay.
so how we deal with the security like RLS and all here in Fabric?
So that will be another big this thing, but I'll quickly explain. We have 4 minutes. So for example, let's say I'm just going into here. Okay. So here you have manage access at a workspace level. So if you want to manage users, so for example, for data engineering personnel, you can give contributor or member level access here. You can have a group, and then you can give contributor or member level access for data engineers. Okay. And if you want for particularly for goal layer, if you have only one workspace, and then if you have let's say all three lake houses, like how we have here, all three lake houses in the same workspace, then everyone can be given as a user, and then at the lake house level you can give more permissions, so that they can't view the entire workspace. They will just be viewing only the components that they can view. So that's why it is recommended to have a, for gold layer it's better to have a, because business users will be using it, it's recommended to be under a different workspace so that the security is more robust. Did that answer your question?
I think this is more of a object level security, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because but I'm talking about data level security. Sorry.
Okay, data level
Mm,
security you can manage in the semantic model. User row level securities for when you are exposing that using for business users using Power BI semantic models.
okay.
Yeah, and
Uh,
also you can define sensitivity as well, um, and things like that. Yeah, yeah. Devendra, what's your question?
I have two questions. One, how it is different from the deployment pipelines which is already available in the Power BI service, and its pairing is available when we do the in the lakehouse.
So what you are I'm just trying to understand your first question. uh, i- is the deployment pipelines different to the normal pipeline that I have showed you? Is that what you're
No, no, no. So
asking?
we have the in the Power BI service we have deployment pipelines, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what
Yeah, we are able to see the screen. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Full screen, give me 1 second. What's happening with the screens? Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. Hi, all. Thanks for joining the Hi, all. Thanks for joining the Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data AI community, along with the partner with the Indian Microsoft Fabric user group, and super excited host you all. And after amazing first two editions, some energetic offline events across the cities, we are back with the third global virtual conference. Get ready for the next 2 days of full of techie magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about the data and AI and Microsoft Fabric. And let's get started. Before we begin, here the quick reminder about the Ask to Expert contest. Ask through thoughtful questions during the session and end the points. If the moderator picks and up to 5 points, we can based on the speaker rating. Top scores by the end of the event will get the Amazon voucher. Please post your question along with your register email ID in the format like your email ID and followed by your question here. Get ready for learn and engage and win the Amazon goods. And come to speaker, Manish Chaudhary and Manisha Chaudhary is an Allah, and she's a data and analytical professional with experience in the business intelligence and modern data solution. She's a passionate about the working with the data to generate the meaningful insight and support the data driven decision making with a strong lead learning mindset and active community involvement. Manisha focus on building the practical analytical solution and continuously enhancing her skills in the data ecosystem. Welcome to Manisha, and over to the Manisha. She can start the session now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Manisha, practice area leader for business analysis. And for over a decade, I've worked at the intersection of business, analytics, and transformation. Now, across insurance, business and fintech, banking and fintech, pharma, and technology domains, I have seen analytics programs succeed and fail for very similar reasons. Now, what constantly stands out is this: organizations invest in powerful platforms, but still struggle to trust insights or realize value. And that gap is rarely technical. It sits in how business is understood, how KPIs are defined, and how architecture decisions are made. Now, today's session is deeply practitioner focused. I'll walk you through how I approach analytics programs, starting with business processes, reverse engineer KPIs and calculations, deliberately designing medallion architecture and data models around them, and finally closing the loop by measuring usage and ROI. Now, let's start with a reality check. Right. Most organizations today are on modern technology and analytical stacks like Microsoft Fabric, Power BI, Databricks, cloud data platforms, right? Yet, business still says, can I validate this in Excel? I mean, that's the question that, we hear from users across organizations. When we looked at failed analytics initiatives across industries, the pattern is surprisingly consistent. Here's the underlying issue. Analytics teams often begin with data availability instead of business intent. So dashboards may be technically correct, but strategically irrelevant, right? Or misaligned with how the business actually operates. Another challenge is inconsistent KPI definitions. Different teams calculating the same metric differently. This results in confusion, mistrust, and heavy offline reconciliation. Adoption also drops when dashboards don't match the mental model of users, right? If the insights don't tie directly to decisions or their daily workflows, users naturally revert to Excel or existing habits like, directly going onto the SSMS and, querying the data and exporting to Excel, right? This is why business analysis is not optional. It's foundational, not for documentation, but for ensuring analytics reflects reality, supports decisions, and creates outcomes. Now, let's look at business analysis across Medallion architecture, right? This slide captures the core philosophy I follow, reverse engineering analytics, as I call it. Let's talk about the mindset shift that transforms analytical success rates. Most projects take a data forward approach, right? You connect to systems first, then ingest data, build data models, and create dashboards. Nothing wrong with it. But this leads to mismatches because architecture is shaped by available data rather than actual business needs. Now, reverse engineering, as I call it, right? It flips this. Now, you start with business decisions, right? You understand business processes and, source behavior. What are leaders trying to influence or optimize? Then you identify KPIs tied to those decisions. What do we need to actually measure, right? Then you define calculation methods. How should these KPIs actually behave across scenarios, filters, and time? Now map the required data back to those sources. Which systems, fields, and events support these calculations? Only then and then start with designing the medallion layers and data model. Then you actually know what are your business processes and source behavior. Are there any rules and validations that you want to standardize? Or even better, right? To have a goal data, right from silver, you actually want your processes to change, right? Business processes to change, that the data is captured correctly so that you don't actually have to hard code anything, right? This ensures architecture serves the business, not the other way around. It reduces rework, improves trust, and produces insights that are actionable, not just, decorative dashboards, right? Now, let's move on to the next slide. Step one, like we said, business process first, right? A KPI always, right, is only as good as the process it measures. That's why every analytics project must begin with deep process understanding. This isn't, just mapping workflows. It's actually uncovering how data is created at each step, whether it's CRM, ERP, or for that matter, Excel, right? Like, where is it actually starting? What is, where is the data point, born in the in the entire process, where actually human judgment intervenes. Now this tells us where are the exceptions and workarounds, right? What exceptions occur and what shortcuts or unofficial processes exist. I mean, those are the ones that we actually go ahead and put it in the notebook as hard coding, right? In a claims project, if you see, for example, certain timestamp fields are overwritten always to meet SLAs. I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? Unofficial processes. Now, if we had modeled analytics purely from the database, we would have completely misinterpreted the claim lifecycle. Only process discovery can reveal the real story, right? Understanding processes gives you the business grain, the true business grain. It clarifies what the data should represent, not just what's stored in the system per se. Let's look at data quality, right? What process changes can do for data quality. The data quality issues are often process issues in disguise. When upstream processes are inconsistent, downstream teams scramble with validation rules, cleansing logic, and patchwork solutions, like all the hard coding that I've been talking about. We do in store procedures and notebooks to make data better in Silver, right? By observing how work truly happens, not just how it's supposed to happen, you can propose meaningful upstream improvements, process change propositions, basically. For example, switching from batch updates to event-based logs in retail environment dramatically reduces the volume of late arriving data and immediately reflects in more accurate KPIs. Now, when BAs recommend such small but high leverage improvements, they reduce silver layer complexity and ensure gold layer KPIs become stable and trustworthy. Now let's look at designing Medallion from KPI backwards, right? Every process fix upstream, that we make reduces the technical debt downstream. Now, most teams design bronze, silver, gold in sequence. But when we reverse engineer, I say we're designing gold conceptually first. I'm not saying literally, but conceptually, we are actually designing gold first. And here's the key difference. We don't force KPIs to fit existing tables. We design medallion layers to serve KPIs. Now, gold isn't not an afterthought. Right? It's designed first conceptually, even if built last technically. Gold designed from KPI intent, silver shaped by business rules, bronze driven by required events. That actually results in cleaner bronze, leaner silver, and stable gold. This means asking what fields must exist in gold for KPI stability, what business logic belongs in silver versus DEX, right? What event structure must bronze capture to support relatable, repeatable KPIs? This improves clarity. Now, everyone knows, why a table exists, right? Like, once you've done delivery, you're on support and maintenance. Let's just say the client gives support and maintenance to some other, vendor. They go back and check. They'll not have to question, why a certain table exists, even for the IT team of client, right? Like, they don't have to, wonder why a certain table exists. What's the purpose of it, right? Reusability. Now, future dashboards reuse gold tables instead of duplicating logic if we follow this. The KPIs don't break every time new data arrives. You'll have stability when you follow this. This is architecture driven by purpose, not by data availability. Let's look at KPI framework in the same process, right? Now, reverse engineering means KPI come before data models. That is understood by now, right? Before touching data models, we define KPIs deeply. This involves clarifying questions like, what business decision does this KPI influence, right? The definition and intent behind the KPI itself. Should it sum, average, or behave differently across time? Or, what exclusions matter? Are there any, cancellations? Are there any internal transfers? What are these exclusions? That we take that into consideration when we're actually defining the calculation logic before itself. Now, what is the grain? Is it per transaction, per day, or per policy? When you are defining all of this, before you're actually, designing your tables themselves or, pulling data itself, it differs, right? Ambiguity here is the number one cause of, downstream rework. Let's take a real example, right? Like, there are 3 departments in an organization, let's say, and they use the word revenue differently. Now, somebody call it gross revenue, somebody's calling it earned revenue, and somebody's calling it realized revenue. By defining intent early, we avoid building conflicting KPIs and create a single trusted metric, right? Let's have a look at KPI calculations and wireframes, right? Like, gold columns versus DAX KPIs. How are we actually defining them? Much earlier in, the project phase, right? This is where technical architecture meets business intent. Now, static versus dynamic logic, row level versus filter context, or reusability. Now, we classify calculations into stable row level logic, which is, which belongs in gold as columns, right? Basically calculated columns that I'm talking about. Now, the second is dynamic context-based logic, right? This belongs in DAX as measures. Otherwise, your report ends up, calculating everything runtime, which hits the performance of the report, right? Now, making this decision late leads to tangled models and inconsistent KPIs. Reverse engineering, as we call it, ensures that is decided before even building the models, enabling cleaner semantic models, right? You'll not have, too many duplicated, DAX measures and higher performance because of, less runtime calculations, and then better governance, because even if you are giving a certain, report builder access to users, that, there are measures, there are calculations that they wanted, they're already existing in the, semantic model, right? So better governance, you don't actually have to create multiple measures alongside. Now, wireframes also, for that matter, are expectation management tools. This is where most time is saved, right? When you have created the wireframes and you've already made the user go through it, they know what they're supposed to expect, right? Like when the users know what KPIs they're going to use in which template, the delivery becomes easy, and obviously the adoption becomes smoother. It's always important to make sure that the user is investing time, because that's when they feel like they own these dashboards, right? A very good sign for realizing ROI. At the end of the day, BI, BI and the entire data end-to-end solutions should not be treated as a cost center, but as an investment, right? Next comes the UI. I've often observed this, right? Like we see in our project timelines, the Gantt charts, as we call it. UI phase itself is often rushed, probably 1 week or 2 weeks at the max, right? But this is where business trust is built. A strong BA-led UI starts with making the champions, the vertical champions, the users go through these reports and dashboards, regular check-ins to validate the ease of use, and KPIs behavior also under real scenarios. Now, testing exceptions and edge cases, ensuring numbers match business expectations, not just the SQL queries in the backend. Let's just say take one project where backlog looks absolutely correct technically, but fails the business test because weekends weren't excluded from SLA calculations. Thorough UAT can catch this before go live, saving the credibility of the project itself, right? That's why I always say BI-led, champion-driven UAT is very, very important to drive adoption. Let's look at analytics value life cycle and what's the importance of it, right? Now, this life cycle diagram is meant to ground everything we have discussed so far into a simple, unified view of how analytics actually works inside an organization. Instead of looking at individual components like data, KPIs, models, reports, This shows how they function together as one, continuous system. The reason this life cycle matters is because analytics is most effective when each of these stages follow cleanly into the next one. When processes are well defined, the data they generate is consistent. When the data is consistent, analysis is actually reliable, right? When analysis is reliable, you see the KPIs become meaningful. And KPIs are meaningful. The reports, actually become actionable. The users will actually use them in their daily workflows, and some operational efficiency will actually come across, from the usage of these reports. When the reports are actionable, the decision making becomes faster and more confident. Now, the final step is measuring ROI. It is what closes the loop. ROI tells us whether decisions based on analytics actually influenced outcomes or not. If not, something in the life cycle actually needs, recalibration. This is why the process is shown as a loop rather than a straight line. The organization matures analytically only when it continuously learns and adjusts. So the purpose of the slide is not to, introduce new concepts or anything, but to give you a high-level view of, the operational rhythm of analytics. Right? It reinforces that analytics isn't a one-time build. It's a cycle that keeps improving as long as each step flows into the other. It feeds the next with clarity and consistency. Let's look at usage analytics now that we're talking about ROI. Usage analytics, I would say, is the truth serum of analytics design itself. If dashboards are being used or certain KPIs are consistently avoided, the problem is not the user, right? It's the design. Similarly, if model complexity increases, such as teams creating duplicate DAX measures like we've discussed, that's a signal that goal layer isn't actually serving its purpose. The usage analytics help us validate architectural and business analysis decisions and refine future iterations. Right? Usage analytics such as active users, the report engagement, how long they're using and what reports they're using, how frequently they're using, right? Whether they're actually drilling into the reports or not, but whether they're exporting and using it in Excel, regular behavior, right? And refresh behavior as such. Let's look at how ROI can be calculated, right? Now, ROI is not an abstract, right? When insights trigger actions, reducing backlog, cutting costs, accelerating decisions, analytics become an investment, not a cost. ROI comes from a simple chain, right? A KPI that highlights a situation, a decision that is made, an action that is taken, a measurable outcome that follows. For example, an inventory aging KPI, right? How long the inventory is actually lying in the warehouse. It reveals stagnant SKUs, right? Whether the product is being sold or not. Operations can, pivot ordering strategy, reducing carrying costs, by double-digit numbers, I would say. We've seen this. Now, this is analytics translating into financial value. Business analysts per se, they help map this chain clearly, proving the value of analytics investments and driving growth at operational level. Let's look at usage analytics, because that's what is driving all of this, right? In the Microsoft ecosystem itself, it provides rich telemetry data, right? Who viewed the chat, how often, which visuals they interacted with, refresh patterns, and more. Like Power BI usage metrics, fabric monitoring, or adoption dashboards that we can create, right? We can apply Medallion principles even here. Now, bronze for raw logs, silver for curated usage tables, and gold for adoption dashboards for leadership. Now, this turns adoption into a managed discipline, not guesswork. Basically having all these managers, use the dashboards, analytics, and usage analytics dashboards as a tool for driving the weekly meetings that they have with all of these ground level people, right? To see whether they're actually using these dashboards to bring in some change in operations or not, right? From all of this, these are the lessons learned the hard way across multiple analytics programs we have delivered. The 3 points I want to iterate: always and always start with business processes, right? Analytics fails when it mirrors databases, not reality. So start before bronze itself. And then define KPIs before even touching the data models, right? Analytics fail when it mirrors the databases, not reality. Now, always and always measure adoption, track usage, because delivery is not success. Adoption is, because you've given beautiful decorative dashboards, but if the usage is not happening, if the adoption is not happening, where does the ROI even come into picture, right? If these principles are embedded in your analytics programs, your outcomes will markedly improve. Now, the last sentence I want you to leave with is: analytics succeeds when business analysis owns value from process to ROI. Thank you. I would like to take some time if you have any questions.
Hi, all, any doubts?
Okay, I think let's take a minute for questions if anybody have questions. Otherwise, I think we're good to close, moderator.
Yeah, thanks, Manisha.
Yeah.
We'll wrap up next 1 minute.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Manisha, for conducting the wonderful session for the strategic role of the business analysis in the data engineering projects. Thank you so much for your valuable time and then this weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend ahead. Thank you.
If you have any question, please post here. She will be respond.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Manisha.
Thank you.
Hey Amit. Hey Amit, can you hear me? I can hear now. Yeah. Hi. Good morning, Amit. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'll share my screen is what you're saying, right? You want me to start sharing my screen? That's what you're saying, right? Hello, Amit. 1 minute. It is asking something. I might have to quit and rejoin. There is some permission it is asking for. Give me a minute, right? Hey, Amit, let me know once you share my screen. I just have shared it. Okay. Hey, note. Sure, sure. Can you indicate me when to start, or I can just start on 10? Perfect. Okay. I'll be waiting for that. Thank you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone, from wherever you are joining as part of the community conference. I welcome you. We have Yuk Malik, the AI practitioner, with us, who's going to talk about generative AI to responsive intelligence. Now, Yuk, stage is all yours.
Hey, thank you, Amit. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. I hope people are, you know, joining from different parts of the world, out of India, whoever in a different time zone. Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Yug Malik. I work very closely with the enterprise on AI and automation, and particularly where this AI needs to operate at scale with accuracy, governance, and accountability. So today, I'll be sharing some of the practical perspective. Okay, will not go too much into technical, but it will be more around, business or practical perspective on how organizations are moving from generative AI to what I call responsive intelligence, right? So we'll be using few real world scenarios, use cases pertaining to finance, legal, bit of insurance, and so on and so forth. Okay. Uh, Moving on, let me just make it in a presenting mode. Yeah. Just a disclaimer before I start. Uh, this is this particular session, whatever that we're going to talk is everything I'll be sharing today. It reflects my personal view and experience, nothing to do with my organization that I'm associated with. Uh, in next 30-40 minutes, we'll be focusing on covering the topics that you see on the screen now. What is generative AI at a very high level, and why it is not only enough when we talk about enterprise solving problems with enterprise, why it is not enough that how we use in the personal or for the productivity of the individuals, right? And then what responsive intelligence really mean, okay, and how the enterprise look at it, right? When they build the enterprise, I mean the applications around AI, the intelligent application that we call it as, right? How responsible the application has to be and why. So that is what will be more focused on, along with the use cases, as I said, pertaining to finance, legal, and the healthcare. We will see, and it's not limited to any. The use case that we'll be talking about will be more around pretty much generic. If you guys are in the industry, beyond finance, beyond legal, beyond insurance, you can still relate it. And any questions, anything, just drop me a note. I'll be having a look at my chat, and the moderator can help out in bringing up questions or any clarification as we go. Then we'll talk about the governance part of it, right? What are the different types of governance are really needed? It's not only about building the intelligent system, but how do we make sure that all the guard railings are there when we talk about enterprise, right? And how what is the importance of those? So we'll touch base around that as well, and then we'll move on to the Q&A. All right, so pretty much I think everyone might know already what generative AI is, what AI in nutshell, what it is. But I thought since I'm not going to deep dive into technicality of this thing, I just wanted us to align on the few of the terminologies, so that we don't confuse AI capability with the business values, right? So in the broad spectrum that you see, the artificial intelligence, right? So under that, there are multiple subsets: machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, and then we have at the core of it generative AI, right? Now, if someone is asking about what is generative AI, it is in very simple terms any AI or the AI which creates or generates new content. The content can be text, content can be video, audio, image. For developers, it is code. For musician, it can generate the music related content. For any social media influencer, it can create any content related to that. So anything which generates or creates new content can be categorized as generative AI. That's the part of AI. That's the subset of AI which helps in doing that. Okay. Now, this is a slide where I thought I can, maybe take 2 minutes to talk about what are the models are available. When we say models, the data models or the LLM models that, we have around. And as we speak, there are thousands of, generative AI models which are available in the market. And there is no single best AI model for everything, right? Just as we do not use the same tool for accounting, same tool for marketing, same tool for engineering. Now AI models are built for a specific purpose, right? And the value comes from choosing the right model for the right job, right? If I keep using one model for everything, I might not be able to reap the value that I supposed to or I intended for, right? So at a high level, for general purpose needs, models like GPT-4o that works pretty well, right? The idea for everyday enterprise use, the way that we use chatbots, right? Or ChatGPT for content creation and all of that, right? The reasoning. So similarly, when there is a need of deep reasoning on doing multi-step logic, complex decision making that we need to make. In those cases, we have to use OpenAI O1 model, right? And again, it is not limited to just to give an perspective of how you need to think before you select a model, right? It should align to the goal. It should not be every one single model you are using for every category of work or every category of goal that you might have, right? So depending on how you are positioned at this point in time, depending on what you are trying to achieve out of the models or the tools, you need to understand the underneath large, capability of this tool, and then pick and choose one of these to get the better result. All right. Uh, what enterprise need? This is a big question, right? So, as I said, when we talk about using AI for our personal productivity, everyone is using. I mean, at least two to three GPTs are in our cell phone, in everyone's cell phone in this call, right? Chat GPT is there. You might have Gemini. You might have Grok or anything else, right? So what we do is, depending on how we are placed, we create content. Can be anything, right? So that's what we do primarily. And of course, you might be doing something, meaningful, something beyond. But we do not think about, any outcomes. We just think about our personal productivity. Can I write an email very quickly? Can I answer to my boss with a with a difficult email that has landed this morning in my inbox, right? Can I help my kid creating or understanding some topic which say he or she can understand. This is the age. So that is how we have been using to increase our personal productivity, right? But when we talk about enterprise, right, in the second column is nothing but the responsive intelligence that we build part of the enterprise, right? So we think about in terms of driving outcomes. What is the outcome that you know it is bringing on the table when I talk about using AI, right? So then we talk about what is the ROI, what is the efficiency, what is the accuracy, and so on and so forth. Depending on the use case, we define the metrics to evaluate uh, you know to evaluate the implementation of AI, right? Now, for the generative AI side, we have this chat-based, state-list, human prompted. These are nothing but, as I said, the way that we have been using today for day in day out activities, right? So it doesn't have any it doesn't retain any state. If I ask any question to chatbot today or chat GPT today, and then tomorrow if I ask same question, but it might answer it, but in a different context because it loses context. Now, if think about this, if same happens for for any customer support chatbot that you have created part of the enterprise, and that enterprise is pertaining to finance, right? Answering a question to the end customer, if it is not able to answer without any context, right? If it starts hallucinating, right, that becomes haywire. So you have to be really careful, really, mindful of those things while creating and responsive and intelligent system for the enterprise, right? So from the enterprise side, it is workflow based, right? I can't have, you know, one, tool which is outside of my workflow. No. So if I have to have any AI introduction, be it a simple chatbot, that has to be part of my workflow, right? Because in the flow of it, it should come from the process that I'm going to automate, or the process that I'm going to improve the efficiency, improve the accuracy, whatnot, right? This generative AI or AI component should fit into some of the workflows. So that's how we say it. So context is very, very important, and human in the loop when we talk about enterprise, because nothing that we can give at this point in time unless until it is matured, right? So we can't let AI take every decision, like AI talk to the end customer on the high critical items, right? Or say for example, the claim processing in healthcare or insurance industry, right? If the claim amount is let's say thousand dollars, right? So in that case, you may not be okay to let AI decide whether this claim has to be paid or not, because it's a high dollar, right? Or we treat like anything beyond certain amount is high dollar and below that is not, right? So depending on the use case, you have to let human get into the workflow. And why? Because one, they can see the data insights which has been pulled by the AI, and second, they can take the real-time decisioning, right? The decision has to be in the hands of the human. Any approvals, any denials has to be taken by them, right? And when there is uh, sorry, there was some glitch. Okay. So when there is an human in the loop, so it is very important for the enterprise, because the human can judge and decide whether the model or whether the AI that has been implemented is working correct or not. Any feedback that has to go back to the feedback loop. So feedback loop in terms of having human in the loop in the value chain, in the workflow, is very, very important, right? So we will see how human in the loop plays a very important role in the use cases that we are going to talk about today, right? Okay. Now, when we talk about industry problems, right? As I said, we'll be more focusing on the industry-related problems, right? Every industry has problems around document, be it insurance, be it legal, be it healthcare, or any industry that you guys might be part of, right? Now, what we have seen is, when there is any workflow where there is document in it, right? That goes for you know I mean that there could be a bottleneck in terms of dealing with the documents, right? The document can be unstructured, document can be handwritten, right? And there could be a lot of variants to the nature of document, right? So in those cases, the efficiency slows down, the workflow slows down, right? And that's a big problem that we have been seeing across the industry, right? In the insurance, the claim processing delays, because a lot of documents get submitted as part of the claim submission, and whoever is processing, be it manual or be it any intelligent system looking after those documents, they take a lot of time to validate, to extract the information, and then decide on whether to pay or deny, right? And same goes for the banking and finance sector as well, right? Loan processing takes a lot of time. Think about, you take any personal loan, housing loan, or even for a small amount of any kind of loan that you might take, you have to deal with a lot of documents today, right? And if you really think about the journey of those documents from the time that you have shared with the representative till it gets stored into their ERPs, right? It takes a lot of effort to scrutinize those, to validate those, and to capture those documents. Hence, there are bottlenecks in the workflow, which is where the efficiency of the workflow goes down, right? And same goes for the healthcare or legal for that matter. Okay. Now, when we talk about inefficiencies in the workflow where the document is involved, this is what the current numbers, and really it is huge, right? So enterprise, they lose approximately $13 million for manual corrections or errors that we do manually while dealing with the documents. It's pretty much huge, right? And any workflow, any process wherein there is a document, it takes about 5 to 7 minutes to process the transaction, right? So that this is the average handling time of a transaction where any document is involved. That's pretty much yours, right? Now, uh, Amit, if you can put yourself on mute, let me do that. Yeah, thank you. And on a daily basis across the industries, we see millions of documents are being processed, right? Uh, Specifically, I've seen in the insurance industries, specifically finance, legal, and there are other industry also. You can drop me a note in the chat bot, where you see in what sort of transactions a lot of documents are being processed on a daily basis, so that people in the group and I can also have a view of that.
I think health industry.
Yeah, health industries, of course, that I've already mentioned, insurance and health industry, so they do deal with a lot of it. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. All right. So let's get into the use case, because this is where I want to tie back the problem that we see across the or the problem within the document, right? Across the industry. So let's tie back that problem with the real-time use case, right? Okay. So let's focus on the problem statement, right? So what I've named is the feature of this particular use case where we are extracting the information from the document and we have human in the loop to take the decisioning, right? Now, the problem statement is the enterprise, they receive high volume and, lengthy documents, right? So think about a finance industry, uh, or for that matter, insurance industry, where you're receiving a claim and that claim has multiple documents attached. And those are not one page or two page, those are multi-page documents, right? But what we really need from those documents to validate is only few critical fields, maybe 5 to 7 or 8 critical fields, right? Now, to validate those 8 critical fields, you have to navigate through or scan through all those multiple documents and of multiple pages, right? And that is where this manual extraction takes time, validating again takes time, and overall it slows down the operation, right? So this is the manual flow that typically happens on any industry, right? You can tie back this use case to your finance industry, to legal industry, or any industry where there is a document, in play. The moment I receive the PDF, right? What I do, I open the document, right? And if it is multi-pager, I go through those pages one after other, and manually I need to identify what relevant information that I need to check, right? As I said, for claim processing, what I need to check is if the patient name is correct, if the date of birth is correct, if the amount of claim which got submitted for is correct, if the policy information is correct or not, right? So those set of information I normally check, right? And this is the manual extraction and checking of that information will happen at this stage, right? Now, once I'm done with checking, if I find, this is correct, then I will extract that information and either I capture in the Excel or in the enterprise systems, right? In the ERPs, depending on whatever application they or you might be using in the workflow, right? And once it is done, then that information, that validated information will get saved for your downstream application. There could be an automation which can pick up, or there are, I mean, depending on the nature of the workflow, it can be used in the downstream applications, right? Now, what happens in this manual workflow is, it takes about 5 to 7 minutes, and that's the industry standard that I told you in the previous slide, right? For processing one transaction. Now, if I introduce generative AI or AI in this scope, right, for this workflow, what it does, the moment I receive any PDF, right, or any transaction, I will extract the key information only from those documents, right? And it can be a structured document, it can be unstructured document, it can be handwritten document. So AI can be helpful here to extract only needed information. I'm sorry. Yeah. AI can be helpful in terms of extracting only required information from those set of documents. And once it is extracted, then there is a human in the loop here. Okay. I can have the human validate whether the extracted information is correct or not, right? So think about human is not engaged in terms of extraction, only in the validation it is involved, right? And then if it is everything is okay, then you just have to save the confirmation button or a save button, and then the data can be used for the downstream application. Now, from the perspective of the value, it's not only about saving time, but I just took an example of assuming that we are processing 100,000 documents per day, and each document takes about 5 minutes to process. And the FT cost, the employee who is actually manually doing this stuff, the cost of FT per hour is $25. Then taking this parameters into assumption, manually I'm burning, approximately over, 8,000 hours per year, which is eluting to 2008K per annum, right? So that's the cost that I'm burning for this inefficiency in the manual processing, right? Now, with generative AI in the second box that you see, right, that effort technically is going down over 50%, right? Uh, so if the average time that is taking is 2 minutes because I'm done with the extraction, right? The generative AI is doing the extraction, and the human is there only to validate and approve, right? So that's technically saving more than 50-60% of the total time that it was taking, right? And that's where it is, the total cost becomes 83K, depending on the assumption that we have taken. So 5 minutes to 2 minutes, and it is total saving 125K, right, per annum. So this is the simple math that I thought people can relate to this, depending on how you see your workflows, how you see in your industry, in your domain, right? You can use this simple math, and there could be different other ways to calculate the ROI, right? Calculate the benefits, right? But I hope this will give a bit of the perspective how we look at it, how enterprise are looking at it. Um, and think about if it is not 100K, per year, the document is more than that. The more the document that we process, right, the more value, we can get in terms of saving those number of hours, which can be translated to the dollar saving, right? So This is one of the use cases. Any questions on this, please, drop a note in the chat box. Moderator can help us bring to me. But let me share this one in the live example, right? Let me. I hope my screen is visible. Can somebody confirm if you can see the browser now? Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Amit. All right. So this is a simple POC we have done so that you can relate better on the in the real time how the use case that I told now is being used. When you talk about enterprise or any business for that matter, right? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to upload a document, right? Now, this document can be, this is a policy document, right? Now, basis this use case, what we need, as I said, if you see this document is multi-pager, more than 30 pages document it is. What I need is only few relevant information from this document, right? Which is what is the policy name, policy holder's name, what is the date of issue of the policy, what is the expiration date of the policy, right? Then the provider name and few other details that you see, policy number, premium amount, and all of that, right? Now, if I have to do this manually, I have to run through this document manually, scrolling through, figuring out where this information is residing in each of the pages, and it would have been, taken me good, 5 minutes to do that, right? Now, what if I just upload and click on extract, right? The moment I do it, it is there is generative AI working in the underneath, at the behind to pull uh, only the relevant information, right? Here you go. You see all the information that was there from the document, only needed ones are pulled and shown here. Now, think from the perspective of the person who is manually processing this claim, right? Or checking this document. They just have to run through and see, hey, all the extraction is correct or not. That is it, right? They do not have to run through or go through each page to, find, search, and spend their productive hours there, right? So it is immediately extracted, right, and shown in the screen. Now, the next beautiful thing part of this feature is what if, I just need to validate whether this information is correct or not, right? Say, for example, this policy number, there could be some zeros missing in the policy number. Now, if I just click on this policy number, it is scrolling me to the page from where the information is extracted, and also that information is highlighted here. If you see, I can validate left information with the right document, right? So that I can be 100% sure that, okay, the extraction is right. And same goes for any other information for that matter. If I click on amount, it will show me the amount from the page where it has been extracted from. This is 20,000 or 2 lakhs, sorry. Yeah. Okay. And also for each of the extraction that it has done, it has, some confidence score, it has given, right? So from this, you can identify whether what information is, incorrect versus what is correct. And if it is incorrect, say, for example, uh, the deductibles, the premium or deductibles are not correct, right? So what I'll do is, and this is where, if the information is not correct, I can go and edit this, right? And to make it correct, I can, edit anything and correct it, right? And once it is correct, once every information is extracted, validated, I just have to click on save. The moment I click on save, it will, the information is saved in the database, and from there it can get used in the downstream applications or the workflows, right? So human in the loop is very important to validate the information and to share the feedback loop. When I say feedback loop, let me also tell you that, or before that, uh, sometimes, you're not only needing to see this 8 to 10 information. Sometimes, there could be critical claim, critical scenario that, you're actually trying to process the claim with. Then, you need to uh, look into some additional information in the document, right? But it is not there in the extracted one. So that's where you can use a chatbot sort of a thing, right? You can, so this chatbot is there, you can answer or you can question this, you can ask any question and the answer will be only given from this document. So there is a RAG implemented here. Uh, I can just, write that, summarize this document. Okay, so it will go ahead and do a summarization of that, right? Or any specific information that I need to actually look at it, or anything that I need to validate, which is not there already. I can ask that question and immediately it can give me answer. So it is again saving time in terms of not letting me scroll through the document, right, and find those for me. All right. Now, I'll take a moment for uh, you know so all the human in the loop. So that is what I was saying, that how important it is, right? The moment we take any action before saving, as I said, we can correct the information, right? Now you're not correcting every information, right? Every field or every information. You are only correcting which are incorrect, right? And that is what is getting captured and shown in this dashboard, right? So you can see the field wise confidence. Okay. So this is just for the demo purpose, right? I've taken this what is the amount, right? Issue date and the name. Now, if you see for each of the field, I can see what is the confidence level that, that the extraction has as in today, right? I see 78% confidence score for the for the amount, contract amount. Now, what it tells me is if it is less, right, that means I need to work on increasing accuracy of extraction for this particular field. Okay. If it is more or if it is above my threshold confidence score, then I'm good, right? So this sort of a dashboard is being generated through human in the loop, which we saw. And that's the importance of human in the loop in this context. Any use case, you have to use human in the loop so that your model, the AI model that you have used can be fine-tuned over the time. Okay, so that's the very important factor, we have to keep in mind while creating any enterprise application pertaining to AI. All right, I'll take a pause for any questions on this particular use case before I move on to the next one.
Uh, Hey, hi, you. Just wanted to understand this development is a low code, no code you have used, or it's purely into heavy coding like Java's or React or Python? And what all tools you have used for this development?
Sure. Say nowadays, this is Abdul, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Abdul. Good question, Abdul. So if in today's world, if I say I've used a heavy coding, then I'm not using AI, the lighter note. Okay. So you can use low code, no code for sure. And even if you're not using low code, no code platform, today you have GitHub Copilot, you have other tools, right? You can use those, even if you're writing code in Python, you can use those to generate code immediately through a prompt only, right? So now in this context, what we have used is the backend is Python, right? And we have used Azure AI, Azure services. Uh, uh, you know, I thought I might not need that slide since the question is there and the benefit of the group. Let me bring up this one. I hope that will help. You see my screen with the um,
Yes.
draw.io thing, right? Cool. Okay. Now this is the workflow, the architecture of what I showed you. Okay. Wherein it is you have the data source, the information can flow from, any of this and beyond. And once you have documents flowing from these input sources, you have to extract it, right? So the moment you extract, you vectorize it, right? And then the extracted information is given to the LLM layer here, right? And then there is a RAG database, right? So basically here in this LLM layer is where we are doing actual extraction of the relevant information, right? Once it is extracted, it is getting stored in the database, right? Now from this database, we are showing on the screen for the human to validate. So this is the human in the loop layer. Okay, so we have this chatbot, we have this human in the loop here, and then every information is validated and saved. Once it is saved, it is going back to the same database and getting saved, right? And from here, the dashboard, the analytical dashboard is being pulled out, right? So this is at a high level how the structure is, the technical architecture underneath, Abdul. I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. I think I'll be running short of time. However, mm, all right. So I will skip few of the features of the other features. Let me quickly cover that as well, but without the slide. Uh, Give me a minute. Let me bring up my browser again. All right. Okay. The other feature, like, you can have use cases where you're comparing the documents, right? There are cases where this legal team, right? Uh, and it's when I say legal, it is not only about the legal industry. Rather, every company, every enterprise have a segment wherein the contracts are getting made for the vendors, the employees, or any partnership or acquisitions that we are making, in the organization, right? So any contract that we make, right, a lot of things that goes into the contract, and over the time that changes also, right? And this is just an example. With legal, you can tie back to your respective domain as well. Now what if I have to manually validate information from the original contract to the updated contract? How do I do that, right? Manually, it would have been taken a lot of time because no contract is having a similar template, right? So that's where this sort of an AI tool where uh, I will have yeah, where I can have the view of what are the changes that has gone in. So what I did is I uploaded, contract one, the original one, and the contract two, the revised one. Now this tool is giving me the text, the information which has been added, and those are nothing but in the green, the new text, right? The red ones are the ones which are removed, okay? And the ones that you see without any change, the white ones are, you know, the information which are same in both the contracts, right? Now, if we have, so from the person standpoint, if you see, it is helping them immediately identify the changes, right? And then basis that they can take a call. Now, it is very important because, any change or anything that, you might miss out looking at the clauses in the contract, you might end up paying, in the later point in time, right? So, and this works pretty well in terms of the unstructured document, right? But what if you have, a structured document, let's say the forms, right? There are educational institutes, there are medical forms which are pretty much structured, right? And what if you need to see what are the changes that you have made on the structured document in terms of the information, right? So in that case, let me upload one more document, which is again structured, right? You see here, right? Both are the insurance, related information, but there are changes from the original one, right? The left one is the original one, right one is the changed one. So if I have to compare field by field manually, it would have taken time, but with a tool like this, you can actually see what are the changes has gone in, uh, in the document. Okay, so this really helps saving a lot of time and increasing the efficiency as well. Now, the other one is document library, right? Uh, so use cases where you have a lot of documents that you refer. Say for example, uh, to process a loan, right? An agent has to go through or follow certain guidelines, right? There could be multiple guidelines that the agent has to follow before they process it. Now they might need to refer back to the set of documents multiple times, right? What if I upload those documents here, right? Any documents for that matter, and then I will have a chatbot sort of a thing which can help me do a Q&A on those set of documents, right? So in that case, I need not have to look into the document manually, opening it, looking for the answer in every page, search for it, and spending my productive hours, right? Now the document is uploaded. I can use this chatbot to ask any question, summarize these documents, or any specific questions to the specific context. Okay, so this sort of, and maybe people who are working in the business operation, they follow SOPs, standard operating procedures, right? So the SOP is generally very lengthy document, and it has all the nuances, guidelines, given, so that you can refer that document, and from that document you can, I mean, that helps in taking any action pertaining to any field, right? For example, claim processing, there are a lot of scenarios that you need to go through depending on the nature of the claim got submitted. Now, how do you deal with that? Nobody can remember everything, right? Or most of the time they refer this SOP. What if I upload this SOP here, and any answer that I need from the document, I can use the chatbot to give me? Okay, so it's essential, it is saving time. The accuracy of information is also increasing, and in the overall value chain, I'm not being the bottleneck, right? I'm able to process more claims, process accurately, right? And it is adding value to the total workflow in the system. All right. Okay, so those were the use cases I thought I can bring it to you all, so that you can relate it and tie back to your respective organizations that you're working for. Uh, and lastly, any enterprise application that we develop, right? Without any governance, there is a huge risk in the enterprise, right? Think about you have created something, and you are not the model, right? It is giving you the biased outcome, right? So that means you're putting your company, your enterprise at risk, right? So hence it is very important to have a governance model, right? So it can be around the data, it can be around the AI model that you're creating, it can be around the process that you're following from the start of the project till it goes into deployment and beyond, and anything related to the risk and compliances which your domain or your company is abided with, right? So you have to keep these four departments or for governance mechanism in mind while creating an intelligent system, right? So data governance is where you need to see the quality of data that you are using. What are the documents that you are using, right? Documentation that you are using, meaning how we are capturing the things for that particular use case that you have picked up to implement using AI. So in the case of healthcare and insurance, you have to see whether the PHI and PI information is masked and all of that, right? Same goes for the model governance. You have to see the biasness, the hallucination, the accuracy, and all of that, and make the certain arrangement or adjustment to define the guardrails around it. Okay. Process, as I said, is very, very important. You need to have a process defined to execute that use case from the start of it till it goes to production and beyond, and risk and any compliance related, depending on what standards that your domain, your company has to follow. You have to make sure that AI is not interrupting, rather it is adding value to the company and to the business, right? So yeah, so that's all that I have. I hope this was helpful. We can have, I think, 7 minutes for Q&A. Thanks everyone. Any questions? I'll be really appreciate. I really appreciate to bring it on. We can discuss it. Any questions, anyone? Sure. Okay, so I think that's the core role, Amit. It's a good question. I think, if I have to staff anyone, it has to be a engineer. And along with that, a subject matter expertise is really needed, right? I mean, just for the development, right? There are other roles that they need to be really onboarded who understand the governance part of it as well, right? Because most of the companies I've seen, they are more focused uh, for or on creating or developing the tools to solve the problem immediately without thinking the repercussion that it might have if the governance is not taken care, if the data security is not taken care, right? So I think we are falling short in terms of thought process to have the governance where it is getting overlooked. So I would say AI engineer at the core of it, who understands or who can create the product at scale. At the same time, the subject matter expertise and who understand the governance part of it, which can actually uh, ensure all the guardrails and everything. That's how I see it, Amit. So it's not a heavy code development. We have used Python as the backend and Azure at the core of it, Azure AI services. We have used cognitive services for data extraction, Azure AI services for deriving the or extracting the only relevant information. RAG is used again, which is part of Azure AI service for the Q&A part. So that's we have used. So if you're more interested, or if the question is more inclined towards any platform which is low code, no code, like Cursor AI, no, it is not used. It is completely written on Python, but we have used GitHub Copilot to expedite the coding for this product. And this product is not, again, just to clarify, this product is not that we have, I mean, nothing to do with the company that I work for. It is just created for demoing purposes and adding value to the community. And if it can get aligned to any of the enterprise requirements, definitely we can talk about it. Oh, that's a very broad question, Amit. It's a good question to keep in mind. One is, I mean, depending on the use case, I would say, and the cost of the first application might be up, but the second application might be less because you might start using some of the components from the previous one. And the AI engineers, they have to be really smart enough not to just build, but build which can get scaled or reused at the later point in time. So if the real guidance has been, can be given to the AI engineers or the team of engineers, then over the time the cost will get reduced and will get mitigated. But the core part of it, I think, is whenever we are using this generative AI, right? Uh, we do not, look for what is the token cost, what model that we are using. The leaders, they look for, is it giving the right outcome or not? But underneath the cost, which is getting burnt, I think that is being also overlooked that I've seen. So depending on the use case, what model will suit you is what we have to decide, and you have to have a checkpoint every month, every quarter to see the burn and then make the necessary adjustment. So I cannot have a number to say, hey, this will take X amount. It all depends on what services that you're using, what AI component that you're using, what is the use case. So that way it is.
One more question, follow-up question. So what practices, best practices we should be using to have the data security while choosing the right model?
Uh, Devinder, can you repeat the question? I just heard about data security, but I
Yeah,
couldn't
so
understand.
when we are selecting the model for
Mhm.
developing the AI, so for security purpose, what are the best practices we should take care? Like we should not use the free version, we should use the enterprise version, like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, see, before selecting the model, you need to see what is the platform that you are using it from, right? If today I have to create any tool and that tool is pertaining to an enterprise, say, for example, finance, right? Bringing AI into finance, I cannot use any free tool. Okay. I have to onboard any cloud service providers like Azure, which is Microsoft, Google, who can help me set up the infrastructure for me, ensuring that any data that is going to their cloud should be secured. So there is a SLA which I mean the service agreement has to happen between your company and the vendor company so that the compliances are met, the securities are met. So you have to define your company's security standard. I mean, the slide that I covered where we talked about the data security, model governance, and all of that, you have to actually onboard your governance model with the vendor company and get into an agreement. So that's how it works in the enterprise.
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Yeah, yeah. Just give me a minute. Let me share. Okay, so shall we start? Okay.
Hello, Amitji. Diksha has joined, right? Yeah. Hi, Diksha. This is Vijay, your moderator.
Yeah.
Yes, Amit. Let me give the intro. Yeah. Hi. Good morning, all. Welcome to the day two of Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft Fabric user group, are super excited to host you all. Let's get started. I'm excited to welcome you to this powerful session on end-to-end real-time analytics with Microsoft Fabric Direct Lake mode. Our speaker today is Diksha Sharma, a dynamic force in the tech space, Microsoft certified trainer, Google authorized instructor, and co-founder of Visionary TechMate. With 14 Azure and 3 GCP certifications, she brings a wealth of knowledge in cloud analytics and training. Diksha's experience spans IT sales, pre-sales, corporate training, and mentoring, making her uniquely positioned to break down complex concepts with clarity. Today's session will unlock how Direct Lake Mode is revolutionizing real-time analytics in Microsoft Fabric. Please join me in welcoming Diksha Sharma. Before we begin, here's a quick reminder about the Ask the Expert contest. Ask thoughtful questions during the session to earn 5 points if the moderator picks it, and up to 5 more based on speaker's rating. Top scorers by the end of the event will win Amazon vouchers. Please post your question along with your registered email ID. Thank you. Diksha, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Fabric community, for hosting me and inviting me for the session. And welcome everyone for the session on the One Lake on the Microsoft Fabric side. And as already you have introduced me, so myself Diksha Sharma, and I'm a Microsoft certified trainer and Google authorized instructor. I used to deliver trainings on a couple of different topics. So you already given my introduction, so I'm not covering on that again on detail. But yeah, if I go back to the topic that we have for today, which is the one lake, the which is available in the Microsoft Fabric. So this is something, a new feature which Microsoft Fabric has introduced. And initially, let's say you are going with any Microsoft 365 license, you are going to you should have like a OneDrive. Okay, so we do have a different products available from Microsoft side. Like you have a OneDrive, you have a SharePoint, you have Microsoft 365, you have Azure, right? So in each vertical, like let's say if I need to integrate a Windows on my system, I can also integrate the OneDrive solution, where with respective to my organizational data, everything is going to place inside one single location, which is basically sync. So let's say if my laptop got corrupted, still if I have uploaded everything in the OneDrive, then still I can access those data. And if let's say my laptop got changed, so I can again sign in, and then from there I can again restore my data whatever was available in the OneDrive, right? So same concept when Microsoft has launched Fabric. So they have come where they have like whatever Azure specific services you are using on the Fabric environment, a single solutions where all the data will be stored, which is a combined storage services which we are getting. So first of all, let's say if I'm uploading on a or like a LAM language, if we talk about, so whenever we are going to integrate our laptop, we do have a OneDrive, we do have a SharePoint. So but a single account we are using, right? I'm going to use my organizational account, whatever is my Microsoft 365 ID we have. And with the same ID, I'm going to log in into the Microsoft 365 also, no matter I'm using a PPT, document, Excel. With the same ID, I'm going to log in into OneDrive also. With the same ID, I'm going to log in into the SharePoint also. Now, similar to that same concept, like whatever data if I'm going to place, no matter the data is available in my laptop or it's available in the OneDrive or maybe SharePoint, I can access that at one single place, right? Where in the backend, one single storage is allocated, which is like your OneDrive. Now coming to the same concept which has been followed in the Fabric, as we know, this is a uh, new tool launched by Microsoft where we can work like all the respective different domain expertise operations in one single solution. Let's say I'm working as a data engineer, I'm working as a data analyst, or I'm working as a data analyst or a admin guy, governance guy. So in the Fabric itself, I can perform all the operations. I can do data ingestion also. I can do ETL or ELT operation also. I can do data cleaning, data transformation also. Or maybe if I need that complete a warehouse solution, so I can load the data also in the final table, being the relationship, do the data modeling also. Maybe I need to run the Spark jobs, so that also I can build. I need to do the machine learning stuff, build a machine learning model, that also I can do. Or maybe I need to create a dashboard visualization, maybe to integrate it with the Power BI or maybe on the Fabric itself. So here we are getting privileges that within one single environment, we are going to use this Fabric where all the operations, whatever we are going to do, will be going to perform in one single location. So no matter I'm basically working with one particular environment or maybe different one, here you have the concept is coming up is the one lake. So one lake you can consider is a direct a lake solution, okay, where you have a centralized kind of a data lake where you are going to maintain the entire data at a one single area. No matter you are accessing through a data warehouse, okay, you are accessing through a data lake, event related real-time data, you are doing batch related data, you are doing Spark jobs. And so this is a centralized place where you have the lake of data available. So you can see one lake itself, the name if we divide. So here one means a single or centralized, and the lake is as a lemon thing, how we understand a lake where basically water will flow from the different direction come into one single one. Same thing over here, we are considering one lake is basically a single or a centralized data lake solution where you don't need to set up every time separately. Simply you can simply like if I'm working as a data engineer or as a data scientist, I can simply focus on into the building the solution instead of managing the storage in the backend, right? So here this one lake concept is bringing up more productivity with respective to developer, where you don't need to focus on the backend setup or the infra thing to allocating the storage and those things. Rather than you can focus on how these integration can be, basically how the development can be happen. So this Microsoft Fabric is providing you a unified data lake solution, which is a single logical data lake for your whole organization. Okay, like now if I have a one lake, I can place my OneDrive data also, I can place my Azure data also over there, I can place my ADLS data also over there, also my warehouse data also in the same place, right? So OneDrive, one lake, so it's automatically going to integrate with this one lake solution with every Microsoft Fabric tenant, and it's basically single place where your all the complete data will be available at a single solution. Okay, now here when we are going to see like whenever we are going to create any Microsoft Fabric account, right? So if I'm going to create any Microsoft Fabric account, I need to have the Microsoft 365, right? And then I'm going to activate the license, I'm going to set up the account, okay? And then I'm going to integrate. So with every tenant, automatically you will get the one lake, okay? So by default, like let's say if I'm going to integrate a one tenant, or what is a tenant is basically an organization node you can consider. Okay, so whenever, like, let's say if you are already a Microsoft customer, like you are already purchasing Microsoft 365 and you already consuming like Outlook and those services. So as per the enterprise or as per the organization, there is a one tenant has been set up, and on that tenant, it is going to maintain a unique tenant ID. Okay, so there will be a unique tenant ID which has been allocated. If you are already a Microsoft customer, then the same tenant can be consumed. If you are not, then first a tenant you need to purchase. And then on the basis of the tenant, here you have a one lake will be introduced in the backend. For each tenant, there is a one lake available, and you can't create multiple one lake, or you can't basically delete also your one lake. Like let's say I want more than one lake or that will be associated with your tenant. So that is also not possible. Each single tenant has their own one lake, and you can delete also. And you don't need to manage any resource provisioning or anything from your side. So by default, there that will help your like organization level to manage a single or unified data lake. One lake they are representing is basically a single lake, but if you are familiar with the data lake concept, like what is a data lake? So it's a nothing, just it's a data lake where any kind of any format, any structure, any schema, any type of data, any volume of data you can store. Okay, so a lake of data where any type of data you can maintain. Here we are referring as a one lake because central lake they are referring. Okay, so here basically the entire group or like automatically whenever, as I mentioned, we are going to create any account with the Fabric, then automatically it is going to be available. So why we should go with the one lake? First of all, you don't need to maintain the different copies of your data. Second thing, you don't need to maintain in the backend every time to create the storage. Like if you see in the Azure, if you are creating any services, like let's say I'm going to create a dedicatedly one data lake that is for the centralized data lake solution, it will work. Then let's say if some log file or some blobs files are coming up, then I'm going to use the blob storage. So over there we have a different type of a storage solutions available that as per the requirement we are going to create, right? And we are going to provision those resources. But here, because one lake is something which is available at an entire organization level, so we don't need to manage those storage independently. You can integrate it with your Azure also, with Microsoft 365 also, with your OneDrive also. Basically, this one lake is associated at a tenant level. So any data duplicacy, and it's easy to it's avoid any data duplicacy, and it's easy to collaborate between the different team. You can do the governance related stuff like managing the access, securing the access. Like let's say within the one lake also, I do have a different team. Okay, I don't want that they should be able to access, because one lake we are referring that everyone should be able to, like the entire organization is placing their data, right? Where all the data is available at a centralized location. So, but I don't want that everyone should be able to access the data. I know I'm maintaining those data in the one lake, but I don't want that the entire team member should be able to access. Like let's say if there is some specific project data that is available in the specific part, that only you should be able to access. Okay. For example, like in my case, I have a different department. So here, as per the different department in your one lake, you can create the different folders structure, hierarchy of the folders you can create, and then you can give the required privileges over them. Like okay, if like let's say team one is accessing the banking domain data, then I'm going to give them the banking project data. Let's say team two is basically working into the healthcare project, so I'm giving you like they should be able to access that data only. So here we are going to maintain these data access because everything is available in the centralized location. So, but you have a more granular level privileges that you can maintain more granular access, and then you can also maintain the security. So as I mentioned that, okay, this one lake is something is going to organize at a tenant level, a single one lake solution. And for each organization, like generally we can go ahead, if you already have you are already Microsoft customer, you already have the tenant available. Tenant is basically a unique registered user, or you can say unique organization ID that will represent as a tenant, you can consider, where we are maintaining all those things. Now here, how we can maintain this one lake. So first of all, the hierarchy wise, we used to create, first of all, let me open the paint while explaining. Yeah. So first of all, you have a tenant. And inside the tenant, you are going to create your Fabric account, like you will be managing the access. So you will be going to create a workspace. Now you want that, okay, anyone should be able to access, so you can grant manage the access over here as well. Okay, so like let's say there are 2-3 workspace available, so I can manage also that. Okay, like let's say in workspace one who should be able to perform the operation, and workspace two who should be able to perform. So you can create more than one workspace also inside this. Like let's say this is the workspace one, and this is the workspace. Right, and also here they should be associated with the single tenant. Each tenant has a unique tenant ID, as I mentioned, and it is going to be available for the like enterprise level, right? And then you are going to maintain the what level of access you need to have, like editor level you can add, owner level. Okay, so that different level of access you are be maintaining. Now in the workspace, you will be creating different resources. Okay, so let's say if I'm going to create one lake house, warehouse. Okay, these are the different resources available inside the Fabric. Okay, or you can want to create a pipeline or notebook. So here in the backend, wherever the data is going to be flow, it's going to be available under your one lake only. And using that, we should be able to see that, okay, it's going to be associated in a centralized place. Now at a tenant level, you have the one lake. Right? And in this one lake, here, no matter like I have more than one workspace available, they are going to use a specific one. Now I have the privileges. I can add you over here also. I can grant the privileges to the resource level also, whatever services we are creating. I can add you at a warehouse table level also. In the warehouse also, we will be creating the schema and table, right? That is a subset of this schema, and then inside the schema you will be creating a table or view. So you can maintain the granular privileges also, that okay, to schema or warehouse table level I am adding. Similar way in the lake house also, I am going to create the folder, so I can maintain that, okay, at which folder level it is going to be available. So in the lake house we will be going to create a folder, subfolder, okay, where you are going to maintain your data, and then your file will be there. So now here also you have the more granularity to define that, okay, where you want to maintain those data. Okay, so now let's say I have a like 100 of tables are available in the warehouse, but I want that, okay, as the developer is only working with the data domain, which is in the banking domain sector. So I don't want to share the entire data. Like let's say there is a data analyst only. So I'm going to only share the views level access. Okay, he can access the views. And let's say there are certain different data engineer team, they want to access a table, then I'm going to give the table level access. So here we do have a privileges where within, like let's say if a workspace one, there are the 4 different resource available. Okay, lakehouse, warehouse, pipeline, notebook, and couple of different things. But it's not necessary you and me are part of the same team, so we should be able to access all the things. No, instead of that, you can first of all grant the privileges at a resource level, which is like let's say workspace level if I'm giving. So it's basically a parent level I've added you. So whatever resource belongs to this workspace, everything you should be able to access. But now let's say here I'm not adding you at a workspace level. Let's say I'm only adding you warehouse level. So in that case, only warehouse data you can be able to access. Now this warehouse also in the this warehouse data also going to be available in the backend in the one lake only. So what I'm trying to say is, although the entire data will be available at a single location for single workspace or for other workspace also, it's available at the same place. Then in that case here, still this granular level you can manage the access, that okay, only in the warehouse I want to add. I don't want you should be able to access the lake house, you should be able to access the pipeline, notebook, anything. Warehouse, then okay, go ahead, and then we will be adding the warehouse level. Now in the warehouse also I do have like a 10 different schema. I don't want that you should be able to access entire 10 different schema. So I'm going to add you in a 1 or 2 whatever schema is needed. Then within that also we do have like a 100 of tables. So I don't want that you should be able to access on 100 of table. Let's say you are working in data analyst where you need to build a report. So only view level access we need to grant, right? Where you can specify that way what are the required or meaningful views are helpful for you. So here we can go for the granular level of privileges. Although the data is available at the same place, but here you can define resource level, object level, table level, and then you can manage that, okay, who can perform what level of operations over here, right? So inside this, if you can come back, okay, I'll take a pause if any question. Okay, so now coming back to this. So first of all, we talk about what is the one day, and this is going to be available in the organization, and within the tenant level, it is going to be available where you can integrate with your Microsoft 365 account. It's going to be a centralized place where all the data, everything is available. So data is going to store in the lakehouse warehouse, right? As I mentioned, these are the different storage objects. Sorry, these are the different fabric objects you have. But in the backend, it's pointing out to one lake only. So this one lake is also going to give you some flexibility. Like it is going to be work with the ADLS. ADLS is your Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 2, okay, which is going on. So what does this ADLS will do? Where the data is going to store into the storage, right? So it's Azure specific storage where you can store unlimited data, right? So if you are familiar with any cloud, so in any cloud you have the storage solutions available. Like in Azure you have ADLS. Okay, similar way in other also you have a S3 or bucket. Similar way here in the Azure you have Azure Data Lake Storage, which is a primary storage you will be going to use for store any kind of data, raw data, okay, or semi-structured, unstructured data. Any type of data you can store, and the volume of data is high, then also it's acceptable over here, right? And here as a file, like we are going to store data in the lake house warehouse as a storage as a resource on fabric, but in the backend when the data is going to store, it's going to store in the delta packet format. Now what is the meaning of delta packet format? So delta is basically Apache open source file format where it is going to store data natively in the packet. Now, what is the meaning of this data itself? Basically, understanding the changes. Okay, we use the delta to understand the changes. Like, let's say if my older version, like yesterday, I have received 100 of record, and today again I receive the 50 more record. So it's not going to process everything. Okay, instead of that, what are the new 50 record added, what are the changes are there, it is going to check on those areas, right? So that's
So
why here, yeah,
I have a question here.
yeah,
So so when you say like build on Azure Data Lake Storage N2, so does it mean the data stored in on the one lake, that data is uh, prepared based on Azure Data Lake Storage N2, or and that is storing in the Parquet file format? Is that correct?
yeah. So your one lake is built on top of the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 only. Okay, where automatically Fabric has integrated. We don't need to do anything. But the baseline, if you see for one lake, is the ADLS only. And how, because here we are talking about a single lake solution where the data from the different one like warehouse, because everything will be available at a single place. Now how we can make it more optimized, because we know that okay, here the volume of data is also going to be huge, so natively it is going to store in a packet format, because packet is going to design for handling large volume of data set, right? It's basically store data in the compressed format and encrypted one. So generally a CSV file, if you are loading, that is a row delimited storage file format. But packet file format is a column storage, a column delimited storage file format where the data is going to store. Right?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And here, like let's say if you are going to like if you are using ADLS, you have a storage explorer right on that to integrate a storage ADLS locally. Similarly with this one lake also you have one lake explorer. Okay, where you can connect with the one lake locally also with the tool, or you can integrate this one lake with the API also. There are two, three things, okay, which is basically supported over here. And here you can integrate also this one lake file explorer. It's a tool, it's a software which you need to use it, install it, and then how storage explorer you use to integrate, similar way this one is going to be work. Right? So like let's say if I don't want to add you in the Fabric account, okay, and I don't want to give you privileges on a Fabric level, instead of that I want that you should be able to access the data maybe locally or something, because in a team when we're working sometime you will see those scenario where multiple team are working but I can't grant access to everyone, but still their data is also coming in the one lake. So how they are going to validate that okay the data is correct or not, how they are going to maintain the connectivity configurations. So for that here you can like down set up this one lake file explorer. This is a tool which is available, and when you are going to be use this, right? So simply you are going to download this tool, one. Once you download it, you are going to provide the keys, authentication keys, and then through that you are able to integrate or basically to complete the connections and then connect it with the domain. So this is basically helpful for you to don't want to go to portal every time. Instead of that, you want to perform the operation, but in the locally, no dependency to go and get the access into a Fabric environment. Then you can go use this one lake file explorer also. So this is also pretty much good options we have.
So do we establish connection from Fabric to here? No, that is not possible, right?
No, yeah, one lake you can. Basically it's software that you need to download in your laptop, and then after that we can establish the connection. I'll share this link also maybe. Okay. And now we have a one more concept in one lake, which is the one copy of data. So one copy of data is basically single copy is going to maintain of your data, right? To avoid any data duplication, that we don't like. Let's say if my data is available in ADLS and now we are migrating into Fabric, right? Although this one lake is also built on the top of the data lake, but we can't configure, we can't choose it. Okay, that is basically taken care by Microsoft only. So here, without basically using this single copy or one copy of your data, without moving or without making another copy of your data, you can use this one copy of your data, and you don't need to copy to use it, and then simply you can integrate and then analyze it. You don't need to basically copy. Like for example, my data is available in blob storage or S3 bucket, and then I'm moving into Fabric. So I don't need to do copy in the Fabric. I can refer the path of the ADLS or S3, and then I can access it from there. For that also, we have multiple different engines, or maybe how I'm going to do the analyze it. There are different analytical engines are available, like SQL engine. Okay, you can run the SQL queries. SQL editor options are there. Like let's say I'm a data analyst, I'm pretty much comfortable with the SQL. I can go with the SQL directly SQL editor option, where I can integrate with the tables and then do the operation. Then you have the Apache Spark. Apache Spark, like let's say I'm comfortable with the Python also, or PySpark also, or Spark commands also, R or Scala languages also. Then I can go for Apache Spark. Here you are going to build a notebook, and inside the notebook you are going to write down your transformation code. Generally, we'll use the Apache Spark for doing the transformation, where you are going to simply read your data from the source location, what is the path, and then do the transformation, load it into the target, which is generally going to be your warehouse, right? So with respect to that, here we have different section, like different languages it's supported, different transformation logic we can implement over here. Then you have the concept of Power BI direct lake also. Like let's say if I have integrated in the with the Power BI and your one lake, then it's connected with the live mode. Means if I created any semantic model and I'm making any changes in the semantic model, it will represent on live in my Fabric also. Okay, where I don't need to wait, or maybe I don't need to make a sync between your Fabric and Power BI, but it will show you in a direct link connection that directly, okay, whatever changes you made on top of your semantic model through the Power BI. And then certain other analysis services you have, like let's say if a real-time data is coming up, you can integrate with the event stream. Let's say there are some real-time record data need to be stored, that you can store it. So there are different analytical operations or engines are available that you can use it. Okay, and we can simply build a dashboard also. We can simply do the visualization also. We can simply create a machine learning model also on top of that, or we can do further analysis also. That completely depend on our requirement, right? And one more thing which we have is the one click shortcut. This is basically your one copy of data option available. So this is a commonly asked question also. If you are going to say that, okay, you know the fabric and you're familiar. So one leg shortcut or maybe your fabric shortcut on this, why we use that? So shortcut is something where it is giving the reference, okay, through the actual file location where it is stored. Okay, so shortcut is basically reference to your data stored in the like in your specific file location. Now, no matter your where is your data available, your data could be available in Azure, your data could be available in AWS, okay, and then in the one lake in some other location also. So these file location can be within the same workspace or across the different workspace also. Okay, I can place this I can use this shortcut. Okay, so it's basically just I'll just use the paint to explain. So like let's say if I'm going to use a one lake shortcut, so this is a shortcut I created. Okay, in the shortcut here, and right now I'm in the Fabric account. Okay, not sure why pen is working like this. So in the Fabric it is. So this shortcut is basically we are not actually moving data in this Fabric account. Instead of that, we are referring our location. Okay, where exactly data is available. Like let's say it's the data is available in ADLS. So in the backend, the shortcut is pointing out to that path where is your data available. Okay, and then that if any changes in the ADLS, same it will replicate over here also. So here we need to define that, okay, when it has been the data is available in the data lake. So shortcut is basically reference to your data store in the different location. It's not necessarily the location where the data is available. It's on the same Fabric workspace. It could be in the different workspace. It could be in the different cloud provider. It could be in the third-party tool also. So that is also. So these file location can be within the same workspace, can be different, and also one lake can be external location also like ADLS, S3 or data. Shortcut is basically help you to make the file and folder look like you have like earlier or locally you have stored. And it is basically help you to share your data between the users and application, okay, without moving them. Okay, I'm not going to clone that, I'm not going to copy that. So without moving that, how we are going to maintain. And when teams are going to work independently in separate workspace, then shortcut are going to enable you to combine the data across different business, so that we can use this one lake where it is going to be available at a centralized place, plus let's say some external location, some third-party location of that data also I want to access it or I want to consume it, then simply I can access it through one lake shortcut also while giving a reference. So we don't need to do lift and share. We don't need to clone, copy, or maintain the another copy of your data. It just basically we need to create a shortcut. We can define the location where the data is available and take the reference. Okay. So that is about the one lake shortcut side. So shortcut are basically objects or basically the data which is available in the one lake. That is referring or while creating itself, you have to tell as a customer, we have to tell where the actually the data is available. So one lake is going to point to the other storage location. Now this location could be internal, like it's available in the one lake, then it's internal, or it could be external, like let's say it's available in the S3 bucket. It could be internal or external to the one lake, and the location that a shortcut point to you is basically refer the target path. Okay, where from on top of that where it has been built. Right. So if we see, there are certain key benefit summaries you have. Where we are going to see like whatever things we have discussed. So it's a single source of truth where we don't need to manage access, set up the services, everything in different place. It's an open source packet file format which we are maintaining. And then it support multi-engine also. Like I don't have a dependency to go with the SQL only. I am comfortable with the Python, I can go with the Python also. I'm comfortable with the R, I can go with the R also. and you can maintain all the access. ACL concept we have, which is the access control list. So you can maintain all the access, governance related thing, everything at a single area. So this is about the access thing. You can control the access as I mentioned in the paint. You are going to get the one lake at a tenant level. Now within the tenant, you could have a different workspace, and within each workspace, you could have a different resource, like let's say lake house. So I need to grant the privileges on the lake house. So here you can go to grant the privileges on a folder level. So you can see control access to folder and file level with lake house within lake house. And so here you can simply define default reader. So this is the default reader privileges which I have. If I'm adding anybody over here, so reader should be able to perform that operation. Then let's say I want to create my own. Okay, so custom roles also we can set it up or we can grant. So here we are going to maintain. You can define it. Okay, you can create your own role and you can define that, okay, which folder level or what level we are giving the privileges. So we can select. So inside the selected folder, I want to add you on the sales data. So in that case, no matter there are 100 of folders, only sales data folder you should be able to access. And from there, uh, we can you can also restrict, like, okay, reader operations you want to give or writer level privileges you want to give. So with that, we can simply segregate, okay, what level of permission to whom we need to grant it. And then with reference to that, we should be able to manage. Now, in this one, we have seen that, okay, we can use this one lake as a centralized location where the data is going to available at a centralized place. If I summarize, where whenever you are going to get a tenant, from the tenant you will be getting a one lake at a single place. With each tenant you have a dedicated one lake allocated, which you can't create more or delete it, but you can simply integrate with the services. Then after that, simply we are going to manage the access also at a different layer, which is going to cover like a folder level, schema level, table level, file level, or resource level. But in the backend, anyhow, the data is going to be available in the one lake only. So this is just a high level understanding on the one lake, but yes, there are many more things when we are going to integrate a lake house, how we can incorporate with the one lake and those things. So in this module, I have covered a high level thing. Also, if you want to connect with me post the session, you can refer this QR code and connect with me. I have put my social media thing. And if any question, I'm happy to answer. I kept a 15-minute buffer for any open question which we have to discuss related to the topics, and that I can help you.
Yeah, thank you, Diksha. Thanks for the wonderful session. Audience, if you have any doubts, you can raise your hands so that Diksha can clarify your doubts.
So I have a question like there was uh, a topic where you mentioned multiple analytics engines. So how we connect Power BI directly with this one lake capacity?
Yeah,
Means
in
on
Power
that.
BI, you will directly get an option to integrate. If you open the Power BI tool, so over there itself, you will, in the desktop itself, you have the option to integrate with the direct lake or one lake.
Okay. The normal direct lake mean the one lake. You mean the direct lake because one lake option is coming where we connect to lake
Yeah, one
house
lake
data.
option when you are integrating, that is there. Then after that, authentication one you are going to give, so the direct lake can be integrated.
If can you show if possible?
For that, actually, you need a Fabric
Okay.
account to
Okay.
integrate. But yes, I will show you here when you are going to integrate. There are different options. You can choose it the direct link. There is direct option you will be getting. So this is the in the One Lake catalog, you can simply select it. Okay, like let's say if I need to integrate with any lake house or anything, and then once you are going to integrate it, then after that the connectivity things you need to define it. So I don't have account activated over here, but once you add your account, it is going to ask you that okay, direct lake you want to integrate or with the normal ways, so that you can do. And I'll
Okay,
share one more link with you that will be helpful for you to refer the direct lake integration with the Power BI. So you can refer that also. But yeah, it
yeah,
will give you 2 3 different options over there. After putting the detail, you need to select that okay, one lake option you want to go.
yeah. Better if you can share that reference link.
Hmm. I don't have handy, but yeah, I'll share. There is a certain YouTube one also. Like here, when you need to create a semantic model, right, on the fabric, then you are going to integrate it. So this is the steps they have mentioned in the Power BI desktop, one lake catalog, and then select lakehouse warehouse, and then you can pick it up. And then simply you can see the changes. If I'm doing any changes here in the desktop, you can see those changes will be replicating into the fabric also. So this one you can refer. Yeah. Yes, multiple workspace can share the same one lake, not the data. Okay, data basically we should have the privileges. So same one lake can be shared in the different workspace, but not data. Can one lake enforce now row level security? Yes. This row level security and column level security you will be implementing at a warehouse level. So yes, we can implement that. And how does one lake support GDPR compliance? So it's basically similar way, like all of us are using Azure, but it doesn't mean that okay, we should be able to access each other's subscription, we should be able to access each other data, right? So all are isolated with each other, although we are in the same tenant, although we are in the same workspace. It depends basically how and what level of permission you have, and it's a one lake also. It's not like I can go and create my own subset and then set up. It's basically um, uh, mostly things are going to set up by Microsoft, so we can't customize much, and we can only access whatever level of privileges we have. So latency is not specifically in what regards you're referring that we get support because it's directly integrating everything in the Fabric environment itself. So it's not specific to latency. Again, it depends basically which type of license of Fabric you have purchased. There are certain other things also comes in the picture. So accordingly, but yeah, there is no specifically like latency I will say. Okay.
Any other doubts? Any other doubts?
Any other doubt from anyone?
Yeah, I think I don't have any doubts, Diksha. Yeah. Thanks for the wonderful session, Diksha.
Yeah, sure. So if any other question, feel free to add, or maybe you can
Yeah.
post it. So I'm happy to
Yes.
answer. So
If you can add your link ID over here, that'll be
yeah,
useful so they can connect with you.
yeah, sure. So I'm just posting my LinkedIn ID also. If any you guys want to connect, although I shared that QR code, but that also I shared
Yeah.
in the QR code I have added. But let me add the LinkedIn again also separately.
Yes, yes.
I've pasted in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you, Diksha. Audience, you can check the LinkedIn code over here, and you can connect with Diksha anytime if you have any other doubts.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Diksha. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure, Amit. Hi, everyone in the call. Let me just share. Okay, that's great. Is my screen okay? Uh, okay, sure. Should I switch on my camera? All right. No, let me just check if it is going to sort of break the. Yeah, is my voice clear enough now? Okay, awesome. Awesome. Let's see. Yes, that one. Awesome. Let me just switch on my camera as well. Okay. Welcome everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you guys are joining from. Thanks for joining, especially on a Sunday, right? It shows like how excited you are to learn new things over the weekend, especially when we're almost about to wrap up the year. So, a little bit about me before we start. My name is Asha Holla. I work at Bloom Value as an AI engineer. Bloom Value is a startup company. We are into health tech. We provide data and analytics AI solutions to enterprises that operate in the US healthcare insurance space. And I also, outside of work, I like to stay very active within the local tech community in and around Bangalore. I like to engage as a speaker, as a mentor, because I like giving back to the community. And if you have any doubts post this session, or if you just want to stay connected, you can find my LinkedIn here. Coming to the session itself, this is the session, this is what we are going to be talking about for the next 45 minutes, 1 hour. Microsoft recently came out with this new framework called Microsoft Agent Framework. And we are going to be seeing how to sort of work with it, how to build agents, how to build agentic AI systems using Microsoft Agent Framework. So for the next 1 hour, this is what the rough agenda is going to look like. We will start off with a quick introduction to agents, a quick refresher as to what are agents, what are chatbots, what are generative AI workflows, where to use it, just so you know we all are on the same page. And this session is going to be a very introductory and also focusing on implementation. So if you are new to this whole thing, you don't have to feel scared or apprehensive. We are going to start right from the scratch. Also, if everyone could go on mute, it would be a little helpful. It's just a little bit distracting. Anyway, moving on. We'll do a quick refresher, and then we will look at some of the existing frameworks in the Microsoft ecosystem that were popular before the agent framework came into picture. So we had semantic kernels, we had AutoGen. We'll look at where those frameworks really shined and where they sort of fell short, and why Microsoft Agent Framework, or MAF as they call it, was an answer to the shortcoming of those previous frameworks. We'll also explore the core architecture. So we have individual agent architecture, workflow architecture, which you can all simulate with the help of this framework. So we'll see how to do that. And then for my favorite part, we will look at some of the code samples, look at how to do some kind of a basic implementation with the help of agents, multi-agent systems, how we can do that with the help of this particular framework. Then we will look at productionizing. So how can we implement middleware, memory, and how MAF makes it easier to implement all of this rather than you doing it by yourself with code, as you'll have to do with some of the other open source frameworks. And before we close, I will leave you with some resources so that whatever momentum we build up in this call, we can, continue building on top of that, continue to explore and build more and more stuff. So like I already mentioned, it will be, we'll start off with a very introductory session as to what agents are, and then we will move to implementation, exploring the strengths and weaknesses of this framework. So if you are someone who has, worked in the Microsoft ecosystem, but you're not so familiar with agentic workflows, but you want to implement them in your day-to-day work, then you're absolutely in the right place. This is the right meeting for you. And maybe you have also built some previous kind of agents on the previous existing frameworks like semantic kernel, autogen, or some other open source frameworks like LangChain, LangGraph, and you just want to understand like how MAF is different from them, or rather where MAF sits in the stack, right? You are in the right place. So we are going to be exploring that as well. So by the end of this session, you will be able to understand how to sort of navigate the documentation and build quick agents with spinning up UIs using Microsoft Agent Framework. You'll be able to understand tool calling, threading, middleware, workflows, all of these which are important while putting agentic systems into production. So this is a brief overview of how the session is going to pan out. And also, if anybody has any questions, I'd prefer this to be an interactive session. So just raise your hand, ask your questions. Maybe moderators can sort of pace it out better. And with that, let's move on. Let's start with a very basic intro, right? So we have three things here. I have taken LLM powered workflows, I've taken AI agents, and I've taken agentic AI. Mainly because I see people often, confuse these terms with each other. So I feel it's important that before we get into building whatever that is that we're going to build, it's important that we understand the different functionalities and the different kind of use cases for each of these stuff so that we understand where to use what, right? So let's start with LLM powered workflow. So you can think of this as a business workflow that you already have in place, but you just try to decide to plug in an LLM on top of that. That would be your LLM powered workflow. So something like an email summarizer or a Jira ticket summarizer, that kind of a thing, or a rack pipeline. That would be your LLM powered workflow. So you have an LLM that intercepts some kind of an input, maybe an email or some Jira tickets, and gives you an output. So like a summary or some kind of an agenda, that kind of a thing, right? So in this case, the LLM powered workflows, they execute steps and they give some kind of intelligence. They make your work easier, but they don't really decide like which step to do next, or they don't do any kind of orchestration. They don't have access to any kind of tools that are outside of your system. So they just are text in, text out, and some intelligent summarization or retrieval, that kind of a workflow. Moving to AI agents, right? AI agents are a little bit more advanced than your LLM powered workflow. You have your LLM, that is the brain of the agent, and you give it some tools which will interact with the external system. So your external systems could be anything from your email inbox to your Slack threads, or maybe your Microsoft Teams chat, even your database, right? So you give it access to these systems, and the AI agent will decide based on what kind of goal you have given it, which tool to pick, and it calls upon those tools by itself. So in this case, you can see that your AI agent is not really embedded into your workflow, but rather it decides what step comes next in your workflow, how to orchestrate, and it is basically the brain behind the whole process. It decides where it is in the workflow and what step to do next. You can think of something like a calendar assistant. So if I have a calendar assistant that is deployed for me, what it would have to do is first understand who I would want a meeting with. And then once it has that email ID, it would have to check my calendar and the other person's calendar to see what spot is available for both of us. Once it finds that empty spot, it would have to maybe use an email API to send out meeting invites and schedule the meeting. So this is a single task that this agent would have to do, where it would have to access to your calendar and access to your email to sort of orchestrate this calendar meeting scheduling work, right? So this is an AI agent. Coming to agentic AI systems are systems of multiple AI agents working together. So you have many agents that work together in a team. Maybe you even have something like a boss agent that orchestrates these different agents that work together. And each of these agents are experts in their own line of field. So if you have a calendar agent that is expert at setting your meetings, but then you could maybe have another agent that is expert at research and another agent that is expert at planning and a boss agent, which is like a manager in your team, right? Looking and delegating work, deciding which agent to call for which task. A good example of an agentic AI system would be something like a deep research stock market agent that can make and sell uh, stocks on behalf of you. So, or basically do trades on your behalf. And how that would work is you'd have to have a deep research agent, which would first have access to your portfolio. And once it has access to your portfolio and the stocks which you wish to buy or you're uh, considering to sell, it would have to do some kind of a research, maybe like a 30-day window. It would have to look at like P&L and all the other kind of KPIs. And once it has done thorough research, it would have to decide whether to buy or sell. So maybe a human in loop process would be good here, right? So it could maybe draft an email and send it to you as to why it is deciding to either buy a particular stock and of how much quantity or sell a particular stock. So in this case, right, as you can see or imagine, there are different kinds of tasks. So one would have to be an internet search tool, which would basically just go and do research on that particular company stock which you are buying. And then there would be another one which would take all the information from the internet and then summarize all the findings. And then another one which would just send an email. So each of these agents are expert in their own line of work, and they would all work sequentially or parallelly one after another or together to sort of make this particular step happen, make this particular goal happen, right? So in this case, agentic AI systems, they don't just decide the next step or they don't just perform one single task. They perform a group of tasks and they plan like which task should come next, which should happen before, and if something goes wrong, which step to sort of retry again. So they plan, act, and coordinate. So that is the true power of an agentic AI system. And I hope that this is clear. With that, we will just move on to a very basic question, right? When does an LLM really become agentic? Your ChatGPT is an LLM, but how do you make ChatGPT an agent? So when you have your LLM, you give it access to some external system, like you add it as tools, and then you give it some memory so that it remembers whatever questions you've asked in a particular session. It remembers where it is in that particular goal as to performing it or how close it is to completing that goal. And then you give the agent a particular goal. So if you add these three things to an agent, it becomes an LLM. So if you look at this particular diagram here, you can see that there is a model. So as for choosing the model or the brain of the agent, based on the kind of task or the use case that you have, you can choose to decide GPT models or Mistral models, whatever foundational models that are good at a particular task. So to do this, we'll look little bit later in AI Foundry as to how you can do that. And as for the instruction, right, this is very important because with the help of the prompt, you're going to set the persona of the agent. So you're going to say, you're an agent that is good at summarization, or you're an agent that is good at doing data analysis and things like that. So it's very important that you keep the prompt very detailed so that the agent remembers what kind of tone and what kind of role it has to play in this particular context. And as for the tools, right, or access to which kind of systems we have to give it. So you would have to write some custom glue API code. So if you're making like send a message on Slack, then you'd have to write some code to do the connection to the Slack API. Or maybe if you want to send an email, you'd have to write another email API call, so on and so forth. And this whole thing gets managed by the agent itself, which decides which tool to call and in what manner to orchestrate. So if you're thinking of an agent, think of it like you have your LLM, that is just your orchestrator or your brain of the agent. So that will understand, it's the brain, and it has access to tools. So tools are like your hands and legs of an agent, which will sort of move a particular task from A to B, or task from start to completion, and remembers what past tasks you have done. So it has memory as well, so that it does not lose context across the different threads or different interactions. And it knows what you want. So it can work from the start to a particular goal. Right. So that is how you make an LLM into an agentic AI system. So this is all theory, but we will get into how to implement it with code as well, and look at how to do it with the help of Microsoft Agent Framework as well. So moving on. Right. So let's talk about agentic frameworks, right? There are a lot of agentic frameworks with which you can build uh, all kinds of agents. So different frameworks have different strengths. But here, let's just focus on the frameworks that were put out by Microsoft. Semantic kernel was one such agent framework that was put out. It was one of the earlier frameworks, I would say. And where this semantic kernel really shined was in building single agent systems, right? So you could build single agent systems, but when you tried to scale it to multi-agent systems, it would the code would become very messy, and it was not really well suited for building multi-agent systems. The multi-agent interaction lacked better kind of the abstraction was not given as well. However, when you're building single agent system, it would give you very good tools, functions, plugins. All of these you could orchestrate it and build it out really well with the help of code. It also had planners, which could sort of decide which function to call next or which tool to call next based on where it is in the current execution of the workflow or how close it is to the goal. These were primitive, not very advanced. They would hallucinate a lot, but they were good enough for that time. And they did not have like memory that was good enough for it to remember in multi-agent systems, or even middleware was not really as good as we want it in production. So that was semantic kernel. And then a little bit later, Microsoft came out with Autogen. Autogen built up on top of whatever shortcomings that semantic kernel had. So they abstracted a lot of things. They gave better middleware, better memory, better plugins, and all of that. But and also you could build multi-agent systems. So you could assign different roles to different agents and orchestrate their sort of talking, the agents talking between each other. You could orchestrate that better, and the agent collaboration was better. But however, you could not integrate MCP, you could not, the middleware was not there, and even observability was not as good. So this is where, when you're putting it into production, it's important that you have all of this so that your agent, even if it fails in production, you know where exactly it failed. So as an answer to all this, Microsoft came up with Agent Framework. Agent Framework essentially is a combination of both of this. So semantic kernel, which was good for building single agent systems, it took the strengths of that and it combined it with Autogen, which was good for building multi-agent systems. And it gave best of both worlds, right? So both of them are open source. However, right now, if you're starting to build agents just now, I suggest you skip over both of it and directly start using agent framework, because I think even Microsoft themselves, they are suggesting migration guides for people who have built previous legacy agentic systems using these two frameworks. So think of agent framework as something like, in the LangChain ecosystem, where you have LangChain and then you have LangGraph for like workflows and nodes, and you have Langsmith for observability. So similar to that, they are in Microsoft also, they are building something like the LangChain ecosystem, but it's called Microsoft Agent Framework. Right, so it is the best of both semantic kernel and origin, like we just talked about. And it has two kinds of workflows. So either you could build agentic systems, or you could build graph-based workflows. So graph-based workflows are really, your deterministic workflows, where you have step 1, step 2, step 3. You want it all executed in that correct particular order. So one way you could do this is you could either put it in the prompt itself, and then you could tell the agent, please execute prompt 1, prompt 2, prompt 3, one after the other. But it would not be very reliable, because LLMs tend to hallucinate sometimes, and they might skip over steps. And even if it does so, there is no one to hold responsible. So one way to do it would be with the help of a graph-based workflow, which you can build out with the help of edges and nodes. So if you have used something called this framework called LangGraph, right? It is very similar to that, where you can execute different tasks, or rather orchestrate each of the functions one after the other with the help of edges and nodes, and you can make it either happen parallelly or sequentially based on the kind of workflow that you're building. Coming to some of the other modes of agents that you can build in multi-agent systems, you can either sort of make all your agents go sequentially, or you can have a sort of a group chat mode as well, where the agents will converse with each other and decide what kind of output to do, if they have to redeploy any agent, or make the run happen again in order to build over the previous output it has given. So it will be like the agents are in a group chat with each other. So we'll see how to do that as well. And there is a human in loop mode. So suppose you might have heard of a lot of these assisted coding agents like Cursor, which drop databases sometimes, or drop they wipe out memory of some of these systems that you have when you're working with them. So in order to assure that those kind of things don't happen, there is something called human in loop mode. So before the agent decides to either delete anything or drop anything from my system, it essentially asks me for output, or it asks me for input. So it asks me if it is okay to sort of drop this record or truncate this table, and only if I say yes, it will move forward. If I say no, then that particular thread gets stopped right then and there. So that is human in loop mode. In agent framework, you can sort of build an agent which has this human in loop embedded into it as well. So that is another really good strength of agent framework, I would say. Coming to extensibility, it has good MCP support. It has middleware as well. So 4 or 5 different kinds of middleware which you can implement on top of your existing core agent logic. And then you have memory as well, or rather advanced memory, I would say, with the help of threading, serialization, which we'll see how to do it a little later on. And we also have, this is my favorite part of agent framework, right? So where you really have a quick UI that just gets built with like 2 lines of code. So you can essentially, when you're doing a POC, you could either give the demo through your terminal, or you could quickly spin up a prototype with very minimal lines of code so that your demo really lands. So this is really good. We'll see how to get that up and working as well. And if you want, you can deploy this particular UI that Microsoft has built. And if you're not really comfortable with pro code agent building workflows, you can explore low code as well. So there is something called workflows in agent framework, where it is very similar to NA10. If you guys have used NA10, it has a lot of nodes and edges which you can insert into your workflow and then orchestrate it, make the task happen in that particular manner. I think if you're summing up all of this, the most important thing that we will focus on is how to build agents and how to build workflows, right? So agents are for tasks that are really unstructured. So when you're exploring and you don't know what kind of task comes next, then you can use agents. But in case you already have a business workflow and you're trying to embed an agent into that, then it's better to use workflows in that case. So this is a brief architecture diagram that Microsoft themselves they have put out. On the left side is your agent orchestration. On the right side is your workflow orchestration. So look, if you look at agent orchestration, right? So we have a human in the loop. It's like a chat interface where the person is chatting with the agent, and the coordinator agent really decides based on whatever query the human has asked, which agent to call based on the user input. So either it will do some kind of a retrieval, or it will do analytics, it will tap into your database and retrieve some data, or it will do some kind of a coding agent, like a code interpreter or something like that. Right. So in this case, most probably the use case isn't really that clear, which is why we are using this kind of a setup where there are multiple functionalities and the user could decide to use any one of the functionalities. But however, with workflow agents, right? So this is something like give me a write-up and then critic whatever write-up is written and then edit the particular write-up that comes out. So this is a very workflow-driven orchestration where first your writer will come and then your critic will come and then you have your editor. In such a case, you can see that first you have your user input and you have your boss agent that kind of spins up 4 or 5 sessions of the writer agent. And as you can see, the first writer agent instance starts up with the introduction, the second one starts with the middle section, and then the rest of it starts with the conclusion, right? And the writer agent, once that is done, it will call upon the critic to sort of do the spelling checks and do check if the content flows and things like that. And this will go on in a loop again and again. And once this process is done, the editor will merge all of it together and edit the whole thing, the content as a whole. So this is a more of a uh, workflow based orchestration where you are going to call upon the steps one upon another, and if needed, sometimes you may go in a loop as well until you get your preferred output. So I hope this makes sense. Let us now look at some code. But before we move on to some code, with all the theory that we have discussed, I'll just quickly pause for a minute or take any questions that anybody has. All right, looks like we have no questions. So moving on, I'll show you how to build a very basic agent, right? So first thing you'll have to do is get these kind of agent framework imports. And once you have that, this is my requirements.txt. So ensure that you have this agent framework installed. Once you have that, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to uh, invoke the agent, the Azure AI agents client. So the client will talk to your agent that resides in memory, and you're going to define your LLM, give your project endpoint, all of that. So this particular model is currently deployed in Azure AI Foundry. I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. This is all boilerplate code, right? The only thing that you'll have to modify is add your model name and then the project endpoint. So once you have that, here what I'm doing is just keep calling the agent in a loop until and unless I say quit. When I say quit, the agent exits and then the process ends. So think of this as your very basic agent implementation where all the agent does is just take in my input and give me an output. Very much like talking to ChatGPT itself, but this is through my terminal, right? So let me just run this. So you can see how easy it is. Like with just close to about 50 lines of code, I spun up the basic agent with the help of some boilerplate code that you can find in Microsoft Learn Docs. So it's asking me that it's my personal assistant and all that. So let me just what are some Christmas traditions, maybe since the vacations are coming up. Right, and it's going to give me the answer. All right, so it looks like it's given me a lot of things. Let's not go through all this. So what you saw here, let me just quit it since I don't want anything much to do with this. So this is the implementation of a very simple chat agent, right? So it just has instructions. It does not have a tool. So if we go back to our PowerPoint, you can see that right now I have my model and I have given it the instruction as well, which is uh, you are a chat agent, you are an agent that assists the users with the query, and I've just given it a sarcastic responsibility. So it's like, telling did I miss anything and all that. So the tone I have set it. So these two things I have given. But however, you can see that as for the tools, I have not given it any tool. So it does not have access to any external system as of now. And whatever chat I'm doing, it just gets invoked in a thread, and the user and the agent, they converse with each other, right? So right now, this is just my plain LLM workflow. Let me go one step ahead now, and let me try to make this, uh, give this agent tools. So here again, I have done all my imports, not all that important, just keep that in mind. And coming to my client, right? I have initialized the client, given it a name, and you can see that the instructions are slightly different here. But one thing that sets it apart from the previous piece of code was that I have given it some tools. So here the tools were missing. There were no tools. So the instruction was the last thing, but over here I've given it two tools. So what example that you're seeing now, it's basically a weather agent. And what your weather agent is doing is essentially it has two functions, one which will take the location from the prompt and get current weather. And it has another function which will take the forecast for how many days and of which location from the prompt that I'm giving. And then it will just give me the forecast, right? So let us look at these functions and see as to how they're working. So whenever you're connecting your agent to an external system, it falls upon you to sort of write this custom glue code with the help of APIs. In case of a weather agent, you'd have to connect it to the Open Weather API. But I have not really done that. So I have just hard coded it. And what is important to remember here is I could ask it the weather and it will remember that it has to call the get weather function itself. And if I ask it get forecast, it will remember to call get forecast. So that orchestration is where the agentic memory really shines. And keep in mind that the description, right, whatever description that you give to this particular function is extremely important, because your agent is going to read this particular description that you're given in plain English and decide, okay, I have to call this tool or I have to call this tool based on the prompt that you've given. So here the description is the location to get weather for, and get forecast is the location to get forecast for. So let me just quickly run this. And let me ask what is, oops. Right, so first thing it has to do is from my prompt, it has to extract Bangalore and then the date, which is today, right? Once it does that, it has to call in the get weather function. So as you can see here, I have hard coded everything. So I've just put that, temperature is forever going to be 22. But essentially what you would be doing is you would go to the openweather.org, I believe that's the website, and then get an API key, make a get request with the help of the dynamic API that you generate, and then essentially decode whatever JSON it sends you back, and then pass in the correct location, the temperature and all that, rather than hard coding it this way. So here, this would be the response from your API call. and the location is what I would have passed in as the parameter, right? So here it is telling the weather in Bangalore is sunny with the high of 22. So with this, you can make out that it is actually called get weather, not get forecast. So what if I ask, what is Chennai forecast for the next 5 days? Right. So in that case, it has to give me a reply like this. So weather forecast for Chennai is blah, 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 things like that. So it decides based on the description you've given to the tools or whatever tools you've registered with the help of code. This is again some custom hard coded stuff that I've written instead of an actual API call. But however, I think what we have to focus on is how the agent sort of, if you just give it the tools, it decides which function to call based on the description that it has given, right? So now you have your agent. So the brain decides whether it has to push the right hand or move the left hand based on what kind of stuff you have given. Coming back to my slide, you can see that as for the tools here, we have registered the tools as well with the agent. So we gave it the get weather tool and then the get forecast tool. Right now, our LLM has gone from being just a text-based interactive LLM to a agentic system because it is now able to tap into external systems, maybe make a weather API call and things like that. Right. So let me just take a quick pause here and ask if anybody has any questions. All right. If there are any questions, do please raise your hand. We can just quickly answer those as well. So now we took our LLM. Okay. So we did get into it. Let me just, so we have semantic kernel and we have autogen, right? So we had few shortcomings in semantic kernel, which it was really good at just building single agent systems. So then, as an answer to that, we got autogen, where you could build better multi-agent system, but then the collaboration was not that better. It did not have as many abstractions as required for putting it into production. Like the middleware wasn't as good. There was not as much observability or MCP integration was not there at all in autogen. So these are some of the things, what Microsoft Agent Framework solves as opposed to semantic kernel and autogen. With Copilot Studio, right? Copilot is really a low-code tool. So as for how you implement it there, I'm not really unsure. But compared to what was already existing in Microsoft before the agent framework came out, these are the problems that it solves. So we'll look at the implementation of it as well. So, but good question. Just hold on to it for now. What are core components of agent framework? How do they work? Yes, we will answer all of this. What is the recommended starting architecture? So the recommended starting architecture is again something which we just went through. So either you can start off with building single agent systems and then linking them together to build multi-agent systems, something like what you see here. If you have a very abstract kind of a use case where you don't know what step comes next. But however, if you have something that has to be happened in a clear workflow kind of way where after step 2, step 3 has to come, or after step 3, step 4 only has to come, you can use something like a workflow orchestration as well. You can make it happen with the help of nodes and edges, similar to how you do it in land graph, right? So that is how you can do it. How do identity, permissions, and data access work with agents, interact with enterprise systems? I will answer that later. All right, I think we can look at a lot of these questions later because once the demo is done, I think you guys will have a better sort of an understanding. How does an AI agent differ from a chatbot? That was also answered here. So if I just go back to my previous slide, so your chatbot, all it would do is it would talk to you, take your text input, and then give out a text output. But however, your agent, what it would do is take a text input and then decide which kind of agents, which kind of external system it has to tap into. So if you could tell it something like send a message on Slack, and it would actually do that. But your chatbot would only give you steps as to how you can send a message on Slack. It would not be able to do that particular step on your behalf. So that is the major difference between your agent and a chatbot. How do agents interact with enterprise data? Great question. There are multiple ways to do this, right? You can either make this happen with a RAG-based workflow, or you could give your LLM access to the database or specific kind of tables, build a SQL agent. In that way, you could sort of extract the relevant information that you need and ground whatever response that your agent gives in your enterprise data. Luckily for us, Agent Framework also has implementations for RAG as well, using Azure AI Search, which is a vector database, right? So you can go have a look at the documentation and implement RAG with the help of Agent Framework if this is something that you're interested in. How do agents handle failure? So the one good thing for us is that in Microsoft Agent Framework, there are retries and stuff like that already embedded into the workflow. So you can, of course, put evaluations, see where the particular tool calls are failing or the function calls are failing. If you have good observability in place, you can debug it yourself and build better resilient systems. So which is where the middleware comes into play. So we'll see how to sort of deal with that as well. Anyway, for now, moving on, right? Okay, let's get back to the code. So we took a simple agent, we built a chat-based agent, and then we turned our chat-based agent and we made it talk to external weather systems or forecasting systems, things like that. Let's go one step further now. I want to see how a human in the loop process works, right? So in a human in a loop process, let me just kill this agent. Okay. In a human in a loop process, essentially what you'd have to do is for some of the functions that you give access to, or for some of the tools that you give access to, you'd have to wrap it around in an approval requirement process. So before you execute this particular function, ask the user if it is okay to execute the function. So I have a very simple agent where all it does is it just creates a file and then it deletes a file. So since creating a file is a very low stakes activity, right? You're doing addition, not subtraction. So it's okay. There is no approval required. But however, deleting a file is a big thing. What if it deletes something that's really important to me? In that case, what I have to do is the agent will have to ask me for confirmation before deleting the file. And only if I tell yes, then it will move on and delete the file. So here also it works very much in the same way. You have your agent client and then you create the agent, and this is my instruction, right? So I let you sort of read through it. So you should call the functions directly. Do not ask for any kind of permissions in the chat as to where do I store the files and things like that, because those kind of things are hard coded in the create file and the delete file itself. And then when the user tells you to create a file with some content, call this function, otherwise call the delete file function. And as you can see for create file, right, it is just let me go to the create file tool call. So the create file tool call is registered as a simple tool call. It's just a function call that is given as a tool. But however, with the delete file, right, you can have a look at how I'm invoking it. So delete file is wrapped around using something called an approval required tool. So every time the user says something like delete a file, it will first, the function is wrapped in this approval required tool, and the process itself comes into a halt. And it will ask the user if the agent can go ahead and delete the particular file. If the user says no, then the process halts and the whatever file is created, it will not get deleted. But however, if the user tells yes, then the deletion process happens as well. So let me go ahead and run this. Make this a little bigger as well. Right, so it is these are the 4 commands that I have. Let me tell it to create a file test.txt with a funny coding joke. Right, so let's give the agent some time to make that happen. So it will first invoke my create file method, where after the LLM has gotten some content, it is just going to create a path and then save the file. Okay, it has created test.txt, and as you can see in my current working directory, it has created this demo files and then there is a test.txt. So let me just open it, and it has, put some joke here. Okay, this is good enough for me, but what I really want to check is, what if I tell it to delete a file? So delete test.txt. What happens now? Will the agent just go ahead and delete it without asking me anything, or will there be an approval process that will sort of stop this whole thread? So as you can see here, our our response is slightly different. So it has gone ahead and invoked that wrapper, which we have wrapped this particular function around, which is the approval require tool. And then post that, it is asking if it is okay to delete the file. So in this case, since it has asked me for the approval, I'll just tell it to go and delete it. And as you can see here, this is a great example. So here it's not able to find the particular test.txt. And that is because I think I gave it, yes. So our file name was test.txt, but then I typed it as text.txt, right? Which is why it's not able to find the file. So let me try that again. Delete test.txt. But however, this demonstrates that whatever file it is finding, whatever process it's going to do next, it is waiting for me to tell yes or no. So now that I have told yes, we can see here. So the test.txt is deleted. Let me just check my folder, and this particular file is gone. So it's an empty folder now. Right. So that is how you can implement a human in the loop workflow, where you can wrap your particular functions around this approval required tool, and then you can pass it as a tool to your agent. So the agent decides every time a delete file approval is called, and how to sort of stop the process and ask the human for a particular permission before it goes ahead and does something that cannot be reversible. Right. So human in the loop is good enough, but these are all single agent systems, right? I want to do something beyond single agent systems. I want to build a multi-agent system, mainly because your real life workflows aren't really as simple as what you see here. Because in a team, as you can see, there are like 4 or 5 people, and each person has a different kind of a task. So even your workflows are that complex and resilient. So how do we build an agent where we have multi-agents that are working in sync, and each agent is good at one particular thing, right? So I want to demonstrate something like that. So this is a multi-agent system that I have worked upon. So first you have to get all your imports done correctly. So this is a concurrent agent workflow, where at a time all the agents that are there in your workflow, they get deployed at once. So it's like a parallel execution, right? It is I would say useful when each of the agents can work together, but in the end, before they give you the proper output, all their outputs have to be concatenated together or combined together before you get a proper answer. So this particular agent, what it's currently doing, so create your chat client and all of that as usual. And I'm creating 3 agents here. So one, we have a researcher, which will take in the user input. So if I say something like, I want to build a car that runs on water, right? So this researcher agent will go ahead and do research on the internet. So ideally, how you would have to do this is you'd have to use something like a deep research model or a Bing grounding search tool, which would sort of ground the responses in whatever real-time data is there on the internet. Since I've not used that, because O3 deep research model is a little expensive model. Because of that, it might hallucinate a little bit, but the role that this particular agent has assumed is that of a researcher. So keep that in mind. And then we have a marketer, right? So if I build a car that runs on water, how will the marketer sort of come up with campaigns? What kind of things will he do? And what is like the MVP in such a product? And do like the see the product market fit. Those kind of things will be done by the marketer agent. So marketer agent will create an agent, and then this is the prompt for the marketing agent. So it is going to craft a compelling value proposition and see what kind of demographics to target, so on and so forth. So that's the marketing agent. That is all good enough, but what about the legal side of it? So I have a paralegal agent as well. Has somebody already built something like this? Or is building something like this even allowed? Is it legal, or is there any compliance issues that I have to take care of? Go have a look at all these disclaimers, constraints, and if I'm filing for a patent, maybe go check what are the different kinds of clauses that I have to put in. Has anybody already patented such a thing? Things like that, right? So this will be done by the legal or the paralegal agent. So we have three agents here. I'm going to use a workflow method, not the agentic method in my Azure agent framework. So what I'm going to do here is, as you can see, I'm going to import something called a concurrent builder, right, from agent framework. I'll just come down here, and in my workflow, I'm just going to add all the three agents that we just initialized. So the researcher, marketer, and the legal agent, I'm going to put all of them together. And this is going to be the prompt for my current workflow. So I have already hard coded a prompt. This won't be like a back and forth chatting, but we can do that as well with like another 5 to 6 lines of code. So here is the prompt. So it is saying something like, we are launching a budget friendly electric bike. So go ahead and do your research, do your marketing campaigns, and do your legal stuff for this particular prompt that I've given. Right. So, and it's going to run the workflow. Because this is a concurrent workflow, not a sequential workflow where the steps happen one after the other. This is a parallel execution. So all the three agents that we currently have, they get launched at once. So they all will work in separate threads. And then once all of them have their outputs ready, it's going to just get combined together. So here you can see that I'm going to aggregate all my outputs. I just have put a sample what do you call it, the output here, but let me just run this so that you can see how this looks like, right? All right, so as you can see that it's called pan in edges. So pan in basically means that all the agents get deployed at once and they start doing their task at the same time rather than working one after the another. So they don't wait for another agent's output. Rather, they just take the same input that is already there in my system prompt and they start doing their work. Oh, this is a little harder to see. So yeah, so this is my user prompt where the user is saying we are launching this kind of a bike. The researcher first kicks off, and the research has done some market growth. He's looked at the target demographic, and they've also looked at the competition as well. If you embed something like a Bing research tool here, it would give you exact research stuff that it would have gone and checked from the Google or Bing search engines. So in this case, I'm not sure as to how accurate this is. So it has come up with some opportunities as well. And then there are some risks and recommendations, right? Let's not go through all of this. But however, if you're doing something like this, you can see how different agents kind of come together to do your research, which is, I would say, very helpful. Something like what Perplexity is doing, but Perplexity is a tool which you cannot use in your coding workflows. This is something that you can build by yourself and embed into your day-to-day work. So as you can see here, the marketer has come up with some kind of slogans, and then they've put some messages as well. So there is some eco-conscious commuter, uh, some more slogans that they have put taglines as well to sort of, I guess, attract the customers. And then we have a legal agent, right, which then gets kicked off. So all of these would have happened together, but the outputs are just coming one after another. So it is saying in US there is some kind of a compliance stuff, and you have to look at like fire risk, safety risk, blah blah blah, all those things that you'll have to check if you're launching something new, warranty disclaimers, all of this stuff. Which if you were going and searching, it would take you a long time, but it just did the market research and did all the legal stuff, and it gave us the answer, right? So and then given all of this, it has kind of given us a brief summary of what the legal agent is telling. So this is a brief overview as to how something like a multi-agent system that works in a concurrent workflow, right, where all the agents get deployed at once and start working at once, how this works. So that is about concurrent agents. And as you can see, the only difference here is me calling this concurrent builder and then running this particular workflow. Other than that, the rest, all the stuff is the same. So here, I'm just initializing the agents in the very same, using the very same boilerplate code that I've used before. So concurrent agent is one thing. Let's look at our last example here, which is the workflow agent. Sorry, the group chat workflow agent. So in a group chat, what would happen is each of the agents would sort of do a back and forth, right? It is something similar to what is happening in this case. It is actually very similar to this example, what I'm showing. So we have a writer agent, a critic agent, and then an editor agent. So as you can see here, this particular arrow mark kind of goes back and forth. So unless the critic is satisfied with whatever output the writer has given, it will keep invoking the writer agent, asking it, make revision, make revision, make revision, that kind of a thing. And once it is happy, then it will, go to the editor agent. That kind of a workflow is implemented in a group chat. So think of it like, you and all your colleagues just brainstorming maybe in a Teams meeting or a Teams chat. It's something very similar to that. So let me, yeah. So let me run this. But before I run this, I'll just show you like how it's different from the concurrent agent that we just saw. So of course, the imports will be slightly different. So I have to get something called a group chat builder and the workflow output. All of these things I have to import. Once I have that, ignore all those configuration stuff that I have to do. I have something called a coordinator agent. So the coordinator agent is something like your boss agent, right? Or your manager agent, which looks at how the other agents are performing, and it calls the agent one on top of the other. And then I have my researcher agent, which will take in whatever system prompt I've given, and it gathers information. And once the researcher has done the stuff, it will pass it off to the writer. It will tell, well, here I have all the information from the internet. You take all this data and then give it in a polished format, in a very user-friendly, user-readable format, right? And coming to my workflow, here's how I'm going to sort of build the particular workflow out. Invoke the group chat builder, and then first thing you're going to do is say out of the 3 agents, which of them is going to be the manager. The manager for me is the coordinator agent, which I sort of called here. So the coordinator agent will be, yeah. So the coordinator agent will be the manager, and I'm going to call the name of the coordinator as the orchestrator. Okay, this is optional. You can skip this as well. And the termination condition, I would need like 5 more minutes maybe. Are we? Yeah, sure. So very quickly, right? This is something very important. So as you can see here, the loop of the agent, it can't go more than 2 times. I have done this so because I don't want to simply waste my tokens. But if you want a very good and thorough output, you can make sure that this is something like 10 or 5, so that you get that many iterations, right? So that also can be done as well. In this particular case, it will invoke the assistance only twice. After that, the whole process comes to an end, and the latest output is given to me as the output of the agent. So as you can see here, the participants also I have given as researcher and writer, and the boss is the orchestrator. And we are going to build this workflow. So this is my particular prompt. So I have asked, this is something very relevant for all of us. So if you're advising a data team who is migrating to Microsoft Fabric, so you are to evaluate the different tools that are already there in Fabric and how it compares to something on the fragmented Azure stack. So like, your data lake, data factory, Power BI. How is this better, or how is Fabric better? So give me the trade-off benefits, all of those. So let me quickly run this. Right, so here it first starts off by, as you can see here, this is my task, and it's already kicked off all the agents. And the first thing it has done is it has called the researcher, right? So the orchestrator has decided to call upon the selected participant, which is the researcher, and it has told research and compile, how one is better than another. And then the researcher has been called upon, and researcher has done a very thorough study of the Synapse Data Factory Power BI. And as you can see, the benefits and the trade-offs, all of it has given. Let's not go into all of this. This is like you doing your search across, multiple different websites, and it's given you the information. So cost, how much time it takes for your team to get on to learning all of these things, where it shines, where it falls short, and it's given as a brief conclusion. And then after that, as you can see, the group chat, in the group chat, the orchestrator has again called upon the writer now. So it is telling, take everything that the researcher has told and craft a polished summary, right, of whatever output that this particular research agent has given us. And this is the final summarized information that the writer agent has given us. So as you can see here, it just ends here, and the conclusion is like very brief. It's like a TLDR. But if you want it, even more vetted out, what you can do is you can make the particular agent go in like more and more passes. So I can make it go in 3 passes, 4 passes, so that it keeps on iterating and making whatever response it is giving very thorough and better. So that is how your group chat agent works. Yeah, sure.
Are we on live, Amit? Yes, we have tested it already. It's working. Yeah, I
Okay.
guess people are joining. So we can start the session.
Okay.
Okay. Hello all, a very good afternoon, one and all present here. So I would like to welcome you all Microsoft Analytics Conference 2025. We are the Hyderabad Data and AI community, along with the India Microsoft User Group, are super excited to host you all. After an amazing first 2 editions and some energetic offline events across the different states in India, we are back with our third global virtual conference. Get ready for 2 day full of tech magic with 50 plus global speakers, real world use cases, and everything you love about data, AI, Microsoft Fabric, and Power Platform. Let's get started.
So before we begin, as you're aware of, few of the contests are going on. Ask thoughtful questions during the session and earn Amazon vouchers. So please be, post your questions in the chat box. Before getting started this, I would like to welcome Venkat Subbarao Pulishetty, who is a delivery head at Canarica and a leading architect in Dynamic 365, CE and Azure Power Platform along with the .NET. A three-time Microsoft MVP and four-time C# Corner MVP, he is also a certified Microsoft certified trainer, community leader at D365 Champs, and an active speaker for Hyderabad Data and AI community and India Microsoft Fabric user group. Also, he is a blogger, speaker, and YouTube creator with a deep expertise in low-code, no-code solutions. He is known for enabling Power Platform business apps through innovation and community engagement. In today's session, a custom Power Effects functions, Venkat will showcase how to extend the Power Platform using tailor-made formulas for smarter and more flexible applications. Let's dive in and get started with the Venkat session. The stage is yours, Venkat.
Yeah, thanks, Aditya. So with that Power Platform, right, just I'm going to tell about the planning the designer and agent-based generation. So that's what I'm going to tell here on today's session. So let me share my screen and hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Aditya, and thanks, Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference organizers and the sponsors for welcoming me here and giving me an opportunity. And special thanks to the Microsoft Fabric user group and Hyderabad Data and AI community, and also, as always, Microsoft supports us for this one. So yes. So already Aditya has given me introduction about myself. So at the end, I will give some kind of some more insights about myself and all. So before that, just I will share this particular PPT as well at the end of this particular session. So just let's give me a minute. Okay. So to tell you about what is this plan designer and what is this agent-based generation. So in the era of the low code and no code Power Apps, Microsoft has invested its number of Microsoft has invested large amount of time, and it has made the Power Platform is Power Platform and the agentic related things in a good way, so that what it has done, right, it has come up with particular plan designer. What it will say, it is just you have to give the particular prompt for your business scenario. That's it. So at the back end, the framework of which is built on the top of the Dataverse and the Power Platform, it will create the respective apps which will be suitable for this particular scenario, which have also the agent base at the back end. The agents will also be created with the help of all the agentic framework. That's what I am going to tell you. And this particular feature has been introduced now almost 6 months. Okay, in the preview. So it was being first enabled in the US regions, and then it has been expanded to the other regions. In case if you don't see these particular features that are present, right, then you have to check with your administrator or the global admin of the Power Platform and the Power Platform admin, I would say, to enable that one. Okay. So here, so what is the plan designer? It is, so the main intent is for at any point of time for any given application is we need to resolve the customer pain point. Okay. So That means the customer will comes from the pain point, and this particular pain point, what we will call it as an business scenario. So business scenario is very much important. So once you have this particular business scenario and you understand the correct requirement, everything, then only we will generally go to the selection of the technology and then selection of the apps, all these things, and the architecture, all these things that we'll be going to do it. So what this particular plan designer will be doing it in the Power Apps, right? It is an AI assisted planning experience. What it will perform it is, that means it converts the business requirements into the app plans. That means, so in the given scenario, we will have generally number of things that can be done. That means few set of users needs to be used the apps, few set of the users, that is the backend team, they can use some other apps, and few integrations that needs to be required at the back end so that the user don't need to see that one. That's what we convert this particular business requirements into the app plans. So generally without this plan designer, every architect and the SME will sit together and analyze this particular scenario. Once based upon that particular scenario, then we will select this particular app. But with the help of this particular plan designer, this particular agentic assistance from the power apps, what it will perform is it will convert the business requirements into the app plans. And at the next level, what it will be doing it is, so apps are completed. Now after the apps, what are the things that we need to do? We need to store all the particular data. That means, so in Power Apps, Dataverse will perform this particular one part of it, like the storing the data, and then comes to the security part and as well as the user journeys. So for a given business problems, right, user persona is very much critical. Okay, business will not understand if you don't define user journeys. So generally the business team will be doing all these particular user journeys. And then, so what it will be doing as a plan designer is it will accelerate the solution designs for the Power Apps. Okay, now what are the key capabilities of the any plan designer? One is requirements to the solution mapping. That means, so for a given business scenario, for a given pain point of the customer, the solution mapping will be done. That means, so this is the given scenario, for this is the given point. So for the given point, there are set of all the things the user personas will be defined, and for each end user persona, a mapping will be logically acquired to this particular one. That is been going to be done by the plan designer at the backend, and also data modeling with the Dataverse. So for a given scenario, what is expected, the data modeling is also be done automatically. Also, as I said, the user personas are very much important and very much critical. So this plan designer itself, it will provide the role-based security for the planning. And next is, we will be integrating the things and also automation suggestions. Okay, so the apps are ready. It will also, what this plan designer will give, right? There are some other advanced scenarios where the things will be done where we can perform the integration and also the automation suggestions. So now I keep on telling you, this is agentic view of doing this one. What is that actually agent-based generation it is doing? So what it will be performing is at the back end, whenever we give this respective business scenario as a prompt to this plan designer in Power Apps, the AI agents, the agentic framework, what it will be performing is it will perform the specialized task, that is, it will, so it have its own LLMs that will be present, and then the respective scheduling engine and also the rules engine will trigger and analyze what is this particular business scenario that has been given, so that it will spin up the different agents in the parallelly, so that each agent will create an app. Okay, and second one is what it is going to do. It automates the app creation and workflows and the logic. That means, as I told you, for a business scenario, this plan designer will be creating different apps. So this agent at the back end, what it will be doing it automates the app creation. Okay, what are the fields that needs to be required? What is the particular view that will be running? How we are going to perform different kinds of operations on the Power Apps or the data or on the model-driven apps or at the Power Automate, and also widening between the two different apps. All these things will be done by the agent based one. So this logic, the agents will be doing it. And also it will also works alongside the makers and architects. So generally, right, the creation of the apps and all will be done by the development team. And other than that, these agents, what it will be doing, right, it will also work with the makers and the architects as well. That means what the makers means the kind of UI UX that we can give it on the apps, and also architects, so that the actual business scenario has been correctly implemented or not. And also it enables the autonomous and guided development as well. Okay, so let's cut short and deep dive into the next granular level of it. So the first level is, given the business scenario, the agentic AI will take that one and then build the apps. This is the second level. And after the second level, the agentic different AI functionalities, what it will be performing is, it will be creating the apps and then letting the architects and the designers to know how we can do it. The next third level of it is, okay, what kind of app generation that we are going to use. That means it has these agents have the core functions. That is what it will be doing. It will be doing the UI and the logic. That means you have an app that has been built. On the click of that particular any controls that are present on the app, what kind of logic has to be done, that will be doing. And next is the automate flow creation. That means, as I said, not only the apps at the back end, the automation and also the our automation and all the Azure integration functionalities will be done. That is nothing but the Power Automate flow creation. Next is the data validation and the business rules, right? So not only creation of an app, but also we need to guide and restrict the user to provide the details that are required as per our business scenario. So those things will also be done by this particular agent-based generation. And next is integration with Azure and external systems. This is also will be done by it. Now, I told you in the previous slides that agents are going to work on it. Now, actually, what are these particular agents will be doing it? So first agent, what it will do, right? It will plan designer and defines the architecture. And the other agent, what it will do, right? It will generate the flows and apps. And then another agent, the other agent, it will be performing the continuous refinement using the AI feedback. What at the end, another agent, what it will do, right? It will make the faster and consistent solution delivery. Here, the solution delivery means we need to consider the maintainability of this particular code and how we can make this particular box, this particular solution into the different environments of the SDLC wagon, so that it moves from the development environment to the testing, QA, UAT, and then into the product. Okay, what kind of enterprise benefits that we will get it? So obviously, so the first scratch of creating the apps and then defining it and then binding between the different apps and then creating the automations, all these things, ideally, right, at any beginning of this project, either an architect or a lead or an SME, they will be creating this particular solution, and then they will be designing the data modeling, and they will be creating the apps, and then they will think about it. All these things will be taken care by this plan design. So that's why this is the reduced development time, and then improved solution consistency. So that means, so ideally, right, if at all you perform any development in the Power Apps and the Power Automate or in Dataverse, so main thing is the solutions consistency will not be there. So as a number of members will be working, then what they will be doing until and unless we give 100% guiding and also tight way of tracking the things, all the components will not sit into a single solution. They keep on getting spillover and get distributed into the different parts of the other solution, where we will get into a problem whenever we are performing the deployment from one environment to the another environment. That's where the improved solution consistency. And next is the built-in governance and the security. Okay, so in the normal projects, right, what we'll be doing, right? So we'll get the requirement. Once we get the requirement, we'll build the apps. After building the apps, then we will think about the security and then about the governance. Okay, so that means after development and before that, nothing will be done on the governance end, but the end after we develop this, but this will be done. But because of this plan designer, what it will be performing it is it will have the built-in governance and security. And the main beauty of this particular one is this is not an just a demo project or a just a demo apps. These are scalable enterprise applications which were built on the scalable enterprise architectures. So now let me tell you, okay, I'll keep a pause here. If anyone have questions, they can ask. Okay, I will take that as an acceptance. So architecture overview. So that is first is the Power Apps where we will be doing this most of the UI. And next is the Dataverse where we will be performing the data modeling part of it. And next is the Power Automate, which is the backend logic that will be present, which is useful for the automation and then connecting between the apps. Next is for the AI agents, which will be performing the generation and the optimization. These are the other one, like for the scalable, if you wanted to perform, if you wanted to extend our apps to the different level, then we'll be doing this Azure integration. Okay, so if you observe, right, as a layman terms, what are the things that we require? We need a presentation layer, we need a data layer. At the backend, we need some kind of process automation, and then the integration, and now is the governance and the security that is required for it. So first is the presentation. As I said, okay, we are going to use the Power Apps where this particular plan designer, it will convert our business scenario into the different apps where it will have the combination of the Canvas app and the model driven. Next is the AI assisted plan designer, what it will perform, right? This is being embedded inside the Power Apps, which I'm going to show it in the demo so that the presentation will be taken care. Next, the data side, what it will be performing, the Dataverse will be saving it, and as well as the apps are connected to the Dataverse with the help of the Power Automate workflows, and also different kinds of approvals that are being can be carried out. As I mentioned, we are going to implement the security based upon the role-based security on the basis of the different user personas. Okay, and also, the AI agents, what it will be performing, it will be connecting the different apps and the flows and also the logic generation. Now coming to the Power Automates. So the process and automation, as you mentioned, see that in the data Power Automate related workflows approvals are being involved, and also the process and automation also it has been involved, where the different connectors like standard and custom will be used. So I'll tell you here an example, standard example Power Apps. Standard ones are we have the OneDrive, SharePoint, all these things are the standard standard connectors. And coming to the custom connectors, if suppose any integrations are not present as an out of box, and we don't have any direct Microsoft provided connector, okay, then we have to build that particular custom connector. That's one. Next is with the integration. So integration means generally if you observe the Purview and also the Microsoft Entra, which earlier we used to call it as an Azure, Microsoft Azure portal, and also Azure AD that is called as a Microsoft Entra AD. So if you have the Azure AD and if you are added inside the tenant of a Microsoft Entra, then you will get this particular integration things, and also the environment strategy, like how you are going to build and then build the apps into the development and how you are going to deploy them into the different regions that are being be carried out here. So next is the governance and the security, which is the role-based access control, which we will be doing it, and the different policies for making our apps as secure. So this will be done by the global admin or the Power Platform admin, but this also being done by the our plan designer only. And then next come to the environment strategy, like how these particular environments can be created. So let's go to the real-time scenario. What is the thing? So use case is the customer onboard. One customer came to us saying that, Venkat, I need one solution which should be quick and I should be able to use it readily because I am getting the customers and I don't have any um, architecture or applications are immediately available. I have to simply rely on some kind of Excel sheets or some other paperwork. That's what the use case that is being present. Okay. And what I have to do it is, so for this particular one, what my plan designer will be doing it is, it will defines the entities and the roles in the dataverse. And next, and the agents, AI agents, they will generate the app and the workflows. And then whatever the data that is being feed in or from the entities and the rows, this will be going and see it in the dataverse. And then if there are any approvals that are required in between, right? So those all things will be carried out by the Power Automate. Okay, I'll come to the last slide. Let's go to the demo. So here, this is my business scenario. So if you observe, this is the Power Apps that you have to create. This is the Power Apps environment. In this particular Power Apps environment, we have, if you see it right, you see this one as a plans. This is the plans. So in any of your apps, then you see this particular plans will be present. And again, I am telling you, this will be, if you don't see this particular plans option, then you have to ask your Power Platform admin. Now, I will click on this create a plan. So write about business problem you want to solve. Just I'm going to keep this one. So what is my thing is, I'm designing a customer onboarding solution that allows customers to submit onboarding request, capture customer and compliance data, routes requests through multi-level approvals like relation manager, compliance and operations team, and tracks onboarding status and which sends notifications, enforces role-based security, maintains audit history, and uses Dataverse with Power Automate for scalable enterprise-ready implementation. And also here, there is another option where you can also provide an architecture diagram also. If you don't have the business problem, if somebody says that, okay, this is my architecture diagram, I wanted a solution, then you can add it. So for this, as of now, I have given this particular prompt. Now, if you observe in the canvas, a new create plan will be done. So as I mentioned in my PPT slides, This plan designer is the combination of number of agents, right? If you observe how many agents are there, if you see this has been spinned up, one is the requirements agent, second is process agent, next is data agent and the solution agent. So, so if you observe, right, first it is asking for the process. When user requirements are confirmed, one process will be generated here. So if you wanted to see here, what is that? Okay. This plan serves as a blueprint for addressing business problem. So if you observe the plan designer, user requirement, customer. As a user, I wanted to submit onboarding request with all required information so that my account setup can begin. Next is upload necessary compliance document so that onboarding can meet regulatory standards. Next, track the status of my onboarding request so that I know where I am in the process. Next is the receive notifications or progress. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Next, as a customer, next as a relationship manager. What I'm going to do as a user, I need to review submitted onboarding request so that only complete and validation requests are processed. Okay. And next, I should have, as a relationship manager, I should have the authority to approve, reject, or request more details from the customer so that the onboarding stays accurate. Also, as a relationship manager, I should have the ability to track my request assigned to me so that I can manage my workflow efficiently. Next is communicate the status update to customers so that they are kept informed. Next comes to the security. This is the different third role, compliance officer. What I have to do? This role, it will going to compliance, perform this particular security governance. Okay, access submitted compliance documents so that I can review and validate the regulatory requirements. Next, approve or escalate onboarding requests based on compliance checks so that regulations are followed. And record compliance checks and findings so that there is a clear audit trail for it. Because I'm telling here on the compliance perspective, right? For any particular project, there are different kinds of audits will be present for that particular audits, right? So onboarding the documents of, so onboarding any particular user for any customer project, there are number of audit points that are present. To capture them, that is very much critical. That's where it is present. And operations, the teams member. So operation team. So what they will be doing? Okay, so they view the onboarding request pending operation approval so that they can approve tasks, complete final operation checks and approve onboarding so that the accounts can be created, update onboarding status and log actions so that the process is transparent and auditable. I feel that everything is fine. So this is my requirements agent. That means this one. So requirements agent has been spinned up and it asked this one and it has analyzed this one and it has given the different roles and what are the things that can be done. So if you observe in the canvas also, I have only one process that is present. If I click on looks good, now I see that the multi-level onboarding review and approval that is present. That is the process agent. So what it is doing, it is performing the customer onboarding submission and tracking. So this process covers the customer, what kind of the customer is being doing, and he has the required information or not, and any required documents that are present, all these things that can be you can see it. So here, if I wanted to see this view process, see here. I told you, right, the business people, they can use it. So generally any business analyst or the BA team, what they will be doing, right? First thing, they will define for the given scenario, what are the things, okay? So onboarding request came, then system validates the request. System validates the submission and completeness assignments, and then relationship manager, what it will be doing, it is, they reviews the onboarding request. Okay. if the request is approved by a relationship manager. Then system request to the compliance officer and then logs. If he is also fine, then the compliance officer reviews submitted compliance document. And then compliance officer records compliance checks and find the findings for audit trail. If the compliance officer approves the request, then the system routes the request for operation team and logs for the compliance approval. After that, operation team member will come and then member views onboarding request, and then he'll be doing the final operation team updates, and then system notifies to the relationship manager and customer saying that the onboarding completion has been completed. This is how the onboarding request fully approved and completed. This is the, you can say, the flow what we are going to do, right? So from the business perspective, so this particular flow will be analyzed by the architecture team and also the business analyst team. So the same way for customer onboarding submission also, you can simply see this particular process. I have not done anything, just my plan designer has done this one. Okay. I find this is fine. Multi-level is also fine. Then I click on this particular looks good. Now, what is the next thing is we have to perform is for these two process, the data model has to be set up. So account attachment and onboarding request. This table contains the records for onboarding, approval contains the multi-level approval, and the user means the relationship manager and the customer and the operations team. All these are nothing but the users for it. So if I click on this particular view process again, I can see it. Right. So now I see this particular data model looks fine. I click on the looks good. Now, if you observe, right, this solution agent came into picture. So first is requirement agent and then process agent and then data agent. Now my solution agent comes into picture, and this solution agent will perform the different things like scanning, okay, which particular technology that needs to be required. So it says that, okay, for customer onboarding portal, a site needs to be preferred, and then an onboarding approvals manager, a model-driven app, and onboarding workflow automation, Power Automate flow that is required, and compliance review assistant and agent will be provided. And then the status inquiry assistant, I see it as an agent, and onboarding analytics dashboard, this is for the report. I'll say this as and looks good. Now what we'll be doing, right? The data agent is saving the tables, and your tables have been saved to create and customize an object. To create and customize an object, just hover it and select create and select create. So if you observe, right, it has been created, and just hover over and select the create. So what I am doing, I'm just click on the save. So if you observe, select an existing solution. I saying that, okay, if you observe, I told you at the beginning of my session, this is an solution which follows all the best practices. Okay. The thing here is, so I told you the pain point of working with the different people. That is, different people will be joining, and they will be different people, different developers will be working on it, and they create their own solutions, and all the, whenever any deployment team trying to move the changes from one environment to the another environment, all the things will get messed up. So that's where the only solution to that particular problem is a solution needs to be created. So this is the select an existing solution, or else I will say that save items to a new solution, or else the publisher is the CDS default publisher. So publisher also plays an important role. If you wanted to create different publisher that is respect to your customer, then you can also do it. But for any novice, if you don't know about it, don't get just worry. Just you can say this is the customer onboarding hub. This is one that I'm going to create on. Now I click on save. Right. Now if you observe, right, let us see it in an holistically. This is my business problem. Okay. And for this business problem, these are all the different roles that are present: customer relationship manager, compliance officer, and operations team manager. Next, for this, I have for onboarding model-driven app, and for onboarding workflow automation, Power Automate Flow, for compliance review agent as agent, and the status inquiry assistant another agent, and onboarding analytics dashboard. This is the report. Next is the data model. It's been created. Now, what I have to do it as I have shared this application. Now, so here this is create onboarding portal. I'll click on create. So what it will be performing it is going to create one particular onboarding portal in my ASN website. If you observe, right, this is the power pages, which can be used by the different members. So an website is getting created. This is onboarding source. Click on next. I'm just keeping it as is. So for the onboarding, right, what are the things that are present? I need the about us, contact us, FAQ, submit request, upload documents, track progress. I'll keep all these things. So that means here, the first one is the onboarding portal, a secure portal for users to submit onboarding request, upload documents, track request throughout the onboarding process. If you observe the beauty of it, right, all the templates which I got to select, right, those are all present here as in template ones. So let's preview this. Okay, still this is in progress. Okay, by the time once this progress complete, right, let us go to the next one. So I have to create an onboarding approvals manager. So for that, what it is doing, it has to be used by relationship manager, compliance officers, operation team for reviewing and all. So for that, I will click on this particular create. See, the plan details has been kept. If it is a data-driven app with all these relationships, things and all. It has these pages, different pages that are present, and also the different user roles. These are being present. So just wait for this one to load. Okay, my onboarding one is been ready. I have to publish it. See it. My portal is my particular model driven app is ready. Attachments, approvals, tasks, and different user roles that are present. You can perform, you can click on any particular accounts and all these things. So you can onboard any particular customer. After that, you can get into the onboarding request. This is an request, onboarding request, which will be performing. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create. Okay, this is how at the backend at the model driven app that we can see it. Let us see whether this is ready. Next is okay, sign in. Okay, so for the interest of time, just I'll click on this workflow automation also. Okay, if you observe right, this portal has been created. Now what I can do, I can submit the onboarding request, submit a request, upload a document, and then real-time processing, all these things I can do it. So I have signed it as, I click on get started. So if I wanted to perform any submit request, I can do it. Start your request. Okay, there is some code I have to write in because the UI is ready. At the backend, there is some other enhancement I have to do it to make this to be done. But this one has been ready. Now this Power Automate workflow, what it is doing, right? Power perform in any onboard action, it will perform the action. Microsoft Dataverse gets connected and then it creates a flow. Okay. So let me go back. We create this complaints and then I'll create this review assistant. If you observe right, this is my agent. So I'll be going to the Copilot Studio. I'll select it as US. So what it is doing, it is performing, it is keeping and creating an review assistant. The same way, let me create this status inquiry also. If you observe right, we have the latest GPT 5.2 reasoning that has been announced and mentioned by Satya in the latest AI tour in Mumbai in the few days back, couple of days back. Okay, that is also available. If you have not tried that one, you can do it. And this is as of now, it is an experimental only. Okay, that one you can do it. So what is it? Compliance officer's validation of documents, security findings and all. And where I can perform any particular triggers. See, knowledge is nothing but the attachment task and the approval. That means these are the tables that are present. That means in the Dataverse tables which have been created in the step 1, those are being given as a knowledge, and the tools I have not used anything. So let us publish it. Okay, as of now, I don't have the user license, that's why I could not publish it, but I can test it. Let us see the next, the status inquiry assistant, how it is there. So if you observe right, I have clicked on the documents. It went into the respective table that is present. That is here the attachments. As I have not attached anything, that's how it is saying that attachments are currently available in the system. That is what it is saying. So this is status inquiry assistant. Okay, I'm going to ask how many accounts are there. Accounts means how many customers that are present. You'll see it first before publishing it. If you see it, there are 10 accounts are present. Let us quickly verify it. How many are there? Yeah, it says correct. 10 accounts are there. Okay. Now I can ask that details. Tell me about Coho Winery. Okay. If you observe right, this is the Coho Winery, account name is this one and all. Let us just verify it, whether all the details are correct or not. Just so Coho Winery and the 5550159 is the details that I got it. Yes, Coho Winery and the cohowinery.com is also present. Right. So now let me ask this one. Can you give me requests for this account? If you have the any onboarding request for this account, then I will get it. Otherwise, I will not going to get that one. There are no onboarding requests. Okay. I am now going to ask, tell me active onboarding requests for one account. I'll wrap it in 4 minutes. Okay. So on the onboarding request does not include any field that links to the specific account. That means here there is no relationship between the request and the accounts. Okay, but here it is been present only what are the onboarding requests that are present. If I open any onboarding request, these are the request number and the current report role is this one. Only this particular one that is present. That's what it is saying about. Okay, so my particular status inquiry assistant, this one is ready. And if I have the respective license that are present, and I can publish it, and even I can share this one as well. So I can share it to the respective people, and then I can do it. That means my agent, couple of agents that are ready here. The compliance review agent is also ready, and the approvals also. I will ask any approvals list. Yes, we have the 5 approvals, right? So it will give these 5 approvals. Okay. Approval is to review. This is compliance approval status approved or pending for the request ID. Let me ask here. Request 1002. Yes. Yeah. Sure. So that's how, like this, just this particular one, right? This agent is also working based upon this particular planner. And if you have the data, if at all any Power BI thing is present, you can do it. And this is the data model that has been created. Okay. So in this way, simple for a given business scenario, we have the roles, we have the different apps that are present, we have the data model that is also ready, and everybody can easily work on these related details. So I have this app, Power Pages that is ready, where any customers they can easily do it. I have the different model driven app that is present, which will at the backend time they can do it. I have the Power Automate flow that is present, so that it will perform any kind of different user related interactions like sending the notifications, all these things that is present. And also I have this particular overview that is present, where I have the couple of agents which are present, and these particular agents will perform these things. That's how these are all the 5 agents. These are all the 4 agents that are being present, and it is the solution agent which will be doing it. So with that, what is that the takeaways are? The faster solution design and the AI driven development. And also we have this enterprise ready architecture. And this is how the future of low code development. If the number of people are saying that there is no low code is dead, but no, and the answer is no, not completely. Yeah. So thank you. Thanks to all the participants who have joined here. And thanks Hyderabad and Data AI community and India Microsoft Fabric user group. And thanks Amit, Bharat and Aditya for giving me this particular opportunity. And if at all anybody wanted to connect with me, I will be available over the LinkedIn. So Aditya will share you the details. So hope you have learned something new and you will start using this particular planner designer. Thank you. Thanks everyone. Have a nice day. and hope you will have great learning today.
Okay. Hi, Amit. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can we start, Amit? Okay, thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. All right. Welcome, everyone, to India Microsoft Fabric User Group and the organizers of Hyderabad Data Community as well. First of all, thanks for the organizer to organizing this amazing event. There is a lot of sessions to be captured in this short period of time, like 2 days. So I hope you are enjoying the entire summit here. Okay, today we are going to cover about what is Foundry local basic here. So this is really an important thing as Microsoft has already launched this Foundry local. Also, the other providers, they're already in the market. But we'll specifically talk about Foundry local in this session. Before going into that in detail, a short intro about myself. I am Mohammad Adnan and I'm from Ambur, Tamil Nadu, India. So I had total like 20 plus years of experience in various Microsoft technologies. And I have worked on industry like manufacturing, supply chain, construction, and healthcare. And I'm a certified PL 300, 600, and 700 as well. Apart from that, I'm a Microsoft MVP and MCT. And I have my own YouTube channel, which is Take 18, where you can I just focus on Power BI, Fabric, and some part of EA part here. And I'm author of these two books, which is you can see it on the screen. Yeah, that's a short intro about myself. Let me know if you have any. I mean, if my voice is clear or not. If it is there, then ping me on the team chat.
Adjan, it is clear. We can go ahead.
All right. Thanks a lot for this. Okay, so today's agenda is all about what we are going to discuss in this session, which is why local AI models and what is Foundry local, and understanding the various variant models which we have in this Foundry local. And there are differences between chat and tools inside to that, and how we need to check the hardware requirement, because this is really a crucial part in order to choose the right model based on your hardware, what you have. And also why these bigger models run slow when you are executing it, and what are the types which you can avoid in terms of performance, and if it is hangs when you're running up on this one. So also, I'm going to give you an example. The laptop is currently I'm giving this presentation, which is RTX 4070, and we can also set up that how what model it will be applicable to this kind of laptop. And then we'll go with some of the essential commands that we need to use in order to start with this Foundry local. And finally, there are certain next steps. If time permits, then we can also have a short demo on that. Okay, first of all, why local AI models? This is completely data privacy. Generally, the LLM models which we have right now in the market, which is ChatGPT, Claude, or any other like Perplexity as well, everything runs onto their own cloud. And even if you are considering with Microsoft Copilot as well, which is running behind the scene multiple models on that one, everything sits on Azure. So whatever you want to add into that command or prompt, either it's going to go with US region if you are in the US, or if you're outside of the US region, then again it's also go to US region. If you are into European region like UK or European, then it goes to European region. That's the declaration what they have given. But if you want a complete data privacy, if you're working on different sectors like healthcare and banking, finance, law kind of thing, so in this case, you need to secure your data. You don't want to send anywhere any kind of data, PHI information, any kind of information. So in that case, you need complete data privacy. For that, one of the reasons that you can use local AI models. And zero API cost per use. So this is also another important factor. After you set up your hardware and everything, installation and all, so every token, every request which you are communicating with the LLM model, it converts your text into tokens, and the tokens you need to for billing purpose. So if you are going with this local model, you don't need to pay for anything because you already have the model in the local environment. So if you can ask multiple questions, how many times, it's not going to charge you anything extra. Whereas on the other side, if you're using like ChatGPT or Claude, you need to pay a subscription, right? And there is a limitations as well. If you're using your programming for VS Code, and if you're using a model like Claude or anything else, then definitely there is a tracker going up that you can use up to a certain limit. After that, it goes expire. You need to wait for another period, like we start from 1st of every month. So there is no token limitations for here. You can use as many number of as you can. And also this works without internet. This is also one of the important reasons. If you are running something, a local model, which is on a remote location, there is no chances of internet connectivity and there is a low latency also there. In that case, also you can also use this local LLM model. If you're doing something on a submarine, as an example I'm taking up here, which is deep sea ocean kind of research, those things and all you can consider. You don't need to have internet connectivity. These LLM models, local models can work without any internet connectivity on that part. And also low latency, faster response. So generally when we ask for regular like ChatGPT or Claude, it goes to the internet and then comes back again. So there is a response and then receive which is required. So there may be chances of some latency issue, but here there is no latency issue here because everything runs locally on your hardware. So we don't need to worry about that as well. And full control of your over models. So you can decide which model to run. There is a lot of models available now and it's growing up day by day. And then which version you need to keep. This is also a crucial part. And when you want to upgrade here. Because every now and then, like once in a month or twice in a month, new versions are coming up from the cloud or ChatGPT kind of thing. Also from the other providers as well, like Olama kind of thing. You can also define when and where we need to use these models and when you want to upgrade based on your requirement. Not only that, you can also fine tune certain models based on your requirement. You can feed your information so that it can understand your data, which can reside only locally, and then it can give you back the answers accurately based on your data, which is called fine tuning your models. And next thing, no vendor lock-in. So you can switch between Microsoft, Olama, LM Studio, VLLM, and text generation Voucher. These are all the providers what we can run local models currently. It can grow in future, but these are the models available in the market for now. So today we are going to focus on Microsoft for this one. And also there are multiple open source model available from Llama, QN, Mistral, DeepSeek. These are all the providers and they all have their own local models which they are giving up to run locally on that one. From Microsoft, they are given 5 models and Llama is from other providers, DeepSeek, Mistral, and QN from the other providers as well. If you want to do some kind of experimentation and R&D work, and if you want to build a custom Copilot that resides all your data within your premises, then this will be a best option for you. And mainly, what are the areas which you can use, which can be healthcare, because it contains PSI information. And if you're working on US, then you need to follow the HIPAA compliance. If you're working on European region, then you need to follow the GDPR thing. So you have to follow the company as well as the country compliance issues. So in that case, you can also use for health edge, finance, legal, defense, and internal corporate tools which you can build out of it using a local model. This is the purpose of using local model. Now, when it comes to Foundry Local, what is then Foundry Local? So Foundry Local is an on-device AI inference solution by Microsoft that lets you run AI models locally on your own machine rather than via cloud servers. So that's a short description. And again, the reason is because it's cost effective, which is you can run the models offline without any internet issue which you have. And there is no cloud dependency. You can run faster anytime. There is no cloud dependency. The communication between the server and the local machine is no more required. And the privacy first architecture, that's what Microsoft will build up here. So everything resides on your local machine. So it's not going to send any kind of information outside of your local machine. So that's the one thing. And easy integration. So Foundry offers the command line prompt. You can just ask anything on the CLI. This I like really the most because CLI is really easy to set up. We just need to pass few of the commands and then it gives you back the response here. So you can directly talk with that. Not only that, we can also build any kind of agent where SDK or REST endpoint, we can use to use that. And hardware aware acceleration. So it can run on CPUs. If you're using an Intel CPU like i3, i7, i9 kind of processors, you can also run that. That's what they are claiming here. And you can also run on GPU, which and NPU, which is the recent latest model from NVIDIA or any other providers here. Depending upon your hardware, you can support the models and you can run based on that. So if you run this, I'm just showing up here the screen, which is comes from the VS Code option here. So if you just run Foundry and then a space model and then space list, then it's going to give you the list of available models as of today. So on the screen. So you can see this is the Pi 3 model mini 128K. That's the token. And then we have a GPU, chat, 2.3 gigahertz, MIT, and Pi. This is the model name here. So this is the entire list which you can show. We can pick whatever we need from this list. There's a lot of more here. It's just the first screenshot which I have given up here. Now let's understand what exactly these names are. If you look into the last column, there's a lot more number of information here. So in the next slide, we'll talk about that here. So basically, this model consists of three different things. One is model, runtime, and hardware. So here I've take an example of Pi 4 mini instruct CUDA GPU 5. What does it mean? It's basically Pi 4 mini is model name, which is a small, mini means small, and it's an efficient model from Microsoft they have provided here. And instruct means we can fine tune this particular model so that it can follow our instruction based on our fine tuning process here. And the next thing is the CUDA here. So CUDA as an example, which is the provided for NVIDIA GPU runtime. And if you're using a Tensor RT, if you have a graphics card about that, then prefer to use the Tensor RT. If the regular graphics card which you have from NVIDIA, then you can just use the CUDA model here. And GPU 5 is basically a version name, which is the version GPU 5 version here. If I go back to the previous screen, then you can see there are a lot of things available here, right? RTRX, CUDA, and OpenView, and Generative. We'll talk about that in the next screens, what it actually means here. So the next thing is the context length flexibility. So in this local Foundry model, we have like 2K, 4K, 8K, and 32K context windows here. Generally, when we have a LLM model, we have a context window. So context window is nothing but the token which you can respond, take input and output as well. So it depends on the number of tokens here. So 2K is basically the tokens we have. It can give you a response only up to 2K information here. So this is a small model will have a 2K level of information. If it's a bigger model, then you can have up to 32,000 models here. I know this seems to be very less compared to what we have right now on the cloud versions, but this is early stage of the local Foundry, local models. It can grow in future, I believe. So now in terms of model, which is the runtime explained here, on the right hand side, you can see there is an image which it talks about some of the models available on the market now. And there are different, I have taken up here the group of this, CUDA or Tensor RT, OpenVINO, and Generic here. These are the three different runtimes which we have. The CUDA and Tensor RT is basically from NVIDIA GPU's optimized version, and Tensor RT is the fastest for RTX card. If you have a graphics card in your hardware, laptop or in the server, which is from NVIDIA GPU, then you can go with this kind of models. If I took into this on the right hand side, the first model which is showing up here on every group here, 5.3 mini 128K inside RTX GPU, RTX here. So it means we can use RTX on those CPUs, on those models here. Now, when it comes to OpenVINO, this is coming up from the Intel processor. So if you have an Intel-based processor, then you can also do graphics card as well. Then you can use the GPU or CPU optimized version of OpenVINO. So this will be good for if you're using Intel graphics card instead of NVIDIA graphics card. Generally, these are the two market leaders for now. But if you have some other processor or some other graphics card which is portable for other generic purpose, then you can use those options here. So this is the main requirement. If we have hardware of NVIDIA, then you need to select the model which is CUDA or TensorRT. If you have an Intel-based graphics card, then you need to use OpenVINO for that. If you have any other graphics card, then you can just go with generic one. And generic is much slower compared to these two models here. Okay. Now, when it comes to the next option, which is chat type here. So what are the types of models we have? So generally, if you can see, if you go back to the previous one, here the entire list, you can see some of this one chat here, and the last one is chat and tools. So what is the difference between that is basically chat is generally a regular communication between the person, those who are interacting with the model, and as well as the model. So if you ask any question, it can give you the response back within the limited knowledge it has. So that's an important thing here. So it cannot able to call any external tools. If you are asking for a weather for this India location, I mean the Chennai location for today, then it's not going to give you the response of that because it doesn't have a connectivity, the tools capability that it can go outside of this knowledge and then give you back the response. So that's a chat option available here. If your requirement is to just work on your local model, no need to go for any external access, then you can just go with the chat option itself. It can fulfill your purpose. But if your purpose is to go outside of your tools, like if you want to work with Power BI MCP server, SQL Server MCP server, or Azure MCP servers, in any other case, in that case, you can use chat and tool option models, where it can able to, if you ask any question, then it can interact with other tools and then help you to fulfill that requirement as well. So in this case, as an example of the weather itself, if you're asking for a weather, then it will look for a weather API from outside of this capability, and then it will search those APIs and execute those API and give you the response back within that window. So that's the difference between chat and tool option here. Now, how we can check your hardware here? Basically, there are two ways that you can check your graphics card, what is available now. So one is you can just open the task manager from the taskbar at the bottom, and then go click on the performance tab, which you can see it on the screen here. Or else you can go with the device manager and then expand the display adapter and then GPU name and VRAM. So that's where you can also pick up those information. So here, if you can see, the GPU type is NVIDIA RTX or AMD Radeon or Intel Arc. These are the kind of available graphics card generally in the market. And also, first of all, you need to check the VRAM capability. So the screenshot what I have taken is from my laptop, the current laptop. So it has like NVIDIA GPU RTX 4070 and 8 GB of RAM here. So 8 GB of RAM, we can run the low and medium models. It cannot able to handle the large models here. Like up to 8 GB capability of the model I can run in my laptop for without any issue. If it goes beyond that, then definitely it's going to lag the performance. The reason how it will spill over, I'm going to talk about that in the next slide. So this is where you can also check your capability, that what kind of model you can able to use in your laptop. Generally, if you're adopting for your company server, then it may have much bigger in terms of RAM. You can adopt based on that. So now how to choose the right model? So first of all, you need to check for the hardware. That's an important thing. If you are with NVIDIA, then you need to go with TensorRT, RTX or CUDA. If you are an Intel based, then you need to go with OpenVINO models. If you are other models, then you can go with generic models here. The next thing is you need to use the chat feature or chat with tools feature. So that's an important thing that you need to consider. And the third thing is the capability of the model here. The model RAM size is 8 GB and 5.4 model is 16 GB. Then you need to decide based on your RAM capability about how we can use that. And the fourth thing is you need to run locally and then measure the latency, how it actually works, and how much RAM capacity is being utilized on that one. Because if it goes beyond that, then definitely it will start creating troubles. Now, why bigger models run slow? This is an important factor that we need to understand. So generally, more parameters equal to more computation for this one. So if I open up this Foundry list again as an example, here on this one, some of the models you can see they have given as 7B, 14B, and then 7B here, and 0.5B. So these are all basically the models has been trained with this billions of parameters. So generally, even for ChatGPT also, those are all like I think 200 or 300 billion parameters. That's really big models. But the local models available right now with us, which is 4 billion, 7 billion, 14, and up to 20 billion models, which I have seen on this Foundry local. So it means if you ask any kind of prompt, then it needs to process those billion parameters on per token. So definitely it will take for that. And for all these things, it needs some computation power. Definitely it needs to run on the RAM. So this will take time for those periods here. So VRAM pressure and memory bottleneck. The next option is if you run a bigger model. So when the model runs, the key value per, whenever we ask any questions and then it gives a response here, if it doesn't fit on the capacity of the VRAM, which is on the graphics card, here in my case, if I ask something, then it goes beyond like 8 GB of the capacity, then the data, whatever it has to give the response, it actually goes to your actual system RAM. Even though I have like 32 GB of RAM or regular RAM in my laptop, it actually take the capacity of the entire thing. So 8 GB plus and the 32 GB takes about that if you use a bigger model. Then if the this is RAM is also not fulfilled. I mean, RAM is also full and the VRAM is also filled. In that case, there is no more room for actual processing of the system. Then definitely the system will hang or it will just slow down the processor of every performance of your entire laptop or system. So next thing is you need to consider about the context window expansion. So 2K, 4K, and up to 32 tokens, which you have right now. Because if you are using a bigger context window, then the longer the communication, the context window, it will also slow down the response from that model, unless if you have a bigger RAM capacity. And fourth one is the thermal and power throttling of the laptop. So GPU is 100%. If you are using a bigger model and it is consuming like 8 GB of your entire processor, and it needs to run on that one. For that, it needs to run every processor and the graphics card inside to that. And generally, it heats up. If it heats up, then definitely it needs to slow down the processor and graphics or everything. Then only it can work efficiently. If it doesn't work, the cooling capacity of that one, then it's going to reduce the clock speed of that processor inside this graphics card. Then it will also slow down your performance of entire thing. So result, the higher token latency. So generally I notice here, if you are using a minimum model, mini models for this one, then it takes about 50 to 150 milliseconds per token, if you're asking any question per token. And for larger model, it's taking about like 200 to 400 plus milliseconds per token on 8 GB laptop. That's what in my laptop I have observed on this one. So what it means is, generally you can see it clearly says the difference here, 50 to 150 ratio and 200 to 400. It's almost like twice amount of the time. So if you ask any question, then it will give you the response, but it will say like, hello, what, these kind of things. So it will write one by one steps here, token by token. It will not able to interact with you efficiently. So this is some of the reasons that you have to choose the right model whenever you want to work on this one. But the best practice for 8 GB VRAM, what I have observed is I used a Pi 4 mini Instruct CUDA GPU for a smooth and responsive in the local inference model here. But you can play around with other models based on your need. You can set on that one. Because there are certain parameters which I just discussed, right? So you need to consider all those parameters here. So if you want to avoid the hangs in the system, then what you need to do? You just need to monitor the GPU memory in the task manager. If it is going up, then you need to do certain things here. So you use mini models or a small variant on the laptop, which is 8 GB on 8 GB of the laptop. And then you need to use the specific models on a specific hardware. That's also important factor so that it can have an increase in the performance. And if you are running with any other tab, like if you open up the browsers or any other the Teams application, then that will also consume some memory of that. So you need to make sure that you close all the other applications before running these models here. And if you're building any kind of agents and if you're feeling some kind of latency issues while going into real production, it is good to add some kind of coding programming logs inside to that, so that whenever it runs, it can capture all the logs and you need to find out what is the reason behind that at the later on stage. So as an example for my laptop, which is RTX 4070 laptop setup, so I prefer to go with Pi 4 Mini Inside CUDA 5 GPU with a chat and tool model, because I want to connect with Power BI NCP models and SQL Server NCP models. So it can connect with that and then give me the response back here. And also the fast chat option, which is if I just need to go with chat only option without the chat and tool option, then I prefer to go with Pi 4 RTX GPU chat, which can work lightweight and it can smoothly give me the response here. And if I want to go with mini variant, then obviously 8 GB RAM itself, and that's what I can use on my laptop here. So there are some of the essential Foundry local commands here, which is basically, if you want to see all the list of available Foundry local models, then you need to run Foundry model list on VS Code, or if you are using cursor, then you can also use the cursor here, I believe. But I generally use VS Code, so that's what I have seen here. If you run Foundry model list, then it's going to give you the list of available models here. Or if you want to download any models locally, then you need to make sure that you run this command Foundry model run and then the model name here. So how can we get the model name is basically the list which you will get from the above command. You just need to copy the last column of that and then paste here. So Foundry model run, if you run paste this one, is going to install. So based on the model capacity, it's going to take time, because if it is a 2 GB or 8 GB, then it depends on the size of the model. It will take time for you. If you want to understand the size of the model, if I go back to this screen, you can see this column, which is 2.13 and 2 GB, 4 GB, and here 11 GB. And these are the mini models here. These are all the bigger models here. So this will take, depends upon your internet connectivity. So it will take time to download and install on your laptop. Oh, this is the one. So if you want to see the downloaded model, if you have already downloaded some of the models, and if you want to see what are those models available, then you can run Foundry cache list. It's going to give the list of available models downloaded on your disk. And if you want to delete some of the models, then you can just hit Foundry cache remove followed by the model name, entire name. Then it's going to remove this model from your local Foundry here. Because if you want to do any other model, then you can also adopt that here. But if you want to check Foundry service status, then you just need to run Foundry service status. It's going to give you the list of models which is running locally here. So as an example, even though if you have used lower models, for example, you have used 2 8 GB of models running up locally on the machine, then you need to make sure that correct model is running active on this one. Because if you have an 8 GB of the RAM, and if you're running 2 models simultaneously, definitely your system will slow down, because it needs 16 GB of RAM entirely to process here. So you need to make sure that you stop all the models. That's what you can see on the services here, and then run only the models which is required for that particular purpose. That's an important thing. So if you want to do some kind of remove of that, then you can just run Foundry service restart option. It's going to stop the Foundry local and restart everything. Then you need to start fresh models on this model here. If you want to run the model again, you can just run Foundry model run and followed by this model name. Even though if it is downloaded, then you just check for the model availability. If it is there, then it's not going to download from the internet again and again. It will just run from your local system itself. If it is not there, then it will download and then start the model here. So these are some of the commands that you can use in order to run the Foundry local on your laptop. So this is one of the takeaways what you have observed on this entire thing, which is know your hardware before choosing the model. This is really required, because I have seen most of the people that once they launch this local model, they tried with, even myself, I tried that. I used Olama previously before launching Foundry local. So I tried with bigger models so that I thought that it will give me full response back. I can have like ChatGPT, the cloud kind of experience. It doesn't, because my laptop itself doesn't have that flexibility, that capacity, right? That's the reason of that. You need to make sure that you choose the right model, and you also need to choose the right capacity of the model. And based on your hardware, you need to use NVIDIA or Intel, anything else. And also, if you want to go with the chat or chat plus tool model, that also you need to use that. And we also discussed about how you can avoid the bottleneck hanging of these systems here. So these are some of the documents officially from Microsoft that you can run with this one. We can use with, if you have VS Code, then on the left hand side, you already have that VS Code one. You can also download that. Let me go back here. In the meantime, if you have any questions, let me know in the comments here. I can see one here. What workload use Foundry locals? So basically, workload in the sense it uses this graphics card itself. And I can say this VRAM, which I mentioned on the task manager, if you can see. So that is where it actually stores all the communication, the prompt and contact here. So it runs on that one. And the next thing is, does find a local support rack button? Yeah. So you need to make sure that you select the fine-tuned model here. There's some of the model which it's there, some of the model which it doesn't. So in my example, if I go back here, okay, so the model name which is which has instruct in that, it means you can fine-tune those models here. There are some of the models which is available, it doesn't have the instruct here, as you can see it on the list here. These are all the instruct model, these are all instruct model here. And here, this one, that is still one, which is from DeepSeek, you cannot able to fine-tune those models here. So those models which have an instruct in the name, you can able to fine-tune those models here. Okay, the third thing is really an interesting thing. So I will show you the demo on this part, how we can connect with the Power BI for this one. This is some of the, yeah, that's an interesting question, Rajkumar. Thanks for that. Okay, just a time check. Yeah, we have a time. I will just copy some of the links here in the chat. So you can refer to those chat here. Microsoft claims that it can able to run on even Intel-based processor CPU. Honestly, I haven't tried that, but hopefully it should work on the smaller models, but not on the bigger models. Even the 8 GB RAM NVIDIA graphics card, which I have, it actually slows down if I go with 16 GB of the model. But it really works smooth if I have like 8 GB, which I'm going to show you here. Okay, some of the resources here. Okay, that's another interesting question, Rajkumar. So how does Foundry local support compliance GDPR in HIPAA? Okay, so by default, Foundry local is runs on local. That's what Microsoft claims. And even I will show you here as I shared my entire screen. This is one of the sample report which I have used here. As you can see, this actually fulfills Rajkumar your two questions about Power BI as well as the HIPAA compliance. So I'm going to use a new chat which is in VS Code. So this is nothing but a regular Power BI PBIX file. I have converted this into to show as PBIP project here. Right, so it can split this report into semantic model as well as the report here. If I expand this one, the definitions and then the tables, I have these tables here. Now, on the right hand side, I have the chat window, which I just open up here. I'm just going to ask here one question here, which is, okay, first of all, you need to install all these necessary things. I have done that. So on the agent part, and here we have this option, the model selections. So you need to click on manage models. And it just gives you the list of available models available in the VS Code. And if you don't find the model which you expect here, which is the local model, you can just click on add models. And here it gives them multiple options. If you want to add it from Anthropic Cloud or Azure or Foundry local via AI tools and Microsoft Foundry. So this requires internet connectivity. Olama is also local. But here in this case, we want to go with Foundry local via AI toolkit. AI toolkit is refers here, right? So basically, it's an extension here, which you can download in VS Code. I'm sorry, I'm just going here and there, but I just want to go with the kind of flow here. So here we have AI toolkit. If it doesn't find that one, then you can just click on the extension here and then search for AI toolkit. Yeah, this is the first one which is showing up here, the AI toolkit, which is from Microsoft here. That's safe to install here. If you once install this one, if I open up this here AI toolkit, then this is how the screen will look like, which we have resources, model catalog, and all those stuff here. If you can click on model catalog, then it will give you the list of available models in that Foundry local. There are a lot of models available, which is from ChatGPT and all this stuff, 5.4 here. But the important thing is you need to make sure that filter the type of models available. So I don't want the model which runs on remote. I just want the models which runs on local, CPU, GPU, and NPU. And also, if you want to fine tune the model, you can just filter it out. You can just click on fine tune. It's just going to do that one. So for now, it's showing up that nothing is possible here to fine tune the model. You need to bring up your own model because you need to download for now. So here you need to select all the other models which is showing up here. This is to interact with this interface here. But if you want to do with this one, the chat GPT model here, which is on the chat model, right hand side, you just need to follow along the thing which I used here, right? In the PPT, which is this command, model list command, model status here. So if I just click on Foundry service status here, it's going to give the terminal and give me the response here. Ideally, it should be fast. Yeah, sure. So start a service, follow the run command, and then Foundry server start. So it is asking me to start a service here. Then I can just click here, Foundry run local 2.57 GB, this CUDA here. So just copy here and then paste on this one. So it is going to start a model. First of all, it will check on the internet if it is available on my local, and then check for this registration. If it is available, then it will give me the response quickly here. Yeah, it says it is checked on the internet. It's already registered here. So it is loading the model now. Okay, so it is asking me to interact here. So this is what the CLI command which I referred in the presentation, right? So the CLI command is basically you can ask anything here. So first of all is like, can you access internet? So it is thinking here and it's giving, as an AI model on Alibaba Cloud, I don't have a direct internet access or ability to browse on the web in real time. However, I was trained on a vast amount of text data, so it's just giving me that message here. Okay, so is it a local model? I just want to confirm here. Yeah, it runs as a local model. The founded local, which you can ask question here. If I ask about here, what is the weather in Outdoor? So it will not give the access because it doesn't have real-time interactivity with this one. Okay, now switching to other topic here, which is once you have this model, you can just click on this one and then add manage model and click on add models. I want to go with Foundry AI toolkit here. Then I can select this option which is required. Ideally, it should give me this response. Thanks. In the morning, I just saw this one. Let me close this VS Code and reopen again. Okay, models here. One. Thanks. Because before this session, I actually practiced for this one demo itself. It actually shows up here one of the model which I used here, which is this one itself. Ideally, this should work. Okay, let me add a new chat here. View chat and a new chat here, which is this here. And why it is not showing up anything here? Thanks. Anyway, so actually what the purpose of this one is even though I will tell you the situation here. So if you click on Foundry local, then it's going to give the list of available Foundry models available. Somehow it is not giving me for now. But if you select any of the models here, basically it will tell you clearly that it's not going to send you the information outside of this particular environment as well. Even if cannot able to access my local laptop, it can just run only on this chat window. That's the beauty of that. Forgot about the internet connectivity. It just even doesn't know anything about my local laptop itself. It just works within the VS Code, within this chat window here, and can able to access only the project which is available on the left-hand side here. Okay, let me just start this Power BI MCP model. I hope you have got the sessions of Power BI MCP models. So once you have added this here, you can just start this one, Power BI MCP models, and start. It's going to start this MCP model. Now I can ask with any other chat here from this one. Somehow, let me try one more time. Unfortunately, I don't know why it's not working up here. Yeah, sorry about that. So what I will tell here is basically in the production for the Power BI as well, you can just chat here, which is use MCP Power BI modeling MCP server and change their table names as prefix dims underscore for all dimension and fact underscore for all fact tables. Right now I'm using Claude. Obviously, it will search on the internet, but still, this is how generally it will work even for the local models here. But the good part here is we actually doing two things now. One is using this model to interact with this project, as well as we are using MCP servers here. And this is really good. So far, the experience what I have done for MCP server is really good. It understands the entire model is asking about the permissions that we need to do step by step here. It's reading up all the metadata from this model on the left-hand side and giving up all the response here. So it's clearly saying that we have the date, product, region, state, RLS tables here. And fact is the only table which is available for the fact table here. That's really good. And also it identifies that there is a measure table, which is not a dimension, not a fact table. So it is asking us to keep it as is, which is measure container. That's how beautiful it is. And if I click on allow, then it's going to do this operation step by step, one by one. It will fulfill that. So it has given a to-do list here. It can allow here. By the way, while this is running up here, if you want to use VS Code and then this chat window, then need to purchase VS Code GitHub license. Then only you can able to enable this chat window here. Or else you need to build your entire custom thing, which is using a SDK. So that will take a lot of time to build on this one. So it's renaming here one by one, which is dim product, dim region, dim state. One by one, it's asking me the permissions. I'm giving up allow here. So it's also a good thing. So it's human in the loop approach. So it's not doing it by itself based on our prompt. It's asking us every time when it's changing this file structure or renaming it, anything. So it's also changed the fact sales here. So completely it has modified here, measure tapes here, measure container dimensions here. That's the thing. And if I refresh it, this one, something has happened to me. I can't see the changes. The project file. Okay, the currently memory. So it's temporary, it's in the memory. Ideally, it needs to ask, I have made it on the memory. Do we want to apply actual changes on the files? After that one, somehow it is not asked here. yeah, it says it has in memory and then it's giving the response here. That's good thing. And now if you look into the left-hand side, it can able to see it is change in the name of this thing. And also, all the relationship references have been updated according to the relationship.tmbl model. That's really a good thing. Even though I just asked it to rename a table, but because of MCP server, it actually does all this Power BI MCP server, right? It does also the renaming on the relationship part here. You can see this is a dim, this is the fact sales. And also let's see about this one. If I go to this report options and then look for this, okay, the measures here, right? If I go to the tables and the fact sales table, and we look into this one, it also changed the tables and relationship, everything. That's really good thing. This changed everything on the tables as well as this part. Okay, one thing I noticed here, right? So if you look into this fact sales, this measure, which is, it has not renamed to this one, even though it has mentioned that it has renamed only the tables and the relationship here, but not the measure part. So we know about where to deep change it. We can also ask him. So measures has can you also change the table name inside of measure. So to look for the measure each and every table, and then it's also rename this one. So this should change to fact sales and also this area. So again, it is connecting with MCP server, Power BI, modeling MCP server to interact with this one, to understand where actually it contains. Yeah, it identifies that sales percentage all region, which is available on this particular TMDL file, and I'm applying this here. So it means the LLM itself is not doing these changes. So it's getting help from modeling MCP server, and then it is giving a correct response here. That's really know something. I click on keep changes, then it has modified that fact table as well. Okay, that's all I have. Let me try adding one more time this local model. I don't know why somehow, but this is how you need to add the local model. You click here and then found it local. Then it will give you the list of available models. Then you can pick up from this one. I'm just trying to check for the status if something is running up here. It's running up here. Yeah, it is registered. Anyway, so that is not working somehow, but that's how you need to connect with that one. Okay, so for your questions, Rajkumar, you asked about this one, the GDPR part, right? So this clearly says that it's not going to send any information outside of this environment. So there is no harm in connecting with this one. And even if you look into the documentation from those providers, it says that it's local model is not going to send any information outside of the local environment. Okay, so Vishal, for your questions, what problem does Foundry Local solve compared to using cloud only Azure AI, Foundry, or Copilot services? So first of all, it's a privacy and the HIPAA and compliance and GDPR compliance. That's an important thing. That's why we talked about in the why slide, why we need to use the local AI models here. So if I go back quickly here, we just have 10 minutes. Yeah. First is cost effective, so there is no additional billing for that. Yeah, here it is. The data privacy and then the cost per token, because using Azure models definitely you need to pay for the usage, and you don't need internet as well. It works locally, everything, and there is no latency issue. Just use the response fast, and you can have a full control of which model and which version and how you need to fine tune all those things. Nothing is goes outside of your environment. Everything happens within your local model here. These are some of the reasons for that. What are the core components of Foundry Local and how do they work together to run AI workloads on local edge environment? The core is basically the models, which you need Azure AI toolkit, and then you just need Foundry Local to be installed on your local machine. And then that's it. You need to download the model, and you can use the chat window of that in order to start with this one. These are some of the important things that you need to have in order to run this Foundry local on your local machine. Which use cases are best suited for Foundry local? Example, data residency, low latency, offline scenario. Yeah, it's again the same, the first answer. If you're working on a healthcare scenario, if you're working for a government, military, defense kind of thing, then you don't want to leak all your information to any providers, right? So in those cases, you can use these models here. How does Foundry local handle security, identity, and data isolation when running models locally? These things handle security. So as this runs locally and it runs on, if you're building an own Copilot agent, then this part you need to handle it by in your code itself. Even though the benefit of it is not going to send any information outside of the can say internet, but if multiple people are accessing it, you just need to control it on this one itself. Like if you're fine tuning these things, then if you're talking about data privacy, if you're using within your company, that doesn't matter, right? You can run on a local everything. If you can clarify these questions, that will be helpful. But I think data security means it's not going to send anything outside of your environment. So it means it will be safer here itself. What is the recommended path to move from Foundry local experimentation to a scalable hybrid or cloud deployment? So this purely depends upon the requirement here, right? If you are mainly concerned about those 5 parameters like cost, privacy, and the internet connection issue, then you can use that. But if you have a flexible environment, then you can adopt either of those here. How does Microsoft ensure consistency, governance, and trust between Foundry local and cloud-based AWS deployments? Okay, so this is basically, we need to read all the terms and conditions from Microsoft, but at high level, as per their marketing things concerned. So there are two things here. One is Foundry local, as per their commitment, the slide what I mentioned here is everything from their documentation itself. So they're claiming there is no data, there is no data going outside of the environment. It's complete data privacy. There is no token cost for that. You don't need any internet for that. These are all the local AI models. Now, when it comes to AI deployment on the cloud part, then definitely you need to adhere to this following. Even if you take an example of Power BI itself, then you need to check this option that if you are running your Power BI reports, if you hosted the tenant itself is in India, for example, then if you check that option, then definitely whatever our metadata, it actually goes to US server and then it runs over there and send it back response to us. So that's the cloud-based Microsoft options that they have. If you are in the US, then it will not go outside of US region. If you are in GDPR, European region, then it will not go outside of GDPR region. But if you are in anywhere else, like in the Middle East or Australia, anywhere else, then it definitely goes to US region and then do the process and send it back to us. This is how the data governance, what Microsoft has claims for that. I hope I was not too fast and I've clarified all your doubts. Yeah, please let me know if you have anything else. All right. If all good, and then I'll be here for another 1 or 2 minutes. Let me know in the comment section. Yeah. Yeah. No, sure.
Hey, hi Amit. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah.
Amit sir, did you inform to Aditya?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, you are audible.
Yeah, yeah. Sumit, I'm starting my presentation. Hi all, myself Aditya. So today we are talking about SQL database in Fabric, like after the general availability from public to general availability, how it evolved and how it gives information to the people and how it can be used very easily. So we'll discuss everything about SQL database and how it is evolved from on-premise to cloud to SQL in this session. This is about me. I have around 12 plus years of industry experience, and I'm serving as lead database administrator at CGI. And I'm a speaker, like I give technical sessions and I mentor people in TopMate and as well as LinkedIn. And my specializations are SQL Server, Azure, Microsoft Fabric, and I'm certified in these technologies and delivering multiple sessions. So this is about me. So, in the next 1 hour, what we are going to cover is today's roadmap. Like for the next 1 hour, why Fabric SQL matters. Like we'll understand the transformation and how the business is getting impacted, and architecture and key differences. So how the differences are there in Fabric or else in Microsoft SQL, Azure SQL, or the on-premise, and how simplicity versus control. So Microsoft SQL, Fabric SQL database, the simplicity is well, but how the control is having. And real world use case, we discuss one of the use case today, and decision matrix, like how we can take the decision, how we can select Fabric SQL or Azure or be it in on-premise. So this is general availability. So when November 18th, last month, so it is SQL Server, SQL database is come to general availability, which means you can use it for your production workloads, and it can be used for your production workloads, and the Microsoft will support if you any issues or anything. And before coming to general availability itself, like 50K plus databases have been created, like during the preview phase itself alone. So you can see how the people are adapting and how the industries are trying to use the SQL database, and like what exactly we'll get it in general availability, right? So we can ask like, so same as SQL Server engine as Azure SQL. So the same SQL Server engine is using. So it is pretty much straightforward how SQL runs, and Copilot integration is production ready, so you can use your Copilot as part of the SQL in Fabric SQL, and enhanced mirroring capabilities. So we have the mirroring in SQL Server and all other databases. There are three different kinds of mirrorings, but yeah, we are discussing about mirroring and in SQL Server right now, and enterprise ready technology, right? So your enterprises or your business or your client can use as this as enterprise grade. So This is what it is at the GA time. So have the transformation before the transformation. So before the transformation, SQL Server is so if you are using a data warehouse, or if you are using a SQL Server database, data warehouse workload, so ETLs, or you want to share some reporting in Power BI. So your metadata stays in some other place, and you have to copy that from SQL database to your data warehouse, and you have to use the Power BI. Then again, you have to copy those data to this, and you keep your oltp workloads in other databases like in azure sql external sources, like maybe here in this case we are discussing about sql, but maybe external resources, and you have to copy the data from one place to another place through pipelines, or else you create jobs to do that, or batch jobs. So and complex ETL orchestration, right? So there are ETLs which runs on batches, like, and your data is not up to the mark. So you have to wait for the batch to complete, and you start working on that part, right? So this is how it works previously. But now, after the GA, so SQL is native in Fabric, right? So your database OLTP transactions or OLTP workspaces can be there on the Fabric, and it is auto one lake mirroring, so you don't have to do any external transformations or copy jobs or pipelines to copy the data to the one lake. So once the data is there in SQL, it is automatically mirrored to the one lake. We will see that how it happens in next couple of, and zero ETL, right? So you don't need to process the rows, and you don't need to prepare any kind of jobs or anything, and it directly flows from uh, the database to the one lake. So it is very fast, and Fabric native is simplicity. So Fabric, you have the SQL Server in Fabric, warehouse in Fabric, all other artifacts which are in Fabric. So it is very simple, and it is easy to use, right? So at, I mean, in one liner you can say one platform and one security model. So you have the workspace level security, and you have the Purview as well, and billing is also one. So for the capacity level, and your transactional data automatically mirrors to one lake the moment it changes, right? So maybe you update a table, or you update anything, so it changes directly to the one lake. Now, so the architecture dual reality, right? So primarily SQL database in Azure and all use the storage, right? So it is having an MDF format, master data file format. So it will be there on the same kind of way. So your storage will be backed by the Azure, and you have the exact compatibility of your SQL server. Like you can run queries, you can run store procs, you can run everything, right? So the same kind of compatibility as SQL, and your T-SQL runs perfectly fine without any issues. And mirroring is one more kind of architecture, right? So once your data is there on the SQL, so it directly flows into one lake in Parquet format. So it is analyticals optimized format, so you can directly use for your analytics, and it is automatic synchronization as I mentioned in my previous slide. So it is directly mirrors without any interaction, without any ETLs, without any pipelines. So once the table modifies or creates or any kind of operations, it syncs to your Microsoft OneLake, and it is Power BI, right? As I mentioned, so if you have the transform tables and you are doing some operations, so that can be directly ready for your Power BI dashboards. So and the packet format is all that compressed in columnar format, right? So this is uh, this is very easy for you to access. And dual endpoints, right? Once one endpoint is SQL endpoint where you can use or to connect via SSMS. So if anybody is using Microsoft SQL Server from long time, I mean, for sure everybody use it. So for this data warehouse transactions or Power BI or any other sources, so they'll connect to SSMS, and that is their go-to tool. So there are other tools are there to connect to SQL Server, but SSMS is primary and widely used tool, right? So people will connect, and the developers are very fond of that SSMS tool so that they can easily modify and do something. So the one way you can do it in Fabric UI as well, but the other you can just directly go and connect to your SQL database, which is in Fabric, and you with the endpoint name and the database name. We'll see in some time, but yeah, you can connect directly from the SSMS, and you can do the same kind of operations which you are doing in your SSMS, like how you do it in native on-premise database, and the analytics endpoint, so which goes for the Power BI and the notebooks. So you can connect that, and you can do the transformations and everything. and it is OLTP and OLAP unified in one platform, right? So we are working in a unified platform, which is one Microsoft Fabric, right? So where the all artifacts which are there, it is there for a purpose, right? SQL database, you can store the OLTP and the warehouse we have, and we have the real-time intelligence. We have couple of other artifacts, Power BI and notebooks. So everything is there. So and the data is going to one lake, and you have the analytics endpoint. So you can connect to the notebook and you can update your SQL database and all. So this is OLTP and OLAP unified in one platform. And so Fabric SQL versus Azure SQL, right? So we will just I'll just try to share a couple of which are major. So the deployment model, right? If you go to the Fabric SQL, if you go to the Azure SQL Server, the deployment model, you have more than eight screens, and you have to make so many decisions, right? So and in Fabric, you have only one click available. So you just give the name and the database gets created. You don't need to do so many changes or configurations or anything. And the scaling is manual, so you have to go and do your manual scaling. So improve the vcos, improve the dtus or anything, but here it is with the capacity, right? So it is auto scale. And billing, you have to pay as per we are discussing about Azure SQL DB, right? So it is pay per week or basis. So how many vcos you are using, based on that your CEO billing cycles and everything, right? So but here you have your capacity units used, which is already available with the capacity you purchased. And the mirroring, so mirroring is you have to manually set up the required mirroring for the different sources, so that it can use for your analytics purpose, or else your data warehouse purpose, or any other, so to be precise. So here in Fabric you have auto, it is one lake. So you that the whatever the tables you create, whatever the columns you create, whatever the modifications you do with your data, it flows directly to the one lake, which is auto, and you don't have to interact or intervene in between, so it's done. Copilot, it's not available, and it is generally GA right now. It is generally available, so you can directly use your Copilot to get help with the queries, or else you want to create a schema, or any other sort of help. As everybody knows how we use the Copilot, right? So it you can use it for coding, creating the databases, or creating the transactions, or any kind of things. And auditing is right. For the auditing purpose, we have the advanced level of auditing in Azure SQL DB. Here we have the auditing, which is there, and with Purview also we can do it, but we can use SQL, Azure SQL DB for auditing if required. So to summarize all these points, right? So Fabric simplicity versus Azure control. So choose based on your constraints. So if you want more kind of auditing, HIPAA or related constraints or all sort of things, so you go with Azure SQL DB. But you can just create the auditing purpose also Azure SQL DB, and you use everything in Fabric. So like as I mentioned, so it is very simple to create a database in Fabric, and very less time. So you can just click, give a name, and it creates all your database, and you are ready with your schema to create your tables. So as I mentioned, one click automate deployments, auto mirroring, simpler cost, but you can't control everything on in Fabric. So you get automatic scaling, backups, how configuration, OS updates, everything, but you can't specifically change some kind of indexes if you want to do it on any of the tables which you create, right? So and auditing controls, and you can't change the always encrypted things and custom SLAs. So if you have a custom SLA with this much kind of thing to be RPO and RTOs, as of now it is not defined. So 80% of the use cases benefit from this simplicity. Why? Because new applications and new uh, startups or new things, new POCs, and also if they want to go with it, and for simpler and not heavy-loaded, OLTP transactions, they are going with Fabric SQL. And the other 20% heavy regulated, like edge case tunings, it is required. Like you have to have the index on this column, and you have to create custom things, and these kind of things you are not directly can achieve on the Fabric SQL. And one more thing is very legacy environment, right? So there are years back, decades back, they created like 15 years, 20 years, the developers created all sort of stuff linking to different things, right? So You don't have proper documentation to come back. Like once you move this thing, one fails. So just those kind of scenarios, go with Azure SQL DB. So as I mentioned previously, with the general availability, you have the Copilot ready, natural language to the SQL generations and optimization, right? So you can create the databases, you can create the tables, structures, all sort of stuff, and you can get optimization techniques as well with the Copilot. So it is very beneficial for everyone to use this Copilot, right? And enhanced mirroring. So you have SQL Server 5, direct mirroring, Cosmos DB, PostgreSQL, all sort of support is available right now with this the general availability which we are getting, right? So and zero ETL, as I mentioned, OLTP direct data directly, you can use it in Power BI without any refreshes, right? So you I mean refreshes in the sense not Power BI refresh, but you don't need to have a separate database or separate place where you can get this data, copy there and do that kind of stuff. It automatically mirrors into the one lake, and it gives and the GraphQL exposure. So expose data via REST APIs for non-SQL developers. SQL developers are very heavy, so they use all sort of tools they can develop, right? So they're pretty much good with SQL, and they use SSMS all day in day out, and they can develop it. But how about the other non-SQL developers? So uh, we have an option of Graph API, so expose data via REST for non-SQL developers, and they can expose the data and get via that. And T-SQL notebooks, right? So for the data engineering, so for the data engineering team, so they don't, if they don't want to go and write the SQL developer kind of queries, they have the Spark notebooks. Like generally data engineering workloads, they'll do that in notebooks, right? So Python SQL, where you can do all sort of data engineering with Python and Spark integration connecting to your database. So this is just take it as an example, right? So for example, there is a use case of e-commerce platform. So uh, mid-size company where you have the 1,000 plus or daily orders, not like very high like Flipkart or Myntra or any sort of stuff, but take it as a mid-size. The challenge goes more for them. So order database is there on some other external source like SQL, Azure SQL or somewhere. They can use the open source, but it's not good for the business to use and open source things. So they have to go with the licenses. So Azure SQL, so it costs at approx $400 per month if you go with the proper tiring and everything. And they have to copy their data manually to the mirroring via warehouse. Like you have to take the data, you have to do some modifications, and you load that data to the warehouse, right? So nightly ETL jobs they'll run every day. So there are loads and loads of jobs in our environment currently which we see, and the data warehouse team runs each night, right? And they say this much data is moving and we are waiting for the update. It is slow, and also these kind of interactions will be happening between the database team and the ETL teams. If it stays different, right, in different environments. And metadata workarounds in warehouse tables, you don't need to do all sort of they have to do the metadata workarounds. They have to get the metadata first, and they have to take the data in the nightly jobs, and they have to run it. And Power BI is slow, right? So they have to use the direct query. So they have to get the data and do that thing. So they have to use multiple tools to manage, monitor, and debug if any issues. And they have to constantly in touch with different teams like the database team, the developer team, and the ETL team. So BI team, there is a different team for business intelligence team. So if they are not getting data properly, they'll contact different teams. So there is a number of issues with the current traditional thing. So complexity, cost, and latencies, and again pipelines. So you have to use your manual pipeline. So this is of the solution, right? So order database in Fabric, it is there. Production orders data will be fully T-SQL support, and it auto mirrors to the one lake, right? So directly whenever you update anything, so it goes to your one lake file. So it is in Parquet files, and that directly they can use it. And lakehouse shortcut, so you can create a lakehouse and shortcut, and the data will be available everywhere, right? And warehouse, so daily roll-ups, customers, revenue analytics, they can do all sort of stuff from there. And Power BI, right? So they can directly query, and they'll get the instant data directly to the dashboard in the same environment, right? So cost reduction, it is almost reduced to 60%. I mean, which I can't say the client names or what we worked, but there is a cost reduction happened from for few of clients which we worked for, and to while maintaining in different environments from Azure SQL database, again data warehouse, they have to run the pipelines, they have to manage the Power BI licenses, they have to have the infrastructure and different teams. So it is almost like $1,200 per month, like if you take all of the approx I'm saying. So this is not the uh, exact things which I'm sharing here, but approx. So if you go with this thing with the capacity which you are using, right, for the Microsoft Fabric, it is way less than that. For a medium level or mid size, without having more number of, if it goes beyond that, so it may increase based on the on-premise as well, it will increase, and the Fabric as well, the capacity tier, if it increases, it will increase. And the faster setup, right? So if you want to set up a data warehouse, or if you want to set up a Power BI dashboard for a newly created requirement, so it takes more amount of time. So you have to have the data, and you have to change the modifications, get the data to the data warehouse by creating pipelines, or by changing these things to the Power BI, getting from raw data to Power BI, it takes approx 6 hours, which is very less, which I am saying. Why? Because you have to work with multiple teams, multiple tickets and everything, right? So now in Fabric, boom, like you create a database and there are tables will be created, and that will be directly available in your one lake. So in Parquet formats, which is very much directly can be accessible to your Power BI or any other data warehouse. So zero ETL pipelines, right? So you are not copying your SQL data via any kind of jobs or any ETLs or anything. So this is how much, this is the approximate one, but yeah, it takes a little bit here and there. I'm just sharing the approx things here. And the benefits, right? So the immediate benefits, what you get out of it. So if I have a mid size and my data is scattered everywhere, and I want to go into the Fabric, and how it is, what kind of benefits I'll get it. One is cost optimization, right? So you don't need to go with the licensing kind of thing. If you are in on-premise, like Windows license, SQL license, again you have to go your data warehouse in different server, not in the same server as the databases reside. So that is different, and you have to have your Power BI, and you have to copy that data. So everything is eliminated. Why? Because you are coming to single platform where you can use everything in a single platform. So reduce ETL compute expenses. Why? Because if you want to do it in Azure, and you have to move that data, you have to run the pipelines and everything. So that is expensive. As if someone is working in Azure, right? So they'll know. And enhanced performance, right? So zero ETL, like it gets directly to the customers, directly to the teams, so they can do the analytics. And Copilot is your companion, right? So you can ask the questions if you're stuck somewhere, and you can get it. And the real-time dashboards can be derived directly from your SQL. So you can, the enhanced performance you can see. And simplified management, right? So one platform, so you don't have multiple platforms to manage, multiple teams to manage. But here as well, you have multiple teams, but everything is under one hood, right? So you can go and see, at least you will have, if you have access. But if it is different for different environment, right? So if for Azure, you need to have environment access on that resource, on that particular database and all. So simplified management is there, centralized monitoring and security. So you have the workspace level securities, and you have Purview as well. So if you have the Purview, you can have the security again. And the speed, right? So one click database creation. So you can click your, you can just in a one click you can create your database, and you are ready to start your experimentation or your work. And SSMS compatible, right? So your database, you can connect what to the SSMS. So it is good to have. So Copilot, and you'll get your query development ready. If you are stuck with any issues or anything, you can use that. Right, the quantifiable impacts, if we talk about, right? So and I mean the benefits which we already discussed. So setup time, it takes more hours before Fabric. Like you, if I mean I'll share those details in the live demo. I can show you. Uh, so I'll show you that. And data latency. So you have to have your data jobs where it runs the nightly batches or whatever the data which it is there for the entire day. So it takes the data to be run, and it takes, if the data is more, it takes more time to load everything, and costs as well, right? So if it is Azure SQL, so and you have to run the pipelines and everything, so it is computational cost. And the operational complexity, as we discussed, you have to manage multiple tools, multiple teams, and multiple pipelines. So if one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. So after Fabric, like, I mean, if we want to develop the same thing in Fabric, so the database can be created in a single click, right? It is easy, and it won't take 15 minutes as well. For the, I mean, to set up the tables and everything, it may take more than 15 minutes. Data latency, it is near real time, so automatic mirroring to the one lake, right? So based on your capacity, its monthly cost approx 400. Operational complexity, it is one platform, so no ATL. So you can, based on the metrics only, you can see how the improvement is there in efficiency, cost, and agility. And so the decision making teams like BI teams, how quick they can access the data, and if the stakeholders want to see some particular information, so how they can get within hours, like within minutes or hours, you can say, if it, right? And so decision matrix, so if you want to go ahead with, how we want to choose, like Microsoft Fabric or Azure, right? So if you want to choose use cases, so integrated within Fabric ecosystem, so you have one lake, and one lake capacity and capacity units, and prioritization rapid development. So if you have the rapid development team, and there is a new use case came, and you want to develop, and you want a enabled platform which helps you in your development journey, so you can go with Fabric SQL, and simplified metadata and ETL orchestration, right? So you don't want to have the complex ETLs or any sort of stuff, then the simplified thing, you can go with Fabric. And managing a small to medium OLTP, right? As I mentioned earlier as well. So don't go with heavy workloads in initial phases. So if you have a small or medium level OLTP transactions on day-to-day basis alongside with analytics, you can go with Fabric SQL, and requires zero ETL capabilities for real-time data access. So if your team wants instant data access when it comes from the sources, right? It once the data is from any kind of forms or any kind of website, it is getting stored into your SQL database, and they want the instant results to be shown on your dashboards. There, then you can go with your Fabric SQL. And other way, if you have the Azure SQL, when you want to do that, so operating system, so audit things always encrypted, and everything is required. So if you can go, and it is for highly regulated things if you want it, right? Specific HA or scaling SLAs are required, right? So that one. And if you want migrating existing very legacy applications, right? So you can go with that. So excuse. So am I audible, right? So everything is good so far. Hello. Yeah. So migrating to the existing legacy applications. So if you want to migrate existing applications with deep dependencies, like different data sources, different downstreams, and everything, uh, go with Azure. So where you, if SQL is in on-premise, so you can go with Azure SQL VM and everything, right? So if you want a fine grade control on your infrastructure and tuning, so if you want to have this kind of OS or this kind of environment, then you can go with your Azure SQL. So customization, as I mentioned, advanced security. Security is good in Fabric, but if you want exact or advanced security features, go with Azure SQL kind of thing. Apart from that, this is what it is. And so the key takeaways, so it is generally available for production ready. You can after November 2025, so you can have your full production ready environment, and it is one click away. So you click, and your database will be available, and it is Copilot is also generally available, so you can use it. And unified OLTP and analytics platform, where you can use single platform for all of your requirements. Real return on investment, right? So people think of what exactly I'm getting out of it if I'm spending a penny, as in the business world. So this is how it is. So return on investments, you can see the cost savings and everything. And So if for advanced auditing and everything, if you can go your thing to the Azure SQL, and if you have your legacy environments, that is the only use case. Now we'll go with the demo. Till now, if you have any questions, we can discuss, and I'll start the demo. Let me quickly check the chat window. So how does SQL database in Fabric differ from Fabric Warehouse and Azure SQL database in? So as I mentioned, right? Uh, as I mentioned, SQL database, you have your data ready, and Fabric Warehouse. So you see SQL database, you have your tables and everything. There is no ETL workloads. You don't need to copy everything, metadata to be copied first and data to be copied second, and everything. You don't have that much complexity. You have your data copied directly to the one lake, and you can use the transformations from the one lake to your warehouse and everything, right? So that is one thing. And what type of transactional or operational scenarios best suited? So as we discussed in my slide. So if you have a small and medium kind of OLTP transactions with analytics required, and you have the real time data is required, so you go with that, and that is one thing. And when to use, how does SQL database Fabric integrated with one lake? So it is a direct one lake mirroring is set up. So we'll see that in some time, so that you'll see the difference, like how it is directly integrated. And lakehouse, and also you can copy the required things, and you can get your Power BI dashboard from your SQL database directly as well, by creating a semantic models. And your data is already there in one lake wherever you want in the process of doing it in Fabric, right? So you can get that data from the one lake. Performance and scalability, until the time you have your capacity, you can scale it very well without any issues. It is auto scale. And as I mentioned, in Azure, you have to scale manually based on the DTOs or everything, or else you can automate that as well in some of the cases, but you have to create separate job in Azure. And if it reaches to this much DTU capacity, like 80% or 90%, increase this thing. There are ways to increase automatic as well in Azure, but generally people prefer manual. Why? Because in some cases it will go till 80-85%, and it reduces back like after the operation completes. So every time increasing the DTU and decreasing the DTU, so it is not that much feasible, right? So in Azure, that is one thing. So that is the reason. In Fabric, it is one unified capacity. So till the capacity, it will be scalable. And teams be aware of when you SQL database in Fabric. Yeah, this is what we discussed, right? And how are security and backups governance handled in SQL database in Fabric compared to traditional? So security wise, as I mentioned, if you're very much regulated and everything, you can I mean, your auditing can be moved to the Azure SQL, but apart from rest of the other operations, you can keep it here, so that your auditing will be there. And security, you have your workspace level security, and you have your same level of access related things you can create on the database, which is there on premise or else Azure, on by giving your entry IDs. Like if you don't want to do any kind of full level access to the teams in the database, so you can give your database reader or something which is there as same on the on premise as well. So the security you can give at the workspace level, at the database level, and there is Purview, and we have the row level securities. And there are multiple levels you can provide security to your data. Then Fabric is very secure as part of as comes to that. And heavy auditing kind of things or that thing, then you can go with Azure, right? And the backups part, you have your backups in this, which is for 30 days or so, that is there. But you don't have a direct like .bak file or something, which you get it in native SQL or .datpack, that is there. Should SQL database in Fabric be viewed as an operational store or analytic store or transactional foundation? How architects decide, right? So So this is where the thing comes, right? So as I mentioned, so uh, it is translatable if you ask me. So it is OLTP where your operational data, day-to-day activities data will be stored, and from there it is directly automatically mirroring you to your one lake, right, which is in Parquet format, and it is pretty much accessible in every platform, right? So Power BI or be it in your notebooks or anywhere, you can just directly call and you can just do it. And they how the architects decide. So in the architect level, so if your OLTP is very less and everything, and if you have the rapid development requirement, you can keep that. But whatever the data which is storing in SQL database, which is rightly available in all other forms, right? So you can use in each and every artifact without disturbing anything. So it is pretty much direct, right? If your Power BI dashboard is of created with some sort of table semantic model which they created, so that you don't need to do each and every time the data, right? So it is coming directly to that. So this is how it is. So hope I answered this question. Shall we quickly see uh, how we create the database in on-premise and how it is in Azure and how it comes to SQL in this next 20 minutes? It's practical. Can I get a thumbs up or something to see if people are here and listening and they don't have any other doubts? Mm, nice. Okay. So this is the traditional on-premise SQL Server, right? So everybody know, I guess, this one. So this is installed on my laptop. So if I want to create, like for example, if you think this is the traditional thing, so how many things I need to support? First, I need to have my OS ready, which is licensed and in organizations. Why? Because you have to have your proper license to host a production grade application, right? So you have host should be ready with licensed, and you have your securities and everything should be installed properly, and your database SQL Server to be installed. As I'm a SQL database administrator, so I know how many things it would be there on the back end before creating a database itself, right? So you have to have Windows host ready, and there later you have to install your SQL Server with proper uh, licensing and everything based on the requirement, and you have to install SSMS and everything, and then you just right click on the database and new click. So this is first click which I did it, right? New database, and I have to give my database name like test or something. So for this, so and after that I have to see what is the initial size, right? So it is not as simple as you people are thinking in on premise. So there are more than 15 to 20 things you need to consider before creating a database. So your initial size should be 8. You have to increase, so right, so these things you need to change. Auto growth settings, for example, if it is a rapid banking kind of application, or else if you go with trading systems, if you go with insurance domains, or if you go with Ola, Uber kind of e-commerce websites where there are n number of transactions are happening. So if 8 MB is initial size, every time the 8 MB fills, it should create one more increase the size, right? So auto grade setting, every time if the 60 MB 64 MB fills, it should fill. So this is one level, two level of configuration settings you have to see. And the second step, so what is the collation? So, and what is the recovery model? This recovery model decides how you take the backups, right? If you have a heavy RPO and RTO, like for example, I need to have a 15 minutes of data loss, or else I need to get my server up if it fails in this much time. So based on that, these recovery model, and you have compatibility level 160, 170. So these are all the levels where the databases, like these many SQL Server compatibility levels are there from 2008 to 2025 as of now, the latest one. And there are multiple things, right? So auto incremental status, so these many configurations are there before creating it. I don't say that everything need to be changed or modified or anything, but there are few things which need to be taken care when you're creating it. right? So these many things you have to see. And the file group settings, so where I need to place my file groups. Do I need to create default, or else I need to add a external file group for my different schema? This is primary file group. For example, if I want to transactional data, so for example, if I want to use a transactional one, so what exactly I need to create, that is secondary one. So this is not, this is either read only or anything. So you just need to set up everything and then you create your database, right? So it creates, this is one thing. And then after creating this database, you'll go to your databases and you create it. This is, these many steps you have to take care of creating a database in your on-premise, right? This is just a OLTP database which we are talking about. Again, once the data loads here, if you want to transform that, you have to create jobs. You have to go to your ETL jobs and you have to create your ETLs to run daily, nightly, and everything, so that it will transform the data to your data warehouse database, which may be in another, which stays every time in other server, not on the same server. Why? Because it is as per the best practice, right? So this is how you create a single database for to say. And for backups and everything, you have to create a backup job again, and you have to set your retentions and everything, right? It is not by default take backup when you create a database here, right? This is how it is in your on-premise, right? So if I go to Azure, right? So if I go to Azure and if I want to create a Azure SQL database, as I mentioned, so if I click on this, right? uh One second, guys. Okay. So if I want to create a new database, why this? Okay. Give me a second. I don't have a trial yet, but yeah, I can show it from here. So if I want to create a new database, I didn't enable it. So you have to think of your subscription, what subscription you have. You have to select your subscription and you have to create a resource group and you need to give your database name. This is the only thing which we do it in your Fabric. We'll see in couple of minutes. And you have to select your server, right? If you have any server, and you have to say you want to use your elastic pool or not, what is the workload, is it production, is it anything, so what is the storage and configuration you want to do, and backup redundancy. So all these things, and you have to check your networking. This is second tab. So you have to check your firewalls, you have to add your private endpoints. There are so many other things you have to see when you want to create a database in your Azure, right? Security, additional settings. So in security you have to set, a general thing or something, and so identities you have to create, who can access, what is the level of data encryption you want, so many other things is there, right? So additional settings, so use existing data or data source, what is the database creation size. So collations, this is what we see in our on-premise as well, while creating a collation, right? So if you want to create anything, so tags, so if it is related to production, so in a Fabric, you will have your workspace which defines your what level of environment it is and everything, right? So that have, so review and create. So these many things you have to do before coming to your final step, right? So creating a database, these many things you have to see for creating just a simple database. Forget about loading data and everything. That comes next part, right? So these many things you have to think before creating in Azure. And in Fabric, it is just like I'll go to my workspace, I'll define my workspace as development or production or something. I just click on the new item, and so I need to search database, right? So SQL database, and I just give practice or else, right? So this is the only place where I give the name, and I'll just click on create. It creates. No hassle, as I mentioned, it is one click, your database will be available. And if you go to the SQL server, there are n number of steps you have to take, a number of configurations you need to take, and everything, right? And in the Azure as well, same, which we see there are at least 6 to 7 tabs are there, and multiple things you have to see before creating your database, subscription, resource group, and what level of configuration, servers, and all sort of stuff. But in Fabric, so just by creating giving the name itself, it created. So firstly, we'll see what exactly it is there inside your. So there is a schema, tables, views, store procs, and functions. The same thing you see in your on-premise as well, right? So if you go to your database, so you see the tables, views, programmability. So you see the store procs, functions, and all other stuff. The same thing you are seeing there as well, right? And if I go to properties, right? So this is settings. So this is the about this gives who is owner of your database and everything. The same way you can see this here on the properties. So if I see uh, this is where you see your database owner and everyone, right? So this is your database owner, all other details like how you see. So just compare the things from on-premise to Fabric, right? So it is pretty much the same thing. So connection string it gives for different JDBC, ODBC. You can use all other stuff, right? So if you want to use it in PHP, how you can, so you can just directly take and copy paste, or else if you want to use the Go, so you can use that. And IDO.NET, like for example, .NET applications or any other applications which use JDBC, ODBC drivers. So you just give these details, so it will directly connect there, right? And backup protection, somebody asked. So restore points will be available soon. As of now, it is. I mean, as I'm running trial. So retention period, it's 7 days, or else you can keep it for 35 days until, right? So you can exchange, but by default it is giving 7, so it is there. And Copilot, right? So Copilot, if automatically gets in line once, I mean, as you type. So Copilot will be there. I'm running free trial. It is not, it will not show you, but yeah. So this is what you see in your settings tab, and you can get your data from different sources. Like maybe you want to get it from different sources, that is fine. I mean, if you want, you can create it as well. I'm just showing like how exactly it is not so different from the on-premise or Azure. So here the new query, it opens here. The same way, if you go to the SQL Server, the new query tab will be there. Pretty much similar. So it opens and you start working on it. But whoever already working on this SQL Server from long time, right? So they want to use the native SSMS tool. That is also possible. And as I mentioned, there are a couple of templates we have. So for new table, new schema, new view, new store proc. So your template will come. So you have to prepare your next steps, right? So and we'll come to either Visual Studio also you can connect, or SSMS. Will come to this part. And new GraphQL, right? So you can use your GraphQL if SQL. So the rest points will be created and you can get all the details from here. So if you create a new GraphQL, so you can create your table. So you can just connect your practice database, or it is there. So as of now, no tables, but if you have tables, you can just try to get it. So this is where it gives, right? So non-SQL developers can make use of this, and you can just copy the data via that. And the performance, right? So how exactly it is running. So it shows all sort of stuff where your native SQL Server team is looking into it. And you can check like if you want to do that, you can have your resource monitor or all other stuff, right? So activity monitor, if I go, it shows like top CPUs or processors, resource waste, data IO. The same kind of information you will get it here as well. CPU consumption, memory consumption, how many users connected, request per second, blocked queries, allocated size, Yeah. Sorry, guys. There is some glitch. I just disconnected. Sorry for that. Uh, I'm just sharing my screen. Give me a moment. In the meantime, if you have any questions, you can ask here, or else I'll just quickly check. I'll share my screen. Uh, we are in last 5 minutes, and whatever I'm explaining is about to end as well. So if you have any questions, if you want, you can ask. Let me know once you're able to see my screen. Is it visible? Hello, is my screen visible? Can someone type yes in the chat so that I'll just start explaining? Okay. Yeah, right. So yeah. So previously we are discussing about the templates and everything, right? I'll just quickly create one new database here, right? So if I want to create new table, I'll just create a table here, and then we can just see how we can create how it goes to your right. So if you want, you can use your templates, right? Just click on table and give ID. That's it, and you just create, right? So create table. So I just kept it as is. So just want to show you that how it moves. So it is created here, and if you see the replication monitor, right? So it shows your table list like how it is going to move. It is running. It takes some time, but it copies directly to your one lake. If I add it column or something, so from here you can just directly check your replication status, right? So this is what we discussed and in the settings. And for the same thing, so for the security level you can just use this thing. So for the security you can just use, so these kind of roles you have: DB owner, DB writer, DDL admin, and everything. These things you can see the same in your on premise as well. So if I go and if I want to see for any of these accounts, right? So I'll see the same level of access like the database, which is, so if I want to give test, I can give these roles. And apart from this, like DB owner, data reader, data writer, the same level of roles you have in your uh, fabric as well. And if you want to create any new role, you can create the new roles as well from here, the same way as we do in our on-premise, right? So this is same as auditing, and your auditing, you can just save event auditings to audit logs, and if you enable that, it will do that, and you can collect and it will be there. Like you can set the retentions and everything here. So this is possible with the general availability, right? And you can just check and predict it, all sort of stuff. Those are advanced things, but if you want, you can enable the auditing here, and you can move those audit files to your Azure log analytics and everything, and you can just do the other information related, like. So there is a basic help, but yeah, here you have your Copilot auto read and auto write, right? So this is in preview phase. As I am in trial version, I can't show you how it works. But at the end of the day, so if you want to create in Azure, you have to have think of many different configurations, like how to scale your database, how to use your database compute and storage, what kind of environment and what kind of resource group and all sort of stuff. And the security is other part, and mirroring, if so creating database itself is having so much complex in the native in Azure as on premise. As I mentioned you, as I shared with you, there are different kind of settings you have to take care. After creating, if you want to move the data to your data warehouse or something, there are so many complex ETLs you need to run. But in Fabric, after creating it, after creating a database or table or something, it will be directly moved. So if you see, the table directly moved to your one lake, right, in your Parquet format, and you can just select your T-SQL analytic. Why you can say that this analytic endpoint will go to your data warehouse activities, or else you can connect with your Power BI or something. But here I just want to show one more thing, right, which I missed. So if as I mentioned, how you can connect, right? So if I want to connect with my SSMS, right? So I just need these two things. So I'll just go quickly try to connect to this, and I'll just give my server name is this, and this is the connection string. So people who are very fond of connecting with their as with SSMS, right? So they can just directly use this kind of authentication. So it won't take, why? Because it is Windows authentication. So you have to use your MFA, and you need to give your Microsoft Entra ID, which is our which is my ID, which I created in give me a sec. Okay, from the Azure portal, which we have your Entra IDs, right? So that ID you need to use it based on your Entra ID. You give your authentication, and it just directly connects to it. It first time it asks for you to do. So I'm just sharing what steps you need to follow, and it gives. So if I click on connect, it will open another pane. So you need to enter your Entra ID, password, and everything, and it will ask for you to set up your multi-factor authentication. Someone asked about security, right? So this is how it will ask for your Entra ID authentication, and then it will ask you to set up your multi-factor authentication. So it connects then. So I just said no. If I want, I can do that. So I'll see the database here, and if I want, I can directly create tables. I can directly run the queries, whatever tables you have. So you'll have the all sort of functionality. So if I want to run the query, right, the same way I can run it, because it is inherited, right? So select star from or count from dot table name, the example sample database table which we created. So it runs. Okay, the table name table is not there. I mean, this is pro. So these things, it works. So these are all these are all the things which we can do. So you can directly connect to this, and you can work on it, or else you can directly work from this as well. So you can write your queries. Select star from count, select count star from table name, or else something. So table name, right? So if I, so this is okay. Oh, I just gave not spaces. Okay. So this is how it works, right? Hope we got to know how exactly we can use our SQL database in Azure and on-premise and Fabric, and we got some insights on how easy it is to create a database in Fabric, how it copies the table to one lake, or the data to one lake, and from there how you can use it. But if you want to do the same thing in traditional, how complex it is. Like complex, you're not knowing why, because you are at the end user business intelligence team, or else maybe the data engineering team or somewhere where the data gets to you. But back end, these many things need to be done as a database administrator or a developer to copy those things, copy the data or something to whatever the place you required it, right? So I hope I gave whatever the required information related to SQL database, and we compared all uh, all other functionalities which is there on your on-premise and SQL, and what kind of use cases it fits of Microsoft Fabric or Azure or anything. If you have any questions, you can post it, or else you can connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Any questions? Nice. Thanks, Amit, for giving this wonderful opportunity to share on Fabric SQL to the team. If you have any questions, you can share, or else if you want me to show something on Fabric or on-premise or Azure, we can just discuss that before Amit or someone from the moderating team comes in. No, we have answered all questions and no other questions in chat, so we are good, I guess.
My mic. So thank you everyone for attending these sessions for last couple of days. It was a pleasure hosting this event and speaking all of you over last 2 days. And thanks to all our speaker moderators and the attendees who has made this event possible. In case you are watching this video on YouTube before 15th of December 1 p.m. you still have opportunity to apply for free DP600 and DP700 vouchers. The link would be provided in the description. Thank you all for attending. Closing this meeting for YouTube now.